Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Wantage Road, day one of Northamptonshire versus Yorkshire. Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first, and I will go through the lineups after the first delivery. It's Ben Sanderson will be opening the bowling from the David Capeland, and a little bit of a false start there. Adam Lythe and Finlay Bean will be opening the batting for Yorkshire. My name's Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined today by Dave Ripley. How are you? It's down the leg side and tidied up by McManus, who returns to the side, having missed out the game against Derbyshire following the birth of his child. So the teams line up as follows: Northamptonshire, Vasconcelos, Gay, Proctor, Nair, Bartlett, Keogh, McManus, Broad, Cool, Sanderson and White. Yorkshire, Lythe, Bean, Masood, Wharton, Tattersall, Luxton, Levis, Hill, Thompson, Leach and Fernando. Hill from behind the stumps. Not much from Sanderson. Dave, how have you kind of made the season so far for Northamptonshire?
Got ahead of the game a little bit, but in general it's been tight. A lot of drawn games. No one's really got away. No one's really marooned at the bottom particularly. So it's. I think the Glamorgan game was key. I think we would have won that game. You know, with the weather kind of robbed us of an opportunity to get in the points. And obviously the great effort at Derby over 4 days that ultimately you can't come away empty-handed, what might have been. So I think we've played some good cricket. Even the Gloucestershire game, yes, it was a heavy defeat, but we kind of only really lost 2 sessions heavily, which ultimately cost us the game. But the other sessions were pretty keenly contested. But those 2 really disappointing sessions we had on day 2 when the wicket was at its best were pretty cruel, I'm afraid, and that was the end of that one.
Here again, and one for caught behind. Emilio Gay diving forward. Umpire unmoved. It's been an eventful start, as you'd expect here at Wantage Road. You can see on the screen there that I think it'd be fair to say the pitch is sporting, Dave.
Yeah, it's a bit green, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go too much sideways. It helps with the carry, but obviously we have got bowlers in our side that hit the seam, so anything there will be. I'm sure the lads will get something out of it. But this battle between Sanderson and Lythe over the years has been a very key, actually, to how things might pan out. You know, one of their top players, one of our top bowlers, and it's always been a good contest to watch.
Yeah, Sanderson fresh off a 5 for last week against Derbyshire in the first innings, and Adam Lythe 461 runs so far in the championship, an average of 51 with a couple of hundreds to his name as well. 1,000 runs last year for the Yorkshire opener.
Just an all formats player as well. You know, it's good. I think when you've got a guy that can still maximise red ball cricket, but yet on a Friday night under the lights, he can pan you as well all around the ground. It's those kind of players.
Has an appeal this time. Sanderson's interested. Just outside leg, I think.
A bit high maybe as well. This didn't quite look right, did it? He wasn't a shinner.
No, first one that got Sanderson interested. We'll get a replay for it. Big trigger from Adam Lythe, and yeah, I think height.
Got across his stumps a bit, didn't he? To be fair,
it's
a big
trigger, isn't it? Actually,
it was certainly a long way across there.
Adam lied. You could see all 3 stumps as he triggered across. Sanderson's first over of the day complete, and great news for Northamptonshire supporters and fans is that Jack White is back on the field for the first time this year, and he will open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He doesn't need much of an introduction, does he, Dave? But
no, great.
What a fantastic bloke to have back.
The season he had last year was sensational. At the highest level in Div 1, and just relentless with his line and length and his skills. Lovely lad, running all day for you. Could do with a haircut, but we'll let him off. He's got his headband on, so Jack Brooks-esque.
Bit of aerodynamics just helps him get through the air. Yeah, 50 wickets last year in Division 1 of the Championship. A real kind of standout for Northamptonshire in what was, I think would be fair to say, a difficult season for the county. 4 slips in place. And that's just cut off the back foot. Past backward point, Bartlett gives chase. Yorkshire open their account. 2 for no loss. Finley Bean scores off his first ball.
How's Finley Bean? Have you got some stats on Finley Bean? He seems to have had quite a good start to the season as well.
360.
I know you're very well prepared, Dan.
I try. I don't know whether I'm very well prepared, but I'm prepared enough, I think, Dave, is probably the way to do it. 369 runs, average of 37, 100. Just shy of 1,000 last year, 983. It's down the leg side and a good take by McManus. Good to have Lewis McManus back as well. Yeah. I saw you working with him this morning.
I do a bit of work with Lewis. He's very hard-working, very good professional. Pushes himself in practice. Thinker of the game. He's just a very good professional to have in the side. He doesn't limit himself just his wicket keeping. He's a good cricket brain. He'll be sharing things with captain, and good man to have back. And I'm very pleased he started the season well with the bat as well. Made some contributions already.
That's a nice shot, which Jack White does well to get a fingertip to. Can't quite direct it back onto the stumps, but that, I think Live might have been struggling.
That was tight. He was certainly lunging a big dive, which is, encouraging, because not a lot of people do back up as well as that for just that reason. You think, 4-day cricket, I don't want to get run out. But if you get people ticking over the strike regularly and you can't line the same guy up, it's a strength if you can rotate. So he's obviously looking with intent, but he had to give a big full Monty dive to get back in there.
Yeah, Jack White couldn't quite direct it back onto the stumps. There's an appeal for LBW behind, but I think Bean has just nicked that one onto his pad. Yeah, congratulations to Lewis McManus and his partner on the birth of their child last week, which meant he missed out on that game at Derbyshire. Yes,
great moment. We've had a bit of banter with them because it's Leeds United against Southampton on Sunday. Rather a big football match, and he's a Southampton fan, obviously. A few family connections down there, and Leeds United in me. So he's got his daughter a Southampton shirt already, ready for life in the Championship again next year, hopefully.
All I'm saying is it's the wrong club in Hampshire.
Oh, Pompey.
Yeah, that's my club. That's my side of the county.
Yeah, they're charging back, aren't they?
They're doing their best. Yeah. They're doing their best, but I'll forgive Lewis for that because he's a nice bloke, isn't he? Did you catch much of the Yorkshire game last time out down at Hove?
No, not really.
Quite a spectacular finish to the game, which Yorkshire came out on the wrong side of. Although I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of shame in coming second to Sussex this year. I think they're going to be challenging for the top spot in Division 2, aren't they?
I think a good start. You get out the blocks, play some good cricket. I mean, they played pretty well in that game against us, first game of the season. They might say that they were putting us under the pump, there on that last day. But I think you start to get that feeling that you're competitive, and then obviously if you lose some players, overseas players, you're willing to perhaps replace them. The budget seems to be a bit healthier if you're up there. So I'm pleased for Paul Farbrace down there. He's been a good friend of mine over our county cricket days. Good to see them going well, because it hasn't always been the case in Championship cricket of late down there. They've invested heavily in their white ball stuff, and that seems to have been a strategy. And brought through some young players, but maybe they're getting the benefits of that period now. Some of those young players, particularly Coles, I think is one. Haynes was another, kind of developing into bankers. But you surround them with one or two good county cricketers and obviously a top overseas player, and it's not a bad template.
Yeah, it's a good setup down on the south coast. Now, these two counties will have aspirations of running Sussex pretty close till the end of the season as well. Left alone, good leave by Adam Lythe through to the wicket keeper. Looks like a good crowd in today, Dave, as well.
Yeah, a few Yorkshire voices coming through the turnstiles. I think they'll be they're usually pretty well supported, and obviously us being away last week, be good to our supporters up here.
Square drive by Adam Lythe, who can't get it past Rob Keogh. Finds himself a backward point this morning. Quite often mid-off, mid-on, isn't he, Rob Keogh? Just a change of location. What a return to the setup he had last week as well.
Yeah, pleased for Rob. Yeah, obviously we know he's a quality all-round cricketer, and when those guys are missing, they're hard to replace. So yeah, great to see him have that all-round impact in his benefit year. It's great. We don't get many testimonials benefits, do we? Just so much more movement around players these days. So that's not criticism. It's just how the game is. You're a free agent, and once your contract's up, and there's interest, and there's the test match grounds sometimes luring people away. But Rob's been a really good servant for this club in lots of formats. So really good to announce his season there last week.
Yeah, 102 with the bat, and then 5 wickets in the second innings for Northamptonshire. Agonisingly close to pick up the first win of 2024. It looks like Adam Lythe's square drive that picked out Rob Keogh just did a bit of damage to the.
He didn't limp out there, did it? He still went with a bit of. He didn't suggest my bat's just burst in two. He still went with a bit of oomph to Rob Keogh at backward point. But quite a selection of bats for him to choose from there.
There was at least 3 or 4, wasn't there?
That's generally just had one.
Oh, a Yorker this time from Sanderson, which Lythe does well to dig out almost. He mentioned his white ball prowess, and bit of white ball bowling there from Sanderson. Yeah,
bit of sun bursting through. We could do with it staying from a Northamptonshire perspective. The bit of cloud cover is always helpful. Help nibble the ball around a little bit here. So hopefully the clouds will hang around for a session or two, allow us to make some inroads.
Yeah, I think it's set fairly overcast all day, isn't it, today in Northampton? As you said, there's obviously a pocket over the. Oh, there's an appeal again, which I think might have got Adam Lythe in a pretty uncomfortable position there. I think we might be about to see Yorkshire's sub-fielder again.
Let's hope he brings 3 or 4 boxes on this time rather than cricket bats.
A couple of paracetamol. It's Adam Lythe there just checking that it's all still in the right place.
Yes, that was. Ben changed his line, come round the wicket, just trying to give him things to think about, and obviously there's a bit of nibble there and a bit of bounce. It's unfortunately caught him mid-drift rather than catching the edge. But I think it's signalled for some short leg pads. I think the shape of that nip back is Northampton's going to bring a short leg in.
Yeah,
looks a decent position the way it's nibbling around.
Yeah, that's Bartlett, isn't it? There, that's just getting the helmet and the short leg pads as well.
I wonder who'd get that job. Didn't really know who.
It's for a team that's been youthful, I think would be fair to say, over the last season and a half. It's actually quite an experienced lineup today for Northamptonshire. Bartlett, obviously the kind of the new signing, so to speak, moved across from Somerset over the winter. But there isn't really a youngster in there. Justin Broad, with an absolute screamer of a catch at Derbyshire last week, I think is going to be pretty hard to dislodge out of that fourth slip position as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's Bartlett that gets the job under the lid.
It's still, I mean, I don't think it's quite. If you've got someone that catches well in the slips, they're going nowhere, no matter what age they are. You know, you'll find them; they'll be in there. That's such key positions. But outside of that, I still think you do look to the young guy, unfortunately. And I mean, hopefully, I'm sure we've identified who might do that job, and they have a little bit of practice here and there. It's not the kind of thing you do hours of.
Quick single into the leg side. Lythe just kind of splits Bartlett and Siddharth perfectly there, drops it in there, gets off the mark. 3 for no loss after 3 overs.
It looks hard work, doesn't it? We've bowled well, no freebies. Bit of a challenge, and that's the scoreboards remain dry, but we unfortunately haven't got one on the wickets board there. It's like young Danny Chapman running some drinks around there, which is a nice initiative. But John's brought some of our young academy guys round the group, listening, learning, getting a bit first team experience. So Danny's on the verge of our academy.
So how old would Danny be?
He'd be under 15 or maybe 16. Bedford school lad.
Day off school to come and run drinks for the first team.
I hope I've not dobbed him in. We'll be getting him telling off when he gets back there.
He's doing an important job. Jack White to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Lythe on strike down the leg side. McManus picks that one up. We're quite a long way over on the square today. There's the 22 yards. The pitch pretty much lines up directly with the Spencer Lounge, which is the members pavilion at Northamptonshire. So we've got a short leg side boundary as Adam Lythe is on strike, and then quite a large amount of real estate through the offside. That boundary rope, well, it's in a good 20 yards, isn't it, from the maximum playing surface. And there's an appeal again by Northants from behind the stumps. Haven't had one yet, have we, where the bowlers have been interested?
No, it's just the bounce, which is making it very awkward for the batter, but it's not actually, it's nipping back into his kind of thigh and obviously mid-drift, but it's not quite gone the other way and found the edge of the bat. But so he's not settled, that's for sure. He's not finding the middle of the bat, so he's battling. It's a good contest. Good contest. I'd like to say, obviously, that was a much better line and length from Jack. Just stay in there. Keep him under the pump. Oh, there's your short leg catch. Ooh.
Yeah, Northants electing not to have a short leg for Jack White. I wonder, actually, whether the umpire signalled no ball there. I think they have.
Yeah.
Jack White almost stopped in shock, didn't he, on his walk back past the umpire there? Just
It's a late shout. I wondered, did he knock the stumps over? I didn't really. Obviously, I can't see the white line. That's for sure. But
back foot no ball from our producer, followed by the words "I think."
Back foot. So he touched the white line out. Touched the no crease.
Lovely shot by Adam Lythe. That's going to be the first boundary of this match. Through the covers, it's a long old chase for Captain Luke Proctor, who's about as quick as they come at Northamptonshire. Can't chase it down. 7 for no loss and a nice shot by Adam Lythe.
Beautiful shot. It is obviously the rain we've had. It's the size of the boundary and the kind of slow outfield. He really nailed that, and it just literally limped over the line.
Jack White ready to go. Adam Lythe not so. That one straighter. Tucks up Lythe into the thigh pad, drops into the leg side. Would you look at this Northamptonshire lineup and just say it's about as strong as it gets in the championship right now for them? Like, we've 7 games in now, and John Sadler got the team that he kind of wants out there?
I think having Rob Keogh available just helps put that spin issue to bed, really. We've got a proper frontline spinner if it turns, and obviously the depth brings that depth to the batting. But also we have an overseas seam bowler. We have Jack White fit. There's obviously some competition for the spot that perhaps Brody's got at the minute. Whichever way you went with that, so someone will make a case, I'm sure. Some of the lads. Do we need a second spinner on some of the fixtures ahead? That would be a debate, I guess. How you feel that get that extra spinner into the team. But yeah, well, this looks like you said, it's experienced. Looks a good Northamptonshire Championship side. And actually, with the T20 on the horizon, you've got a tough job picking that side as well. We've got some depth there as well. So it's
Yeah, the blast all starts here at Northamptonshire in less than a week's time on Thursday, as Derbyshire make the visit to Wantage Road. As you said, there's good problems to have.
Yeah, I mean, you say they're good problems to have. Do sleepless nights, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, you'd rather have some of those tough calls than be scrambling for players. Obviously we've used the loan market because we had a gap to fill, and that that's what you got to do if you haven't quite got the depth you feel in your squad. I'm sure those young lads, the young spinners would have been knocking on the door asking why they didn't get an opportunity, and that's we have to take that on the chin and try and make a stronger case. But yeah, certainly a good. But when you've got people knocking on your door, it's a sign that you're making some tough calls. So it's a good place to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Bit of sawdust, I think, just down at the bowler's crease for Ben Sanderson there, which was the delay in play. Sanderson just.
That's a length. I just like to see maybe it's like, I know we had one driven boundary, but you might say if the ball's nipping and hitting them on the thigh pad and in the box area, we maybe just a yard too short to try and I like that length, or even a drive length if there's a bit of nibble around. Just be prepared to be a yard fuller.
Yeah, she said to be brave here on a pitch with plenty of grass, overheads as well. That one was indeed fuller, which being just played back to Sanderson.
I did spend a couple of days with his Graham White and the second team around some T20 fixtures actually, and that was quite exciting as well. Seeing Dave Willey and Ravi Bopara and Saif Saib all playing in that format alongside some young guys.
Did I see Ravi Bopara took 4 wickets in an over? Did I see that on one of the scorecards?
I'm not sure. He got 60 odd in no time in one game, and certainly got some wickets. Bowled very skillfully at Milton Keynes. That one I saw. Did a bit of mitting to him actually, and saw this mystery ball that was developed. I can't say anything else. Don't want to spoil this season, but yeah, very skillful.
Hey, we can all get on board with a mystery ball. Shrewd bit of business, I think, to get the signing of Ravi Bopara for the Blast. Did really well for Sussex last year, so to bring him to Wantage Road, he's a great signing for the county.
He did. He was captain. He was bleeding from the front. Still very hungry to show that I'm competitive. So yeah, great signing. And that kind of pace-off bowler. I don't know if I've ever really had one like that. Not since Phil Rowe. Catch. But when your keeper's guaranteed to be up, and you can mix your pace, and you can be hitting the areas you think you want to get hit, or if someone wants to try and take you down, it's not as easy as it looks. There's not much pace to work with. I think that's a real good acquisition into your side. The Steve Mullaney, I guess, of the Notts era. That we often saw a lot of when we used to play them.
Yeah, a very, very good signing. Last ball then of the 5th over, and that's left alone by Bean. Maiden bowled by Sanderson, his 2nd of the morning, 11 for no loss after 5. Lythe is on 7, Bean is on 2, and Northants yet to get a breakthrough. Do you think, looking back at the game against Gloucestershire here, and it was something that Phil Rowe mentioned a couple of times, was did Northants kind of stick too long with 4 slips? Did you
I didn't
see
see
that?
a lot
No?
of the game, Dan. No, I didn't see loads of it, to be honest. I just followed it from a scorecard. Obviously, saw that I was here on the morning of the game. It didn't surprise me that we chose to win the toss and have a bowl from historically what I've seen here. Gloucestershire obviously batted very well on that first day to Blunters. I don't quite know if we could have defended more. I'm not really sure, so I didn't really see it. But it looks like they really batted well on that first day and been able to set up a strong second day, that's where the game obviously was swung drastically in their favour when we really underclubbed there with the bat on. As I said, historically, day 2 is the best time to bat at Northampton.
Yeah, absolutely. An appeal there, first ball of Jack White's 3rd over from behind the stumps again. No interest from Jack White. I'd say
just a bit short again. I just think that last length, although it's challenging and he's not scoring, just that little bit yard fuller. Get him committed.
Yeah, 3 slips now. So we have lost 1. Justin Broad's come out to cover, and that is driven just short of Justin Broad. He does well to field that. Just never quite got there. Just died on him, didn't it, at the last minute?
Yeah, I thought he just picked him out. It's a bit unlucky. Certainly the length, I feel that there's certainly more wicket taking. Risk reward, isn't it? A little bit fuller, might get driven, but we have got an extra guy in the covers now. He nearly went straight to him anyway, but hopefully we find the edge and he gets caught behind.
It's a good leave by the Yorkshire opener. But yeah, if Yorkshire were a little bit worried about having a bat first here today, Gloucestershire put together a pretty good blueprint 2 weeks ago of how to go about it. Cameron Bancroft was, well, Miles Hammond stole the headlines really on day 1 with the 100, but the innings of Bancroft was so important during that first session. Batted for 2 hours for 50 runs, saw off the shine, nullified the new ball attack, and that is edged just short of McManus, short of Karen Nair, who does well to stop that at first slip. Just went straight down, didn't it? It was well played by Adam Lythe in the end.
Soft hands, wasn't it? Didn't.
It wasn't far away.
Yeah, he did. He played soft hands. It was a great length. Found the edge, just didn't quite make the trip. And it was because it was straight at Karen. It didn't. A bit finer. Lewis would maybe have caught in a bit more on it. Emilio might have got across, but it literally was right on the line of first slip.
And left alone again by Adam Lythe. Northants just able to apply a little bit of pressure here. Looking to string these dot balls together.
If you look at the Yorkshire lineup, it's quite youthful. So on another day, you might have Root and Brook sitting there. So if we can get some early inroads and get captain in and perhaps put him under pressure and get a good look at that youthful. Well, that's out.
That's an appeal surely. For LBW. Rip says yes.
Oh, wasn't.
Umpire says no. Obviously
thumped into his pad, I thought, but it must have been wide.
Yeah, no shot offered. So a lot of the questions get removed straight away.
No, it's not good enough, is it?
Just not come back enough, is it? Good leave in the end by Adam Lythe. Good decision as well. Another maiden for Northamptonshire. 2 now in a row. 11 for no loss after 6. Yeah, obviously a one of your several roles, current and past, you're head coach here for a long time. Appreciate you wouldn't have directly coached Harry Brook and Joe Root, but is it is it difficult? Is it complicated when you've got kind of players like almost helicopter dropped in and taken away from your team without really any control for you, if that makes sense?
I guess it's just something you get used to, and you build a relationship with the people making those decisions. And now and again you might better pull one a little bit your way. But generally they're player centered, aren't they? The players are the key element to that. And sometimes they feel they might need a rest. Sometimes they might come to you and say, really could do with like another game. Can you push for that? I'm sure the player's central in trying to manage what he wants as well. But there's a lot of cricket for those guys. It does need someone to take. I guess it can't be left to them. Someone's got to try and lead it on their behalf. But I guess you've just got to make sure you've got a strong squad. The Surrey have obviously managed to do that pretty well over the years, but the budgetary-wise, they've got the cash to be able to have very good players waiting in reserve for when others get whisked away to play for England. So.
Yeah. Great start to the over by Sanderson. Bean got single off the first ball, just beaten Adam Lyth through to McManus. That's left well alone. Lyth now 7 off 27. Bean hasn't really seen much of the ball. He's only faced 13 balls since the start of the morning. Lyth has had the lion's share. Because it wouldn't really be fair to say that it would upset the dressing room, so to speak. But you can kind of see a world where you kind of have a player available one week, not available the next, back again the week afterwards, that for continuity purposes, a bit of balance, and you can kind of come up with a question, it might be quite difficult to plan for those. That's tucked into the leg side by Lyth. Sanderson can't believe it, gets down the non-striker's end. But you're never going to not want Joe Root in your side.
No, I think it just needs a little bit of management and communication. And I said, I'm sure Joe Root brings quite a lot when he plays. He doesn't just come and it's not all about Joe Root. He's very passionate about Yorkshire cricket. So I think that's helps. If you had someone who wasn't quite so, then it might be a bit more of a issue. But I don't see too many of those in the England setup. That's not one of the things they're looking for, is it? They want team guys.
Yeah.
Stokes, McCullum spectrum.
Yeah, good people first, I think, is possibly the policy. That looks like that's flown off the surface through to McManus, just almost taking a little bit of a skip there as he's taken that. Just
a disappointing. The one ball that's found the outside edge didn't have that same skip. It just seems almost. I mean, he played with soft hands, but it kind of died a little bit.
End of the over. Dot ball to finish. 7 have been bowled. 12 for no loss. The score. Jack White continues, takes the jumper off, makes his way towards the end of his run at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Northants' other seam options in today's lineup is, of course, Justin Broad, who's just taken the jumper off Jack White. Siddharth Kaul, the Indian overseas, who is playing his last game in the current deal that he's got. Whether there's talks or conversations about potentially coming back later or not, obviously we don't know, but that would be his third of 3 games of the contract that has been signed. And then the captain, Luke Proctor himself, who last time out here, I appreciate I haven't seen him bowl as much as you have, Dave, but probably the best I've seen him bowl.
Yeah, I think he could be in danger of underusing himself, just maybe the leadership element of that. I think on conditions like this, that kind of skiddy pace, he's quicker than you might think. He hits the bat harder, he's skillful. I'd like to think he would bowl well in these conditions, just challenging the batsman all the time. So I hope Luke doesn't leave himself too long before he gets into the action.
Drive ball, well fielded by Justin Broad in the covers. So he came out 4th slip the over before. Adam Lyth, who feels like he's always been on strike so far this morning, can't get it past Northants number 75.
That's a good bit of fielding. Just keep the pressure on him. it was the full length, but as I said, I don't mind 1 or 2 drive balls. I think it's our way of. Ooh. Bit of a tight leave, perhaps that one in the replay.
That one's come back a lot further than the over before, hasn't it?
Yeah, and that bit of bounce as well.
Looks like it might have almost gone over the top of off stump as it's as it's gone past Adam Lythe. So
It's a good leave though, from his perspective. He's read the bounce.
Great shot. On drive, beats Jack White. Proctor's going to give chase, and he's going to win this one. Pulls it back inside the rope. Lythe comes back for a third. Sanderson can't gather the ball cleanly as he looked to take a shy down to what would have been Finley Bean's end to complete the third run. Adam Lythe, I was just about to say, obviously vastly experienced, played those test matches for England those years ago, but making his 200th county championship appearance for Yorkshire today as well.
Wow.
Nicely played, nicely bowled.
Yeah, I remember seeing Adam Lythe when I was in my junior coaching roles with the Yorkshire under-15s, come bounding out at Oundle School against us, full of energy and battered well. So kind of Johnny Bairstow was around the same kind of era as well, I think. I remember seeing him in the junior ranks. So always been keen to see how they progressed. Obviously, they get much better than playing for England, playing 200 championship games.
Yeah, it's a remarkable achievement. And I think highlighted to what you said earlier this morning, Dave, about the fact that Adam Lythe is quite clearly a 3-format cricketer as well. And in an era that those are, I wouldn't have said they're falling out of fashion, but it's certainly becoming kind of less popular as more options become available at different times of the year around the world. To be a genuine 3-format cricketer, to play 200 championship matches is a huge testament. So massive congratulations to Adam Lythe.
He doesn't drop many at slip either, and he said that a key fielder usually at slip over the years, and the bowling over or two is. I certainly remember him bunting us all over Headingley in a 20-over game. I think it was a record score back in the day. That was a long evening. So yeah.
Just don't start getting PTSD like Rowie did last week with
That's okay.
2 weeks ago with Marshawn Kalanga.
I blamed Phil as a bowling coach, obviously. He was made for it. That was we had a long night together in the dugout that night. Keep her up, bring him into his crease a little bit more.
You see it quite a lot actually with visiting teams at Wantage Road looking to bat outside of their crease. Don't normally see McManus kind of this proactive against the new ball to come up.
Yeah, new ball's
the
a question mark there because it's still nibbling and there's a bit of bounce, and I'm sure it'd be a debate. I don't think it's just a given, as it might be after 40 overs or 50 overs if someone's walking at you a little bit.
Half an appeal.
Like a bye.
A cry for catch. And a bye has been signalled. So there is that question mark that you just highlighted. Really, that bit of extra bounce, I think, has just done for McManus there.
Yeah, thankfully it's a sight and there's not a nick on it. But if he gets a thick nick on that, that's a very, very, very tough chance. Whereas if you're standing back, it's probably just out because it either goes to Lewis or it goes to first slip. But obviously the benefits are it helps Sando maybe with his length, helps hit him on the shin, maybe the batter. And I think I was watching the Middlesex game. I think it was Middlesex. I think it was Brodie that was out LBW very early on.
Yes.
Somebody was standing up to the stumps.
First ball of the second over, I think.
So it's a tactic that I'm sure Ryan Higgins, I think it was similar, skillful, but new ball bowler, but not necessarily bowling in the 80s.
well left. Good take by Lewis McManus. Looks like Jack White has gone off the field for a bit of TLC. His first championship appearance of the summer. Rafi Weatherall on as the substitute fielder. It looks like Siddharth Kaul is going to be coming on to bowl as well. He's going through a fairly rigorous warm-up at mid-on.
Yeah, I haven't really seen Siddharth. I saw his wickets. Looked like he bowled a fullish length, swung the ball a little bit. What kind of pace would you describe him as?
I would say similar to Sanderson, possibly a touch sharper, as skillful. Certainly has the ability to swing the ball both ways. Looked like a real handful. And I think on that first day against Gloucestershire, as well as Gloucestershire batted, almost similar to Sanderson, probably didn't really get the rewards that the bowling performance deserved. Similar to his captain, Luke Proctor, bowled fantastically and just didn't get the wickets. And you kind of think, well, you could bowl worse and pick up a few more on another day. But a very exciting signing for Northamptonshire. As I say, coming to the end of this spell, takes his cap off. He's going to replace Jack White at the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Finley Bean has only scored 3 runs, so it's a bit of a. But he has played, like he's played quite assured and measured, and I know he hasn't had as much of the strike, but he's looked pretty unflappable. I remember, I can't really recall a player miss or a great deal of anxiousness. So he's the first time I've seen him. He looks a nice young player.
Yeah, he's she said he hasn't faced as much as Adam Lyth. Only now 13 deliveries left, but a couple of overs before that, it was quite noticeable, wasn't it, as the difference. He's played 22 matches for Yorkshire. This is his 23rd. He scored just shy of 1,500 runs with a high score of 173. 400s to go with that as well.
An average of?
Average of 40.
40. Oh, he'd probably take that in 15 years' time.
I think a lot of people would bite your hand off for that, I think. I think they'd take it now, but 15 years' time, yeah, what a career that would have been. Siddharth Kaul will bowl to Adam Lyth. It's defended into the leg side. You will notice it's a long run for Siddharth. It's a gentle return to the top of his mark, and comparisons to Azarullah were drawn a couple of weeks ago, both from Phil and from Rob Keogh as well.
Yeah.
Just in case you're watching him going, oh, this reminds me of someone.
Yeah. Well, he went to the gears on his run-up. He did cut it down to be quite short at the end, but obviously there's always a bit of pressure of over rates and when you points penalties.
It's down the leg side, turned round the corner, single down to Jack White. It is on the boundary in front of the coffee van.
Azza didn't always kind of get that in his early. He's so keen to impress, but he's running in from the scoreboard, and we were -5 on the over 8. Trying to cajole him along a little bit.
Nice length so far from Siddharth, and a better line that time around. Those that weren't here for the Gloucestershire game, Siddharth 6 international caps for India, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s.
Interesting, isn't it? If he's had T20 experience for India and he's not, I take it he wasn't involved in the IPL, otherwise he wouldn't have been playing
not
for
this time around, yeah. but he would have been in the past. He's played for Sunrisers, RCB, KKR, Delhi Daredevils. It's flicked over mid-wicket. That's a nice shot by Finley Bean. Strong bottom hand, just works Siddharth over Rob Keogh. He picks up 4. Almost a bottom hand jab, that wasn't it, over?
Yeah.
Be fair to say the line was wrong by Siddharth. It was leg stump, and it continued to swing that way, but
I don't know how much. I didn't really see how It went over square legs head quite a bit, actually, looking at the replay.
Yeah, down towards that short boundary here at Wantage Road. There's an appeal for caught behind. Umpire says no.
Picked up a sound, but sounded a bit paddy, did it?
It's like it's just brushed the pad on the way through there, doesn't it? Nice shape, actually. That swung late from Siddharth back into Finley Bean. And a good take again by McManus, who I don't think he looked particularly convinced that there was bat involved with that one. It's more bowler-led, wasn't it? 3 slips for Siddharth. Justin Broad in at cover. That's played into the leg side. Keogh will give chase, and Bean will get down the other end, pick up a single off the last ball of the over. So 6 runs off Siddharth's first over. Fairly expensive, or very expensive in the context of the game so far. Yorkshire moved to 23 off 10. And Sanderson's going to continue from the the David Capel end.
Yeah, it's just starting to look a little bit like Yorkshire's first hour. Obviously, still got Sando, might have another couple of overs and get into a little bit of rhythm at this end. And we can still put 2 wickets in the next 15 minutes, and that statement's out of date. But certainly Yorkshire have had that first 45 minutes played well.
Yeah, it's certainly been challenging, hasn't it, with Sanderson and White with the new ball. Siddharth there, that over's just let Yorkshire, as you say, just kind of take that.
I just wonder about if just like the ball we saw, I'm not seeing every ball on the stream and we're not in line, but if he's getting a little bit of swing, round the wicket swing, just drifting into that short boundary rather than from over the wicket and some going across and some swinging back into middle and off stump. That might be my preferred option, but he's obviously a very experienced player, and left-handers, you tend to get a feel as a bowler as you bowl better from round or over the wicket. But that shape, the fact that he's challenging the pads, might have just stuck with my over the wicket plan a little bit longer.
Solid in defence again by Finley Bean. He's 8 off 27. With that 1-4 that came off the last over. He's got 4 slips in place for Sanderson.
And a short leg, so we're certainly still pushing for this wicket.
Well, Sanderson's been on it this morning. This is his 6th over. He's had 3 maidens so far. Just gone for 3 runs in the spell so far. There'll be a change in the field. I think Sanderson has asked Justin Broad to come out from 4th slip and go into the leg side. So we've got a short leg and a catching mid-wicket as well.
Yeah. I've never really spoke to Ben about playing against Yorkshire, actually. And I don't, obviously, he has some history there, and he's obviously a Yorkshireman. Family, family all, Yorkshire born and bred. I don't know if he sees it as his, I'll show you, or whether it's just another game. I don't quite know. He certainly had some very good red ball games against the Yorkies.
Yes, it's without asking him outright, it'd be hard to know, really. I suppose after, now into his 105th first-class game, I dare I say might just be another fixture. I
don't think there's anything to prove anymore, does he? With 500 first-class wickets in the bank.
500 first-class wickets. His 20th 5 for last week against Derbyshire. Yeah, he's not a young tearaway making a name for himself now.
No, but I guarantee his competitive nature as well. He'll want to be on that T20 team sheet as well when that gets selected, because he still, wants to be involved in those big fixtures. like you said, you can get the same with the bowlers as we talked about earlier. You can get those bowlers that are just, they're busy at this time of year, then they have a bit of a rest while the T20's going on, and then come back at the end of the season because that's their role. But, Sando will surely get a lot of airtime about being part of our attack for that first game, especially with his power play bowling.
Yeah, he was fantastic last year, wasn't he? Quite rare, or well, still rare actually, that you've got a bowler that can move the new white ball both ways.
Yeah.
And Sanderson's certainly one of those. And then obviously with his captain Dave Willey at the other end that has that same skill set as well. It's a formidable opening partnership. Just didn't quite go right, did it, last year as a unit for Northamptonshire. Siddharth continues. 3 slips in place. Left alone again by Adam Lyth as it just drifts back in towards off stump. It's one of those, it's been a few of those deliveries that, having played your 200 or in your 200th first class game, you're not going to look around and find out where McManus has ended up there. But if you had a few of these, you'd go, oh, this might be doing a bit here.
And that's the angle, I guess. If he's going to stay around the wicket, he can't afford to get too straight. He's got to target the off stump or stump with that little bit of angle.
Lyth, solid in defence. Into the 12th over, 23 runs on the board. Been hard going for these 2 Yorkshire opening batters as the cry of bang bang comes through the effects mic from one of the Northants fielders. As you said, that first hour at the moment looks like it's going the way of Yorkshire, but suddenly 23 for 2, 25 for 2 looks like almost a bit of a disaster start, doesn't it?
Yeah, those, I said, from our perspective, testing those young guys in the middle order.
On drive again from Lyth, who calls for 2 straight away, and it's going to be a gentle couple of runs as Sanderson does the fielding at mid-on. Yorkshire looked good value for a win down at Sussex last week, up to the point that Robinson picked up the wicket of Adam Lyth. He got 73 in that second innings. Take on Sanderson. Quick one here. They're going to go to the keeper's end, and it's gone straight through. It's gone through McManus. It's gone through Karen Nair, Vasconcelos, I think that was, backing up.
It did look tight. I mean, I was quite excited. I think it looked like it was worth a shy in real time. But Lewis is running one way and he's thrown it behind him, and Vasquez tried to dive the other way, and it's Leeds 1, Southampton 0.
Which you'll exactly be hoping for tomorrow afternoon, hey?
Well, Sunday, actually.
Sunday afternoon. Oh, I don't even know.
There's another game going on tomorrow that I'm not very interested in. Something about an FA Cup or something.
Oh,
wow.
Absolute beauty from Siddharth in response, which has gone down as 4 byes. McManus there has had 2 balls in the context of cricket that he'll be grateful not to see again, I think. One that's gone for 5 with an overthrow from Sanderson, and that one has gone...
Really gone quickly, hasn't it?
Huge.
And nicked back. Bit of swing after he's gone past the bats. I thought he nicked it in the move time that the amount it moved. I thought it must have been an inside edge, but
4 byes signalled by the umpire. 23 for no loss has quickly turned to 34. And there's an appeal for LBW this time. Umpire says no. There was 2 noises, I think, through our effects mic. End of the over, dot ball to finish. We'll have a watch of the replay again.
In the angle with the swing going, it's going to be a tough gig to get an LBW from there.
Yeah, particularly with the thoughts of the movement from that previous ball in the umpire's mind as well. And when you can clearly see off stump and a bit of middle as well, it's going to make it even harder, isn't it, to give that decision. Good decision by the umpire. 12 overs now complete here at Wantage Road. 34 for no loss. Change of bowling as well from the David Capel end. Ben Sanderson is going to be replaced by his opening bowler, new ball partner, Jack White. Sanderson, 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 3. Jack White, 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. And Adam Lyth is on strike. And that's a beauty. Just squared up the Yorkshire opener. 3-2 McManus. Jack White's come on to bowl just as the cloud has come back over again.
That looked an absolute beauty, didn't it? Just look at the replay, just shaped in and then held. Yeah.
The 3 slips in place for Jack White. Yeah, almost now that cloud has just rolled back over again, it looks pretty dark and gloomy out there again now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
For about 20 minutes, it started to look quite bright, which, I mean, is kind of what you'd expect at the end of May, but turned into the leg side. Takes the single down to Siddharth Kaul. But it's pretty chilly out there today. Walking across the gantry into the commentary box, you suddenly look at your phone or whatever, and you go, "Is it really the 24th of May?"
Blaming June on the horizon.
I'm forever hopeful. Forever hopeful. Solid again by Bean.
It is. That looks like a nice. I mean, I think the credit I would give him is he doesn't look any different to Adam Lyth being on strike. He looks, perhaps if anything, more balls have hit the middle of his bat. Yeah, he looks very composed. Maybe a bit of commentator's curse would be handy. Nick him off.
Nice shot. Flick through mid-wicket. Sanderson's going to give chase. He's not actually timed it as well as what he thought he had. He's just going to add 2. He's played, well, certainly that forward defence. He's played a way that my kind of usual co-commentator Phil Rowe would say. It's commanding, isn't it? Phil would use the phrase kind of he's coming into your space. And I mean, I don't know how tall Finley Bean is, but he looks considerably taller than Adam Lyth.
Yeah.
And it's a big stride forward, isn't it, for that forward defensive?
Yep, got a bit of presence at the crease when he's coming at you.
Just drops that one into the leg side. How would you sum up Northants for this first hour, then, Rips?
Nearly. You know, we've been okay. We've created some pressure. I guess we're just missing, a nick that's carried or an LBW that's caught someone on the crease. So we're just missing some in the wickets column. But I think we'd be disappointed not to be in the wickets column, having, had the conditions we've had to bowl in that first hour. But I couldn't say we've not been tidy. Some good signs from Saraf there. The ball, he's moving the ball. So, this could be a big spell while the ball's still quite new. There's cloud covers in play. He can just get the ball rolling for us.
Yeah, he bowls the delivery that kind of feels like if he could string 3 or 4 of those together, all of a sudden, Siddharth Kaul's got 3 or 4 wickets next to his name as well. Yeah. They look like real kind of beauty deliveries. Maybe just doesn't provide the consistency or to kind of build that pressure up. That first over in particular was expensive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Went for 6. The second one, less so his fault with the 5 overthrows from Sanderson.
But I guess that gives us some variety to the attack. So it's we've got other bowlers that are, it's their strength is to build pressure and not bowl bad balls in terms of Sando, Jack, and Luke. That's their job. So it's good to have some variety and hopefully something else for the batter to think about, something a bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. Proctor, Captain Luke Proctor looks like he's getting loose just outside the window. Possibly not going to be far away. Jack White's workload, would that still be being kind of monitored and managed right now?
I think you wouldn't want to kind of get him back for this game and then find that he's done too much. I think that would be a thing.
Great defence by Adam Lythe. Big stride forward, defends that one into the offside. He's bowled, 5 overs, 4 over spell from the Lynn Wilson centre, and then obviously the 1 from the David Capel ends.
I mean, one of his things is he can just keep going, can't he? He can bowl 8, 9 over spells and just keep hammering in. But I would be surprised if we see that length of spells. But hopefully up round 17, 18 overs. Still, I'm sure he's not been selected if he can't put that amount of overs in for us. But shorter spells than perhaps normal. Yeah,
cut ball, which Adam Lythe cashes in on. And a healthy round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground. Particularly sounds like there's a Yorkshire contingent below us, I think, with our effects mic outside the door. It's a great shot by Lythe, but a bit of a loose one from Siddharth, I think would be fair to say. Adam Lythe, who was 20 or 44 at that point. He's been licking his lips when he saw that one come down.
Yes, that was there to be here. And it's an area he scores very well. Doesn't miss out there too often, Adam Lythe.
Siddharth back on it. Lythe happy to defend that one into the leg side. Interesting that Yorkshire haven't gone for one of their 2 spinners in the side. Moriarty and Best both missed out.
Incredible. I was just thinking exactly the same. Having, found out that they'll be bowling last, and there has been some spin. If the weather forecast isn't necessarily going to have 4 blinding days, but they might have included somebody.
It's going to be a leg bye, I think, added to the tally as it thuds into Adam Lythe's thigh pad. He just rehearses the shot that he should have played. 1 more added to the score.
Always quite heavy, we're quite heavy with left-handers, aren't we, as well? So that a bit of rough and bit of thinking ahead to the 4th day and not just the 1st day. But I guess we'll unfold.
Nicely played by Bean to finish the 14th over. 14 overs, 42 for no loss. Siddharth Kaul just finished his 3rd over, none for 17 so far from the Indian pacer. Jack White takes the jumper off. Continue from the David Capel end. You don't tend to look too far ahead when you're a proper cricket person, do you? Unlike myself as a village cricketer, where you look at your Saturday forecast and you go, "Oh, that doesn't look good," but Sunday doesn't look good, does it? According to the radar right now.
Yeah. Sunday, Monday, what I saw looked like there wouldn't be a great deal of cricket across those 2 days. So, but the first 2 days looked all right from what I saw. So. Get the game moving forward over the first 2 days, but I say Yorkshire have certainly been up for this challenge this morning, and they've batted very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the first hour has ticked over, and as you said earlier, it was looking like Yorkshire's first hour, and I think it's just been confirmed that it is Yorkshire's first hour.
I think it's important that we win the second hour now. So if they win both hours, all of a sudden they're, 90 for none or 90 for 1 at lunch, and that, that's not what we'd wanted, having put them in. But I don't think we've been short, particularly of skills, and we've asked questions. It's just just something gone in our favour that would have got us rolling along.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, in comparison to the other 3 fixtures going on in Division 2 of the Championship, just to highlight how tight Northampton have bowled, Derbyshire, having won the toss and chose to bat first, to 64 for 2, 65 for 2 now against Gloucestershire after 14 overs. It's left alone by Lythe. Glamorgan 65 for no loss after 14 overs. Sussex 68 for 1 after 14 overs. So 20 plus runs ahead of where Yorkshire are, which, as I say, highlights just how well Northampton bowled. Do those numbers there with those 65, 68s, is that kind of one eye on the days 3 and 4?
I'd be surprised. I think it's just you're getting established in the game. You've got to start well. I think you know at 11 o'clock on day 1. I think that is extremely positive thinking. I think that will be very much in the minority about just trying to get established in the game. Think about some points that you can still accumulate with the bat over those first 2 days, and you know, if it rains, it'll rain for everybody.
Yeah, true.
You know, unless anything blistering happens and there's a 2-day game, you know, everyone looks like they're going to be in the same boat, trying to dodge showers, and this makes it difficult to set up a game. So it'd just be about whether someone can win a game normally over 2.5 days, maybe, if that's what they get in.
Yeah, well defended by Adam Lythe into the offside. No play at Manchester, no play at Worcester. Both confirmed that there won't be any play before lunch. It's an inspection at 1 o'clock at Worcester for that game between Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire, Lancashire and Warwickshire. The other one at Manchester. Somerset 38 for 2, having been put into bat by Durham. Surrey chose to bat at Southampton, 51 for 1. And Essex, who chose to bat at Canterbury, 48 for no loss. And that's an absolute beauty by Jack White to finish the 15th. 42 for no loss and a maiden.
Yeah, that's a good over. Built pressure, gone past the back. Then we've gone past the bat twice. We haven't found the edge. That's not, you know, Jack's. I can't see. Oh, he's bowling 6 inches too short. You know, that's just. He could easily have found the edge there, and all of a sudden, like we say, that bang bang, old chestnut comes out, and it's 45 for 2. Northamptonshire on top.
Yeah, that's certainly the benefit for bowling as tight as what Northamptonshire have. And there is going to be a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So the captain, Luke Proctor, is going to replace Siddharth Cool. Siddharth, expensive, really, in the context of the game. 3 overs, none for 17.
I guess he'll have a spell coming down, a bit of down breeze, and that'll be an important spell for him leading up until lunch, following Jack.
That quick, slingy shoulder of Proctor back into the attack. And again, Bean defends it down the ground, full face of the bat, big stride forwards. He certainly looked more comfortable from the David Capel end against Gloucestershire, did Siddharth. Which, when you look at Siddharth and Sanderson, in terms of build, there's not a huge amount of difference there, is there, in terms of height and you'd say Sanderson very much feels at home at the David Capel end, and Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So not a huge surprise that Siddharth got success from the other end here at Northampton.
Yeah, that breeze historically comes over the pavilion. It's just over your shoulders. You're running in from the top end. So I just think that, obviously, from the bottom end, you feel like it's a little bit in your face. So it looks like it's in a similar position to normal.
It's the first sign, wasn't it, of a little bit of mistake from the opener Bean there. Just tries to almost play that through the leg side, squares up slightly to the covers. I think that might be that kind of slingy, he's quicker than you think, Luke Proctor experience.
Yeah, caught him a bit upright and a bit on the crease, didn't really transfer into the ball like he'd been doing. That's more like we've seen, a little bit more through the ball and full face the bat. think about what we talked about Adam Lyth, you think about Yorkshire, the cricketers that they've produced of late. You know, they're Johnny Bairstow, Brook and Root and Lyth, all these guys that are very comfortable in any format of cricket, isn't it? It's not a bad record.
Yeah, that particular generation from Yorkshire certainly don't. Well, Brook a later generation, doesn't need to be fair, but certainly doing wonders for their county and country.
Harry Brook won the game here against Northampton. One of his early games, it was a lowish scoring 230, 240 type of a game, and he got 100, and it was a quality 100 off 180 balls. You know, he got to graft hard, and later on in the season, I think I was watching some T20, and he was smashing it, and just, you know, it's quite amazing to see this one lad so young that had both these things in his game already. I'd seen him graft out a match-winning 100 in a Red Bull game, and he was smashing it, scooping it and things like that in a T20 game. So I think Joe Root, it's not because England probably are so strong in that area. Joe Root could easily be playing T20 cricket, couldn't he? Somewhere, he has done. I'm sure his name still comes up, but he's played a lot of very good T20 innings for England as well. World class.
I think Joe Root is one of the most underrated T20 batters in world cricket. It's an appeal from Emilio Gay. Well, not really an appeal, almost a celebration, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's so casual. Jack White's got it past Adam Lyth, and well, Jack White doesn't really appeal unless he thinks it's out. No interest from the bowler whatsoever.
Looking at our cordon, they're quite tight, aren't we? I mean, I guess I'd expect that when there's not much carry, because that's the kind of got to be close, and therefore the gaps have got to become tighter. But
as an appeal for OBW, a bigger one from Jack White and from the cordon. And the umpire again says no. That one there was about the most enthusiastic appeal we've had from Northamptonshire this morning. Lyth does trigger a long way across. We'll get a replay from the front on camera. Possibly just got himself outside the line there. Maybe umpire's call on impact.
Yeah, maybe.
But a good appeal nonetheless. And encouraging for Northamptonshire that ball's still doing plenty this morning. That's another very good leave. Good carry through to McManus. Benefit of the ball not really being hit is the fact it'll stay newer for longer.
Yep.
I didn't know whether I was imagining it, but Siddharth was just kind of holding the ball up to Sanderson at the end of Proctor's over, and I couldn't quite convince myself, but I'm fairly sure I could still see some of the gold on the side of the ball.
Should they gone to Specsavers? I can't even see the ball, let alone the goal writing.
A big drive from Lyth, who doesn't time it down to Proctor at mid-off. First kind of show of, well, a combination possibly of frustration and aggression there from Lyth.
Footmarks are quite visible, aren't they? And looking at the bowlers follow through, it's obviously a little bit of the moisture that's in there. But I say if that was, the weather was going to be a bit better, and then that was to be baked a little bit and get hard, that would be challenging batting last. But I guess Yorkshire have obviously looked at the weather forecast and think, well, chances of too much spin in those later days, and they'll go with their seamers and try and impact the game early, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Great observation. And I think she said one that just highlights how soggy it's been. And I obviously travel up from the south coast to do these games. You obviously live a lot more locally than I do. The weather forecast, I guess, probably hasn't been stunning for the last couple of days up here. No,
it's total rain 2 days ago, I think, absolutely hammered it down.
I think the other thing as well that's worth kind of highlighting about the pitch in particular, it has actually started to change colour, hasn't it? That tinge of green, certainly through the middle of it, just looks like it's all a little bit lighter.
And certainly as the day goes on, that's that will happen, especially now that sun. There's a bit more blue sky around than there was earlier. That's going to be out for a while, which again just adds a bit of worry and puts put us under the pump a little bit time wise to try and get amongst them. So it will get flatter.
Yeah, as yet, the two Yorkshire batters doing a fantastic job for their county. Northampton sticking with the 3 slips. Proctor to continue. That is a genuine edge from Bean, which has been played really nicely. Well picked up by Vasconcelos at 3rd slip. That's gone really quick, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vasco at 3rd. Played it with soft hands. It wasn't far away, was it, from carrying?
No, literally a foot or inches. And he almost went vertically down off his bat. So again, the lads are giving themselves a chance. I don't think they get much closer than that because 1 or 2 balls have also. I think the scoreboard is allowing us to have those 3 slips. So I think that we should have them. We've got them. They're not racing away. The last thing you want is to bring a man out and send one at a 3rd man and one be nicked through there. We really need to get on the wickets column, and we can afford to have a man in there.
Yorkshire take the leg bye. Add another run to the tally. They move to 45. Yeah, I'm not sure this blue sky was on the weather forecast for today. Nicely timed through the leg side, but straight at Rob Keogh at mid-wicket. Adam Lyth now on 24. Finley Bean on 12. "45 minutes to go till the lunch break." Siddharth just going through a few looseners, whether he's going to replace Jack White next over. Nicely played again by Adam Lyth. Just turns it into the leg side, gets down the other end. Vasconcelos found himself with the wicket-keeping gloves last week. I know we spoke, didn't you? You work obviously very closely with Lewis McManus up here. Did you work much with Vasconcelos in preparation to that game, or?
No, he's very laid back. His wicket-keeping approach is. I did some work in the winter sessions. I was coming in perhaps once a week in the winter for a couple of hours trying to. Obviously, Lewis was pretty relentless, and Ricardo had a bit of a wrist thing actually, so we started a little bit later. But yeah, he caught some. I mean, he's not, he's aware it's another option that we may need, and has proven he's played. I didn't really know how he kept, but I haven't really had any feedback. But he's quite a natural little wicket keeper with his hands. That's why he feels it slip. He's but his appetite for improving his wicket keeping, I guess, he's not high on his list of things. He loves his batting. He does his slippers obviously every day. John worked with the slipper cord, and so he does his bit. But yeah, he's quite happy just sticking them on and gets on with it
when he needs to. I think he said to me at media day, he said he reckons there's more chance of him bowling this year than putting the gloves on. So that didn't last quite as long as what he thought. Siddharth Kaul replaces Jack White from the David Capel end at the end that he got that success last time out here against Gloucestershire. Picked up 5 for 76 on debut for Northamptonshire. Those wickets of Cameron Bancroft. That first one, LBW, just after lunch. Ollie Price as well, 10 off 61, which when you look at the scorecard, doesn't really do it justice. It's 2 straight. I can't quite pick it up, and it's going to be a leg bye. James Bracey, Zafar Gohart, and Josh Shaw to complete his fifer.
I was lucky enough to be in the huddle on that morning when he got Dave Woody gave him his cap, his Northants cap. I think they shared a bit of history somewhere back in the day. Dave mentioned, so it was nice. He seemed like a little bit of quite a vibrant personality, actually.
Turned into the leg side, nicely timed by Finley Bean. A large, healthy call of yes from Adam Lyth to come back for the second. Bartlett takes the throw at the non-strikers, then, which I don't think Siddharth is particularly enamoured with, judging by his reaction there to his teammate.
Jackie White there did a timber at mid-on there, but he was backing up at least, but it didn't look the most agile of efforts, and he's having a bit of a limp. I thought there's another 5 coming up there.
Didn't look that wild of a throw either, did it? But whether Siddharth wasn't expecting it, I don't know. But he didn't seem that thrilled by the throw back from Bartlett, which might contradict the point I was about to make next, that Rob Keogh said Siddharth's a really nice bloke. Drive ball on offer, which Bean just defends back to Siddharth. Yeah, it was Rob Keogh came in the box against Gloucestershire and kind of spoke so highly of him, just said like he kind of took like a duck to water, just got involved straight away. Really kind of keen and enthusiastic to chat with the bowlers, to learn. I don't think, and I might be wrong, so forgive me, but I don't think he'd ever bowled with the Dukes before until he'd landed and turned up here at Northamptonshire and had that first bowl in the nets. Nicely played. Single down to Bartlett, who have all eyes on the throw. This time goes back to McManus. 50 up for Yorkshire, 50 for no loss inside the 19th over. It's been a very good start for the Yorkshire outfit, and it's just continuing to get better here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, the Duke's ball is a thing, actually, because we're the only ones that really play with it. And when you come as a bowler, especially a seam bowler from overseas, it is quite an important part of the transition to get a few overs in on the edge of the square, get a practice in, just get the feel of it before, obviously, you then go and put that into a game.
Shape away from Adam Lyth, who leaves that one alone to complete the 19th over. McManus takes that low to his left. As I said, the 50 came up for Yorkshire off 18.5 overs. Luke Proctor to continue from Lynn Wilson centre end. I suppose that obviously Siddharth and other overseas seamers turn up and perfect professionals, but must be part of you that turns up in county cricket with a Dukes that's renowned to do plenty, and in a competition that you get overheads and green wickets. You must get a little bit giddy by the prospect of bowling with one in these conditions.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think it's just that it's so different to many other parts of the world, isn't it? For seam bowling conditions, and it's been a great strength of ours. So I think you get a chance to come and learn, develop some of your other skills. So it must be. I'm pretty sure it's appealing still, even though it can be quite hard work. You know, we do have a pretty rigid schedule as well. As in this early season where the games come weekly, but at least there's no other one-day cricket in between. So I still think it's a nice period, actually, because you have a practice day, you have a game, you get a couple of days recovery, and you kind of go again. So you get into a red ball rhythm, which I think also is good. Yeah,
scheduling is a hot topic at the moment, isn't it, amongst players and
organisers.
Maybe something we can have a bit more of a chat about after lunch.
Don't want to sound like an old dinosaur, but we did have, and this is not right, by the way, but we in the 3-day era, we'd remember finishing at Eastbourne and and having to pop up to play Lancashire the next day.
Mm.
And the hotel wasn't very good when we arrived. It was a B&B.
Yeah.
Alan Lamb asked for an alarm call. They give him an alarm clock. And he moved us out there the next day. We weren't staying there anymore. But it was a hell of a drive for players there.
Mm.
And obviously that can't be right. But we have buses, and I don't know. I don't think it's quite as bad as the picture that I've seen.
Yeah.
I feel like we just said, there's a nice weekly thing going on now.
Yep.
For your games, you can travel by bus. Where obviously Northamptonshire have always been quite fortunate logistically. We don't have particularly very long trips. Durham, Kent, Somerset. It might be. I can imagine that is quite a different topic. There's a lot more miles to cover there.
Plenty of encouragement from the cordon for their captain, Luke Proctor.
Yeah, I think we've been on the stump, Mike. We've been busy. We've been vocal. Our body language in the field's been good. We're just missing those couple of outside edges.
Mm. Yeah, at the moment it's reminiscent really of what Northamptonshire came up against 2 weeks ago against Gloucestershire. Another kind of challenging bowling performance first up, having won the toss and elected to have a bowl first on a pitch that looked sporting, and there was plenty in it. It was cloudy. Northants just couldn't get that breakthrough. Yeah. By the time they did, the ball was 30 overs old and allowed for Miles Hammond to come in and express himself and score that 100. At the moment, Yorkshire just kind of creating a bit of deja vu for Northants, maiden over by the captain, Luke Proctor. So I think Northants will be, desperate to take a couple with them before lunch.
Agreed. Yes, I think that would be just help us level it up a little bit. But the surface, I did. A couple of the Yorkshire boys were out there when I was out there this morning, and it was, they had a bit of chat about the wicket because it was greener than maybe some that they would see, but historically the green generally just helps with the carry at Northamptonshire. Not necessarily jagging all over the place sideways. So there's been some sideways movement with a new ball, which you'd expect, but it hasn't. It's not been excessive, and it's therefore allowed Yorkshire, as well as they've played, to get to 50. Yeah,
it's been. I don't just want to constantly kind of nick other people's lines, but it's been a good cricket pitch for 20 overs, isn't it, so far?
Yeah.
And again, I'll name check because I'm not prepared just to sit here and just nick it. But Phil would sit there and kind of go, well, the batters are going to like it because the ball's going to come onto the bat better than what it would do is if there was less grass on it, and therefore actually it's kind of a win-win for everybody. It's hard to bat on, but you get reward for your shots.
It's a balance because I was and it's not my job, but there was a game, I think it was Somerset Essex, done and dusted inside 2 days.
Great shot by Adam Lyve, gets it past Justin Broad in the covers, short boundary that side towards the groundsman's sheds or garages. It's going to be 454 for no loss.
Yeah, it's just slight over pitch, but he's really into it. Beautiful cricket shots through the covers, yeah.
Sorry, you were saying a 2-day game.
Yeah, obviously a lot of talk about the Duke's ball and Kookaburra ball and English county cricket, but we can't shoot ourselves in the foot and have too many games that are done in just 2 days. There's 2 England spinners down there. None of them played. If one of them would have played, I don't think anyone would have bowled. And there's 2 days left of cricket and no one's playing. So it's a fine line between being competitive and having a home advantage and doing the bigger picture stuff, which is playing good 4-day cricket. So where spinners are involved in the game, and that I don't know if anyone lost any points for that. Probably not, but I think those are the things we have to be careful for.
Historically, I don't think you tend to lose points if you prepare a pitch that seems about D. You tend to lose those if it turns a bit too much.
Yeah, which seems crazy because we need spinners.
well, certainly kind of a job that the England test team have been crying out for what feels like the last 15 years. I think Leach has obviously done a brilliant job over the last couple of seasons, but since Graham Swan hung up his boots, it kind of feels like we've been in that situation where we've been looking for the next player, which, I mean, to be fair, we might be looking for the next Jimmy Anderson for the next few years.
Yeah, but we have more, yes, we're more of a seam bowling country and playing in, obviously, with the schedule, the challenges we play early and late, and that doesn't necessarily lend itself to too much spin, which was, obviously the wicket last week. Rob Keogh picking up a 5 for Patson White, got some wickets in his second dig, so that seemed like quite a good cricket wicket. The game went to the very last ball of the game, and Northants could have won. It's a pretty good advert for county cricket, really. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you get those perfect pitches at the end, don't you? With Northants kind of surrounding the bat, desperate for that last wicket. Kind of the type of picture that you kind of want to see someone reeling off in celebration. You ends up in kind of a members' room or a mantelpiece somewhere. Nicely played again by Lyth. He takes on Jack White, does the fielding. Not the quickest across the outfield, is he, Jack White? But picked that one up for a single. Lyth happy to take on the big fast bowler. McManus and Proctor in conversation just on the left of your screen there. That's what we might see Rob Keogh. It's a bit of a stereotype often, but our two left-handers just change the pace of the game up a little bit. And the last 10 minutes before lunch, maybe a couple of overs from Rob. If the left is just, next, Masood's left-handed as well, so I wouldn't expect it to spin with the grass on the pitch, but a skid on and hit someone on the shin, still a wicket. Absolutely. And Rob Keogh gives it a mighty spin, doesn't he? Certainly puts plenty on it. He does. Proctor continues for the meanwhile, though. It's a bit of a drive ball for Lyth, who's frustrated with himself as he doesn't time it and can't get it past Justin Broad. Looks like quite an animated cricketer at the crease, Adam Lyth, isn't he? He certainly doesn't hide the emotions with the cricket bat. Yeah, that's what you get. Yeah, he's seen that over the years. Wears his out on his sleeve. Good competitor. Nicely played. Guided down past Bartlett. Picks up just the single. Lyth now on 31. Bean now the much more watchful of these two. He's 15 off 57. Having batted for an hour and a half. Again, solid in defence, back down the ground. Yeah, as I said already, I've been very impressed with him. Actually, I've not seen him before. Looks like a very fine opening batsman coming into the ball. Got a bit of presence. Obviously, we've only seen one short ball of any real note. Sando bowled him, so that is a part of the game that can just make a little bit of a difference. If word soon gets round, if there's a bit of a short ball problem and you get peppered a bit, and you've got to find an answer to that. Yeah, well, there was the second. It wasn't particularly a short ball, was it? But shorter, and it like it. Well, he looked like he was interested in taking it on. Whether it just rushed him and kind of just wore it in the body, it'd be a badge for him, won't it? I think take this kind of with a pinch of salt, Rips, but strike rate of 15 for Finlay Bean, you'd say in modern day cricket is uncharacteristic, full stop. But actually in the 23 matches he's played, including this one, those 1,500 runs that he scored has come at a strike rate of 58.5. Yeah. I think that's what I've picked up on him before, that he's played those kind of innings where he is out the blocks and striking at 60, 70 in some innings. So it just shows he's got some versatility actually, and he's playing the ball on merits. We haven't given him anything to particularly attack, and therefore he hasn't attacked. He's just stayed tight in defence.
Yeah, Sanderson 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 3. Jack White 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 16. Proctor now 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 4. And Siddharth, well, an expensive 5 and over so far from.
Yeah, he's been but as we said, he's kind of he's a live wire. He's maybe the change up guy, something a bit different, trying to swing the ball both ways. He's I don't want to use the word attacking, because if you're just hammering away at the stumps on the top of off and using good skill, that's attacking.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it.
Well, he continues from the David Capel end, and Live defends that one into the offside. Northampton persisting with the 3 slips.
I haven't really met him particularly, but he just seen him walk back there at the side of Finley Bean. He's not a big guy, is he? He's
No, well, let's say I haven't really had the privilege of spending any time with him either. Said hello, and yeah, I would say he's kind of a similar build to Ben Sanderson, really, in terms of height. Sanderson probably a little bit broader across the shoulders, but nicely played. They're going to take a quick single onto Proctor, who's there's an appeal for run out as well. Oh, it's all happening. I think that might be about to trickle away for overthrows. And it is overthrows. It was good work by Proctor.
Yeah, I wonder how far he was in by, but it was. He got round it quick, got rid of it quick, one stump to aim at. The umpire got in a very good position actually to make his call. He'd shuffled out the way. It's a crazy rule, isn't it, in some ways, but he's not rewarded for doing his skill very well.
Yeah, almost. Well, so hard to back that up as well, isn't it? When you get a deflection off the stumps, I mean, the ball can quite literally go anywhere.
Possible.
But he's done well to cover the ground, and Adam Lyth did well to judge it, kind of put it wide enough of Luke Proctor.
Was the other 5 off Sadaf's bowling as well? He's
oh my word, Finley Bean takes on Siddharth, and there's maybe an exchange of words or a locking of eyes. I'm not sure which, but
looked a little premeditated, didn't it, in some ways, as if he was just thinking.
So we've had a couple of those now from Bean, and I'm sure it's completely coincidental that I just looked up his career strike rate, but it's not like it's 10 short, is it? That's kind of incomparable, really. 15 up to 55, 58 or whatever it was.
It's
a huge difference, and I'm sure if you are an attacking cricketer, which
and out on the hook now as well, so it might be a double bluff, but you might well get another one in the over to test himself.
Squared him up slightly, but plays it well. Drops it into the offside and gets down the non-striker's end. But yeah, it must be challenging, particularly the way that red ball cricket is going and seems to be played, particularly by the English national side, to have your career strike rate of nearly 60 and battling out a 15 off 62, 16 off 63 now here at Wantage Road.
Yeah. I think as an opening batsman, if teams don't bowl well at you, though, you can be, your strike rate can be. I mean, I'm a big fan of Ben Duckett's. Obviously, if you don't bowl well at Ben Duckett, you're going. Any kind of width, he's going square. If you overpitch, you're driving, and you've got all these guys obviously behind the wicket waiting for a nick. But if you don't bowl well, you're going to disappear. So I think that's one of the benefits of being at the top of the order as regards to strike rate. You can make hay if the bowlers don't bowl well, and he hasn't been able to do that today because we've bowled pretty well on the whole.
Absolutely, no ball called. Siddharth just oversteps there. It's a good delivery in the end, with the exception of overstepping. That's nicely played by Adam Lythe. That's guided down through the deep third region. He picks up another 4. Siddharth has got both hands on his hips. He can't believe it.
It's a tough morning for him. We might think the world's against him a little bit here, because he hasn't been on the money every ball, but he's wholeheartedly running in. He's leaking overthrows. Gone for 8 there. We've got a third man. That's a decent ball, which kind of good batting. If he's playing that shot when he's in his first 10 balls, we're bringing the slips into play. Probably he didn't play it. He's probably not going to play, but now he's been in a while. Obviously, that becomes, he's identified he can just run that down.
Yeah, that shot there has taken him to 40.
Yeah, good skill.
He's 40 off 76. That's a drive ball on offer. So they'll take on Jack White, who is wide at mid-off and does well to get round to that. So a single off the last ball of the over. 69 for no loss after 23. Lythe on 41. Keeps the strike. Bean on 16. McManus and Proctor in conversation again in the middle between overs. It's 22 minutes to go till lunch. Northampton aren't going to get desperate here, are they? But I think
you've got to
they're going to
think about the long. I mean, when you put a side in, I said, when I wasn't expecting that wicket to seam all over the place. I thought we'd go through. I'd hope we might have three or 4 wickets by lunchtime. But you're still often looking at actually, if you put someone in, you don't have to bowl them out in 40, 50 overs. You can bowl them out in 90 overs, and you're still in a 4-day game in the strongest position if you bat well in your first innings to take control of the game. So it's a long haul. But the longer it goes on, you can't help but start to think, we're just drifting away a little bit. And the challenge for us is to not let it drift, to just try and, whether we have to sit back a little bit if they do get a bit on top. But say at the moment, our fields reflect the fact that we feel we're still in the game with 3 slips, and the run rate is reasonably under control.
Yeah, those overheads certainly changed, didn't they, quite dramatically during the course of this first hour and 40 minutes. Started off very overcast, burnt off quite quick, and looks like it's just drifting back over again. It's, by all accounts, I think pretty soggy over the west of the country. So we're going to get a double bowling change here before the lunch break as well. Sanderson in front of us. He's at mid-off. He's having a stretch, and also Justin Broad at cover, going through a fairly rigorous warm-up as well. It's down the leg side, tucked away by Adam Lythe. That's going to be 4. That's going to be his 5th 4 of the innings. He moves to 45 in Yorkshire into the 70s.
Yeah, very nice bit of timing, just slightly into the pads, just 6 inches offline, really, and he's really put that away well. He has been a bit old school in that he's invested, early on in terms of his strike rate and absorbing pressure that we were applying, and now now that it does happen, all of a sudden he's seeing the ball better, the ball's doing a little bit less, there's a few more bad balls coming down. I mean, that's not a bad ball particularly, but he's just using his skill because he's been in for 70 balls or something. So it's just it's kind of almost an advert for the opposite to Bazball. I don't particularly like saying Bazball because I don't know if it's actually a thing. It's just positive cricket looking to score.
Yeah.
But he hasn't taken something on in his early stage of his innings that might have led him to be out. He's just kept going and grafting through that period, and now he's reaping the rewards. Got himself virtually 50.
And he's got himself exactly 50 with a single into the leg side. Back-to-back boundaries, followed by a single, brings up Adam Lythe's 50. 50 off 82 balls, 6 4s. The score now on 78 for no loss. But yeah, I think that's incredibly well kind of summed up and put. There's more than one way to skin a cat, isn't there, in this format? The whole kind of meaning behind, as you said, Bazball, I think is interesting. And I certainly think it's open to interpretation. I don't necessarily think there is a right or wrong answer, but I kind of look at it in a slightly different way. And it's I look at it in a way, it's almost kind of a case of, we will back you to go and play the way you want to play. And if that means that you want to play a way where you want to be 30 off 100 or 40 or 35 or whatever, and you think that's the best way that you go about playing cricket, we'll support you to do that. Equally, if it's you want to go out there and you want to strike at 70, we'll support you to do that as well.
Yeah. My only challenge to that, and I'm, in terms of how Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes have lifted Test match cricket, and I mean just Test match cricket, not just English Test match cricket. I think it's refreshing, and what we see and the way the lads play, how they look like they're enjoying their cricket. It's just great. And I was hoping that in county cricket there'd be a bit of a boom in terms of obviously I haven't had the great weather, but people willing to lose to win.
Yes.
In a 3-day era that Jeff Cook, brilliant. Alan Lamb, very good at setting up a game, being prepared to lose, and I learned quite a lot about that. And I think it will benefit our game if the last day, rather than shaking hands at 5 and moving on to the next fixture, is still alive because someone's got to score 80 runs off the last 16 overs with 4 wickets in hand. That's been set up to be a great game of cricket. So I'm a big fan of all that. But I guess, is Alistair Cook, Sir Alistair, of our greatest, is he going to be selected if he's playing for Essex and his strike rate is 35? He's banging him out in Championship cricket. Would he have the same license to go and play the way you play, or would he just not be picked?
It's a really interesting point. Very interesting point that, as you said, we speak about hypothetically. Always worth discussing, but we don't know. You would like to think that somebody with the weight of runs that he did have would, but then he didn't exactly have a particularly stunning international white ball career, which seems to be the kind of the picking pot for Test players right now. Sanderson just back into this game's returned, replacing Siddharth Kaul from the David Capel end, and starts with 3 dot balls with Adam Lyth on strike.
Yeah, but the strike rate for Adam Lyth against Ben Sanderson is pretty measly here. Sanders only gone for 3. So if Adam Lyth did face a lot of him early doors again, but that's a great, he's stopped Ben from getting him in the end column. He's getting him in the maidens column, but he hasn't got him in the end column. So as far as the role he's done for Yorkshire, sensational, but it is a different way of doing it, and from what he's maybe been advertised. But I wouldn't expect Ben Duckett not to go out and play like Ben Duckett and try and smack a half volley in short wide balls. And I think what I like about the England team is that they seem to have certainly what you said. They're backed.
Yeah,
I don't think you feel like you're looking over your shoulder if you get a chance. They're going to give you a good chance, which is what there's Zach Crawley. I mean, I might have said, has he had long enough now?
Yeah.
It took a while, but he is no doubt had the potential. But at what number of tests would you say actually hasn't quite gone as we'd hoped? But they stuck with him, and the last 18 months he's looked very much a Test match cricketer, hasn't he? One of our strengths, isn't it? I think Duckett and Crawley opening the batting looks, hopefully for many years to come, hopefully.
Absolutely right. Sanderson returns with a maiden, another one to the tally. It's interesting, isn't it? And when you look at Adam Lyth, you spoke about Zach Crawley, the time, and dare I say, I don't think you'd be the only person in the world of cricket that might have suggested that Zach Crawley might have had one or two too many. And I think everybody could sit there and probably say they said the same thing. Adam Lyth got 7 tests in his chance. Scored 265 runs, got 100, only averaged 20. But then you look at the first class side of things, averages just shy of 14,000 first class runs.
Yeah.
And you think how different could that career have been if that management had been different, or obviously again we're speaking hypothetically, but just goes to show that the change of kind of backroom can make a big difference. Justin Broad replaces the captain. Luke Proctor takes a rest. And Broad starts with a dot ball, playing his second game here at Wantage Road this summer, and looked like in the first game at least that he just put a yard of pace on over the winter compared to last year. Had the benefit, didn't he, of being a full-time professional for a winter and being looked after properly, training properly.
Yeah. And he's kind of like met the most of the opportunities, kind of hard-working, bit of a cricket kind of badger, really. He's always busy doing something, so... Saw a little bit of him on in my little stint with Ireland. See, he was playing for Germany in the tournament that I was at. Had quite a good tournament out there.
Down the leg side and a great take by McManus at full flight down the leg side. That's one, if you don't quite get it right, that you feel when you land, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was a great take, that.
Again, nice carry through from Justin Broad on this pitch at Wantage Road. Starts with 3 dot balls. There's 12 minutes to go until lunch. That one there just looks like it's bean for pace. Hits the thigh pad, drops at his feet. 2 slips only in place for Justin Broad. That's Vasconcelos has come out of third and he's gone into a mid-wicket. Also got Siddharth Kool in at cover. Looks like he's just pondering his morning's work so far, doesn't it? It's been
ruined those overthrows.
It's been tough, isn't it? Drive ball, which Proctor can't cut off. I think he'll be disappointed. He got a finger to it, took enough pace off to allow Sanderson to come through and make sure it doesn't go for 4. Standards that Luke Proctor sets himself, will be disappointed he didn't keep that one down to a single. 80 now for no loss. Yorkshire, 1 ball left in the 26th over. Do you think, just to kind of finish off that conversation with regards to the change of the way England have played Test cricket, and you mentioned about county cricket adopting it and having those games that are alive on day 4 or potentially even later on day 4. We saw Surrey, didn't we, against Somerset, I believe, at the Oval this year. They went out, they opened with Dan Lawrence and Jamie Smith, I think, trying to chase down 220 overs.
Right.
Do you think generally you have seen, in inverted commas, baseball filter down into the Championship, or do you think it's kind of much of a muchness before the McCullum and Stokes Test era started?
I think it's a little bit more going into that. I think it's one of the things, obviously, if you're a young player and you're seeing the guys that have been selected and how they're playing, you might make note that you might want to nudge your strike rate up a little bit. So there might be something in that. I still feel there's the setting of games that tends to be dictated by what's happening in the league. You get later on in the year, 2 teams in Division 2 need to win to get up into and then there'll be a bit of dialogue and there'll be something will take place. We don't tend to go too much down that road because I'd be interested in what the theory was between more points back for the draw. I thought that was one of the reasons why they reduced the points for the draw to allow go and have a game of cricket. You're only losing 3 points. But the fact that that's come back, I don't know any dialogue. I'm sure there was a debate and people were involved in why that was, but it does make it less appealing, especially early season, to risk losing and you lose a couple you set up and you're down the bottom. It's quite a lot of pressure soon builds.
Yeah, it's a really good point and something that obviously an international side doesn't have to contend with. There are now, well, I was going to call them league structures in place, but they're quite hard to follow, aren't they, with the World Test Championship? And not everybody plays everybody, and some series are longer than the other ones, and you end up going through on win percentages rather than points. And so they obviously don't have that kind of promotion relegation jeopardy to contest with. Oh, it's a beauty from Sanderson, isn't it? Beats Adam Lyth, who is now on 54. Sanderson's figures, well, spoilt really with that 4 off the first ball of this over. But yeah, again, it's another kind of thing to ponder, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would they play the same way if there was that jeopardy of potentially being relegated or promoted if there was?
Well, obviously, I was my experience is started off in the fact we only had one league, so there was no promotion or relegation. So you know, the games were just set up at the drop of a hat every game. You know, you never really had a non-game. Every game in 3-day cricket, unless it unfolded naturally, had that chat on the last morning. What do you think? A bit of negotiation, and the game got to that point. So, but you weren't getting relegated, and you know, losing players then to teams in Division 1 or coaches under the pump and losing their jobs.
Yeah.
So, you know, start putting all those other things in. And I was a big fan of 2-day cricket myself. I thought, you know, it made for more competitive games. But I think the surface is key to the whole thing underlying. As I said, we have to have kind of 4-day pitches when someone has got to chase, you know, 300 in 80 overs. With a bit of rough around and, you know, a little bit of something in the wicket with a new ball, and he's still got to score at a reasonable rate there through 80 overs. And so therefore it gives you fielders a chance of picking up your 10 wickets, what you need. So I think those will be great games of cricket. But we certainly don't see yet as many as I would have liked of those type of fixtures. But I understand why, because we've just said, you know, it's there's a lot at stake, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors involved. Dot ball to finish. 27 overs now have been bowled. Yorkshire 86 for no loss. It's been all Yorkshire this morning. Well, it hasn't all been Yorkshire this morning, but the scorecard would indicate that it's been all Yorkshire. Northampton have bowled well, and Yorkshire have batted brilliantly, really, to contest what's been a really challenging morning session. There's 6 minutes left, so there's chance of another couple of overs here. Justin Broad hasn't got the longest run. Dare I say, I wonder whether Lyth and Bean might get together mid-over.
It just took Adam Lyth an eternity to walk back from his chat to the bowler's end, the old pro.
They'll know. They'll know they don't want another over from Sanderson before lunch if they can help it. But dare I say, I think there's going to be a bit too much time left on the clock. I think.
I hope so. It'd be, unless if Brody can keep it between him, the ring, and the batter, so the ball gets back quickly.
Oh, it's gone straight through him. Bean goes for a big drive. We mentioned about the strike rate, and that one there, I don't think was a drive ball for Finley Bean. And Broad gets his reward. He goes straight through the Yorkshire opener, and just like that, partnership broken. He's gone for 18. It's come back nicely, isn't it?
Come back, leg stump, has it? It looks, yeah.
Great delivery from Justin Broad. Yorkshire at 86 for 1 on the stroke of lunch.
Yeah, that's good delivery. Just come in a little bit, beat him on the inside edge, hit leg stump, and I said that a little bit of extra pace maybe that Brody's picked up from last season.
Yeah, it's got a lovely shape on it.
Yeah, it's just got his head a bit the wrong side of the ball because of that shape. And, not a good time to be coming in. When you're the captain, you've been sitting there looking forward to your lunch, and now you've got 4 balls to.
Absolutely, or maybe more, because there's still 5 minutes on the clock here.
In my Yorkshire schools days, we'd be having a lunch watchman in this in this situation. That was a thing.
I don't want to believe it, but I do.
I'm afraid it was.
Shan Masood, then, the Yorkshire captain, in at number 3. Comes in as we see the replay of the wicket of Finley Bean. And as I think that was a shot of a man that's just had one eye on the scoreboard. Really.
Yeah, and obviously Adam has picked up his scoring rate, and Finley hadn't. But I thought that was a good innings. I was quite impressed with how he went about that, especially if the stats say he's got another gear on a different day. But his job today was to not let the new ball get on top against a very, very high class opening new ball pairing, and he did that. So it's a decent knock.
Yeah, certainly a very good partnership and a good contribution to that partnership of 86 with Adam Lyth. Still 4 minutes to go before the break. 4 balls left in Justin Broad's over. So it'll be touch and go as to whether we get another one. Sean Masood just making sure that guard that he's taken is well and truly marked. And I think with the routine for Sean Masood here to face up against the first one, I think that might be it. This might be the last over before lunch. There's an appeal for OEW, which Justin Broad didn't quite believe as it drifted down the leg side. All of a sudden,
it's the bang bang. We said it. It's coming.
$86 for 2 suddenly becomes a bit of a 50-50 session, doesn't it, between the two sides? 86 for 1, I would say, still kind of very much in Yorkshire's favour. Nice and full. Wow, he's timed that well through the leg side. Keogh gives chase. He's going to cut it off before it reaches the boundary. Sean Masood gets off the mark with 2 through the leg side. Yorkshire moved to 88 for 1. 2 balls left in Justin Broad's over. Sean Masood now just ties the shoelaces.
Oh, no.
2 minutes on the clock. Those little kind of 1%ers, those little mind games that you potentially don't notice all the time. Wow.
Wow, that's an interesting shot.
That looks like Justin Broad there's just clocking up 81 and a half on the speed gun. And unless it's changed, we were always told that there was an extra couple of mile an hour to add to that, just with the way that the speed gun here at Northamptonshire is calibrated compared to what they use on your TV broadcast. That's hit the bat hard as well, isn't it? That's a heavy length from Broad. Successful over. Northamptonshire finally get their first wicket of the morning. Northamptonshire fielders sprint round to get ready. All eyes on the umpire as he makes his way towards the stumps. And well, he's already taken the hat and the jumper from Sanderson. So for Northamptonshire, not only did they pick up the wicket of Finley Bean in the last over, they will get one more before lunch here as well.
Where is the clock? Huh?
It's, I believe they used the digital one that's on the wall.
That digital thing did become, just to stop that, right, it's black or white, it's 59 or it's...
Yeah. Sanderson from the David Capel end. Short ball, which is almost tennis balled over Adam Lythe. So high, in fact, it didn't really look like he ducked that, did he?
No. Never really quite where we needed that. You obviously got 2 men back. Just maybe hope for a bit of an instinctive flap at one. That was... or is he thinking, pull me into these guys and I'll have 4 balls at the captain?
There's an appeal for OEW. All eyes on the umpire. Umpire unmoved. Get a replay of that one. That one looked like an enthused appeal from Northamptonshire. Again, maybe a little bit of height involved there.
Plus maybe outside, just a bit of doubt. It didn't look in real time, but I understand that not being given.
That previous wicket just got the tails up, isn't it?
Yeah.
4 balls left before lunch. And it was a big appeal, possibly the most enthusiastic of the day so far. That one left alone by Lythe. You see where McManus has picked that up, just to highlight how much the ball is moving still. Three balls to go. Sanderson into bowl. And Lythe drops that one into the leg side. Has a glance at a second, but Siddharth comes round, does the fielding, keeps it to 1. We'll give Sean Masood 2 to face against Sanderson just to finish off the morning session. 89 for 1. Would you agree with me? Would you say Yorkshire have...
Yes,
it's
definitely.
definitely Yorkshire's session this time around?
Yes, I think so, yeah. But I said, we've controlled the scoring rate enough that if we have a good first hour after lunch,
Yeah.
and, you know, and we pick up 3, then all of a sudden Yorkshire 120 for 4. And that's starting to look more like our favour for sure. I do like this. I do like Sand having 2 balls. He's coming in well.
Yeah.
And
Northants just strengthen the slip cordon as well.
yeah,
4th slip in place.
Make sure there's no easy ones. Make him do both balls. Make him play.
He does exactly that with the 5th ball, which Masood defends into the offside. Squeeze on as well, isn't there? Proctor's very close in at cover. Siddharth again close in at just in front of square on the leg side. And that's down the leg side. Single to finish the morning session then. The score 90 for 1. Yorkshire having been put into bat by Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor this morning. Certainly had the spoils of the session. That's not to say Northamptonshire haven't bowled incredibly well during those 29 overs. Players will leave for lunch, as will we. We'll see you back in about 40 minutes. Hello, welcome back to Wantage Road. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The score 90-1. Justin Broad picked up the wicket of Finley Bean just before the interval. Yorkshire up to that point untroubled by Northamptonshire, having been put into bat by Luke Proctor, who is in fact going to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this afternoon. We've got Yorkshire's captain Sean Masood on strike. He's on 3. Oh, is that going to go down as runs? It's going to go down as leg byes. Fortunately, there was panic in the cordon for a moment. My name's Dan Jadzovic. For a short while, I'm joined by Dan Vernon. I've forgotten your title. It's commercial manager, I think is.
Yeah, I'll go with whatever comes, Dan.
Okay, brilliant. How are you anyway? You are?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'm looking forward to watching a bit of cricket, actually. I haven't had to sit and watch much this year, so yeah, it should be good.
I won't ask what you thought of the morning session then.
I actually did watch a bit from the boardroom, so I got a pretty good look. I thought we bowled pretty well, actually. Yeah, scoreboard didn't quite reflect that, but I thought it was a reasonable session, and probably could have been 3 or 4, couldn't it?
Yeah,
another day.
I think I hope, and I'm sure Siddharth will come back after lunch and provide kind of a much more enthused performance. I know there was kind of 10 overthrows on that. None for 38 off 6 overs. Anyway, you can caveat those slightly, but everybody else, like Sanderson 1.2 and over, Jack White 2.2, Proctor 2.5, Broad just the 2 and over off those last 2 before lunch. It never really kind of gave Yorkshire an opportunity to get away. And I think ultimately that kind of ended the innings of Finley Bean, who was not struggling. He looked confident. He looked assured, but that strike rate of, I think, was probably about 20 at the point, or 25 it was when he got out. He got a career strike rate of nearly 60. Those little voices sometimes, as a cricketer, you start kind of going, oh, should I be a little bit further on than where I am? And it looked like a shot, almost a shot of a man that kind of felt like he should have had slightly more to his name than 18.
Yeah, he tried to pull one off a length, maybe 2 overs before, I think, as well, and probably testament to point. I think he was trying to sort of get the game moving forward a little bit more, wasn't he? And it was a tough little spell. Good to have Jack back, isn't it?
Yeah,
it makes such a massive difference. Him and Ben with the new ball is sort of both ends there. Don't get much.
Good leave by Sean Masood. No, you're exactly right. It looks like we're going to get Jack White from the David Capel end after lunch as well. As I said that, I've just seen Sanderson kind of roll the shoulders over as well. So, and I also saw Emilio Gay doing some shadow bowling. So maybe I'm not sure which one we're going to get.
He definitely wants to bowl.
Siddharth's having a stretch as well. So who knows who we're going to have from the David Capel end after lunch. But we have got Proctor finishing the first over after lunch from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. The score now 94-1. 30 overs have been bowled. Just the 4 leg byes that went through that slip cordon for a moment. It was almost the reaction actually from the cordon kind of led me to think there might have been a bit of bat involved on that. But
they're an excitable bunch, actually, aren't they? They don't mind a big appeal and a bit of excitement in there. And yeah, it's not the best angle from here, is it?
No, we didn't get that through for Craig Harvey just to put us on the pitch in front of the window. It is going to be Jack White from the David Capel end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 16 so far for the returning Jack White. Yet to open his account in 2024, but picked up 50 wickets throughout the course of 2023 in Division 1. Returning from the side, recovering from an injury that he had over the winter. As you said, just really good to see him back, isn't it? It's someone that I'm sure John Sadler and Luke Proctor would have been desperate to get back in the side as quick as possible, as well as the fans. So to get him back on the field is fantastic. Well, and there's a big appeal for LBW live, leaving the ball. Yeah, I think you're right. Bit high on that one.
Yeah, when Jack first sort of got injured in pre-season, I think there was there was a bit of sort of nerve and desperation to be back. And initially looked like it might be 1 week, it might be 2 weeks, and probably sort of rumbled on a little bit longer than certainly John Sadler would like to. And yeah, you're right. I think lads are just happy to have him back. Jack just loves bowling, so.
Lyth defending back to Jack White. Adam Lyth on 57, faced 99 balls now in this innings, and it's looked very good value for it. Looked good down at Hove last week in that second inning run chase for Yorkshire.
Did I see this morning? It's his 200th.
It is, yeah, for Yorkshire.
It's a serious effort, that is.
It's Dave Ripley was talking about it this morning, and kind of in a world where multi-format cricketers are kind of, I was going to say a dying breed, but that sounds a little bit too aggressive, doesn't it? It kind of feels like it's going slightly more out of fashion. You tend to get those guys that maybe play 2 formats or just white ball only. But to have Adam Lyth successful across all 3 and the longevity as well is, yeah, fantastic.
There's not many of them left now. He's been successful in whatever cricket he played, really, hasn't he? But over a long period of time, as you say.
Squared up, down to Rob Keogh at backward point. Good to have Rob Keogh back in the side as well. Nearly a match-winning performance last week at Derbyshire.
Come back with a bit of a bang, didn't he, to be fair? I didn't see much of his innings with the bat, but I watched a bit of him bowling. He bowled very nice on the last day, didn't he? And sort of having him and Patterson White, there was a little bit there. It almost looked like we were going to get the job done.
Yeah, so incredibly close to picking up the first win of the campaign for Northamptonshire, just falling 1 wicket short. So Anna Jadal, wasn't it, faced up against 100+ deliveries, I think, in that second innings.
I think it was close to 150. He
Was
got about 30 on that out, didn't he? Yeah. It was remarkable, really. They're batting out for a draw, and Blackchapel just kept whacking it to the boundary.
Sometimes I think, and particularly, I guess the mindset's changed quite a lot of late, but actually the attack for Zach Chappell might have been his best form of defence. You go up and start padding up against an off spinner or a left arm finger spinner, you might get yourself into a bit of trouble. Which might sound ridiculous to say out loud, but actually, depending on your defensive technique, your ability to bop somebody back over their head might genuinely be the better tactic.
Yes, a lower risk option from than trying to block it, I think.
Absolutely. Luke Proctor hands the jumper and the hat back. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13 so far. Great to see Luke Proctor back, kind of fully fit, bowling quick as well, which we didn't really get the privilege of seeing that much last summer. He picked up that shoulder injury down at Taunton, didn't he? I think from memory.
Yeah, I think it was always in his mind from then on, wasn't it? Never quite felt truly comfortable to sort of trust it for the rest of the season. And yeah, it's nice. So yeah, he didn't bowl too much of that kookaroo ball in the first couple of weeks, but definitely back bowling now.
Captain's choice, I think, when you when you see the state of that, you turn around and go, "Nah, it's all right. I'll save my shoulder." I think for the later rounds. But yeah, he's quick, isn't he? He's got quick shoulder.
Yeah, the lads have always said that he's probably our quickest, which I don't think anybody would ever necessarily pick up. And he is quite skiddy. He does hit the bat quite hard, actually.
Yeah, he's certainly got the ability to rush cricketers. No great run up either. It's a real kind of slingy shoulder, isn't it? Just straight over the top to generate that pace. It's nicely timed by Shan Masood. Out to the boundary. And well fielded on the boundary edge to keep that down to just a couple. It's Jack White. Down in front of the T20 night hospitality. Not hospitality, but food and drink vendors. the marquees are just starting to kind of fill up the. I think we dubbed it Sunset Boulevard last year. I think
It's nearly that time of year again, isn't it?
Thursday next week.
Need the sun to come out.
Again, there's indication there of that one just getting through to Shan Masood quicker than what maybe he expected. How, well, obviously we can talk to you from a commercial perspective.
Certainly.
How's it all looking for the Blast? It's no secret that for most counties, if not all of them, it's the biggest kind of cash cow on the calendar.
Yeah, things are good. Things are positive. Like every year, you sort of sit here and a couple of wins and a bit of sunshine definitely doesn't hurt. It can only add to it. But yeah, we're in a good position. We've had a good couple of years, to be fair, off the field commercially, and T20 crowds we get in on a Friday night, especially, are always lively, as you've sort of seen. And I think the local support we get is always fantastic, and I know the lads love it. So yeah, we're all set to be in a good position come Thursday night. Hopefully the weather plays ball with us. Yeah,
fingers crossed. Haven't quite actually settled into any kind of summer yet, have we? In the UK, 32 overs have been bowled, 96 for 1 Yorkshire. Shan Masood on 5, live on 57.
It's still been winter cricket, hasn't it? Lads are still wearing many jumpers they've got. His hand warmers still out. It's not felt like summer.
No, definitely not. You only have to look out in the crowd. It's kind of that transitional period where some of the harder cricket fans turn up wearing shorts, but there's a lot of overcoats and a couple of woolly hats this morning.
Yeah, I'd say there's more bobble hats than shorts out there.
I think so. And some good signings for Northants ahead of the Blast as well. Bapara comes into the side. Sikandar Raza, one of the overseas players as well. Unfortunately, misses a couple of games at the end of the calendar, but some really exciting names to add to the side.
Yeah. The challenge is it always looks good on paper, and we'll find out how it goes. But yeah, the squad looks as good as I've known it in sort of like my 5 or 6 years here, and yeah, we've definitely picked up a couple of good additions. You know, a lot of people look at Ravi as almost like having another overseas signing, really, isn't it? To have a domestic white ball player of his caliber and his experience, and you know, Raza brings a lot of experience, a lot of international experience as well, and Bretsky looks like a really exciting prospect. I think sounds like he's going to come hungry. He wants to get in and around the South Africa side more. He's had a bit of a taste.
Yeah.
That's normally a good sign to get a player of that nature. I think they come and they want to do well for the club, but also for themselves, and I think that's quite healthy from your overseas players. Yeah,
it'd be one of those cricketers as well that unless you've watched a lot of SA20 cricket, which I'll hold my hand up and say I haven't, you're not really going to know too much about him. But having watched a fair few highlight packages of him since the signing of it, he hits the ball pretty hard. I don't quite think Wantage Road's going to be big enough if he gets in.
Got some power.
I think there could be a few double glazing agents, I think, going around dropping some leaflets through some doors, I think, if he gets going. But it's exciting. And yeah, Sikandar Raza, I think you come up with a really good argument to suggest that he'd probably be the best player not to be in the World Cup. And I'm sure there'll be others that people will throw their hat or their name into the ring, but certainly be one that you kind of go, yeah, I mean, how's he not there?
Yeah, and I think that's why the club was so keen to get him done when the opportunity came up, sort of knowing that there was going to be that World T20 competition going on and trying to see who then might be available. And it's always a bit of cat and mouse trying to work out who might be in a squad, who might not be, and how long you leave it. But when you get a player of his ability become available, I think you're absolutely right. You've got to sort of take in. It's surprise a player of his nature wouldn't be in a tournament like that. And hopefully we're sort of close to announcing another one, which will fill the gap when Sikandar can't be with us.
Yeah.
So yeah, things are looking really positive actually, and I think we're really excited for the T20 comp to get going, and it's been really sort of good build up. I think, you know, Dave really not going to the IPL as he's been around a lot more with the lads, and I think that's definitely helped some of the group and helped some of those younger guys. And I think people just want to get started with it now.
Yeah, we've had a lot of county championship cricket, which has been great. But yeah, it's felt like a long time coming, the blast. So all eyes on the social media accounts over the next couple of days then for this new signing then for Northamptonshire. I won't ask you for any clues. Certainly not on air anyway.
I'm not that secretive. I don't think I'll be able to answer it.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
When it goes out, either,
fair enough.
Just leave it to Toby.
Yeah, okay. I'll ask him instead then.
Yeah.
Lovely shot over pitch by Adam Lythe, who just stands and watches the on drive, beats the dive from Sanderson. He picks up another 4, moves into the 60s. With that shot, if the scoreboard updates, I believe will be the 100 for Yorkshire as well. 100 for 1 of 33 overs. They've looked good, Yorkshire. Lythe in particular has looked really well organised, watchful against Sanderson up top, and since then has just kind of been able to go up through the gears a little bit and take the fight back to Northamptonshire.
Yeah, he game really well, doesn't he? He's a good player. I was just thinking, actually, it almost looks like they're batting on 2 different pitches to some extent. Chalmers doesn't quite look like he's settled yet.
Yep.
He's looked a little bit nervous, or just a little bit uneasy. And Lythe looks like he's in a pretty happy place at the minute.
Yeah, it was kind of a theme of the opening partnership between Lythe and Bean as well. Just again, Bean took a long time to get going on their solid defence from Sean Masood. But something that Phil Rowe would say, the guy who usually does the commentary here with me, just said, like, okay, fine, the pitch might look green. You automatically think, oh my word, it's going to do plenty. Actually, you just get really good cricket wickets here when there is a bit of grass on it. The pace is there on the ball. Obviously, the batters love it, the fact that the ball comes onto the bat and the ball carries through to the keeper. So everybody benefits.
Yeah, and that does tend to be the case here. As soon as there's a bit more grass, just put a bit more pace in it. It can get a little bit slow and low here, a bit tired. But that green grass does tend to keep a bit of pace, keep a bit of carry in it. And as you say, everyone's in the game at that point. You can bat well and score runs, and you bowl well. There's wickets in there for you as well. It's probably a pretty important sort of next half an hour, really, isn't it? You know, if we can. Chalmers, who's a very, very good player and just starting out, and Adam Lythe has the ability to get big scores. Yeah, gets big hundreds when he gets them, and yeah, we'll be looking to get a couple of wickets in this first hour, sort of after lunch, I think. Yeah,
it's last time out against Gloucestershire was kind of painting a pretty similar picture as to where we are. Northants got kind of a double breakthrough after the lunch break, which haven't been able to do as yet. But again, the pitch had grass on it. There were overheads. Won the toss, had a bowl first, and just didn't quite get just didn't get the reward that the hard work for Northants deserved. And also, obviously worth mentioning just how well Gloucestershire batted, but set that game up perfectly for them. Put Northamptonshire under a lot of pressure on day 2, and it's a tough day at the office for Northants in their first innings, which ultimately just left the door open for Gloucestershire to come in and win their first game in, was it nearly 2 years? Wasn't it, I think?
September 22, I think. Wasn't it? They played some good cricket that week, actually. I don't think they would have been too unhappy with how we bowled that first day.
No.
On another day, it could have looked very, very different again, and they're probably the sort of fine margins that the lads are battling through at the minute. Maybe not quite going our way at times. Yeah, some of those bits, but it's definitely been some spells of very, very good cricket in there. A lot of the top 6 have all got scores and at different points, and guys have bowled some great spells at times. It's probably just not quite fallen into place in the same match yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Dot ball to finish the 34th, 102 for 1. Yeah, I think you're right, and I think the conversation over lunch would probably be pretty similar to what it was a couple of weeks ago. We've bowled really well, and we've challenged. We've got movement. We've beaten the outside edge. We have picked up the odd edge. It hasn't carried. We've obviously had a couple of moments with like a close run out for Luke Proctor on Adam Lythe as well. As you said, it just hasn't all kind of lined up as yet so far this summer for Northamptonshire. But having this bloke back into the team is only going to help kind of draw those things back into the right direction. He's got 3 slips in place. Jack White continues from the David Capel end. Adam Lythe on strike.
That probably goes to the point, 100 for 1. We've still got 3 slips in. It's not like deep points back and you've got 2 on the drive and 1 slip in, which sometimes you can get here on those slightly slower pitches when sides are 100 for 1 and you're going to be in the dirt for 100 overs. The lads seem to feel like they're sort of well in it, which is a bit of a sort of weird thing to say, I guess, 102 for 1. But like they say, you put two wickets on it and it starts to look different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. He's left the ball well, isn't he, Adam Lythe, throughout the course of this innings so far.
It's a simple cricketer, isn't he? It's a simple game.
Looks like it so far. He looks like he's kind of full of emotion. He's quite happy to show his frustration, particularly with himself, not necessarily with anybody else. There were a couple of shots early this morning that he didn't time as well as what he would have liked to, and got a bit frustrated. But I don't necessarily think that affects his game. I think it's just kind of the way he is. And like Dave Ripley this morning just said, like, heart on the sleeve cricketer. Shows you exactly how he's feeling.
Yeah, and he has that moment of frustration. He sort of tells himself off, and then he's straight back to his work, isn't he? I don't think things stay with him too much. Whether he's getting really, really happy with something he's done well or really frustrated with something else, I think he sort of remains in the moment pretty well, doesn't he? Yeah,
absolutely right. As we said at the start of this session, to have played 200 first-class games for Yorkshire is a huge achievement. And to average the best part of 40 in a first-class career as well, an absolute beauty from Jack White. Lythe just draws the bat back away from the ball as it goes past.
Yeah, averaging just under 40, play half your games at Headingley in April. It's not a bad number, is it?
Not at all. Fantastic career. Gone past 14,000 first-class runs in this game as well. Just add another milestone in there. 3,400s. It's flown through to McManus, isn't it? Just looks like it's really just kissing off the surface and almost generating pace actually at the moment. And a few of those with McManus has kind of taken those on the bounce, I think, where they've got a little bit bigger than what he thought they were going to.
Suits our seam attack as well. Jack and Sando are both sort of kiss the deck bowlers, aren't they? They're not running in and banging it in.
Yeah, Jack White, Ben Sanderson, and I think you could add Siddharth into that conversation as well. You kind of seam bowlers stand the seam up, hit it, and allow the cricket ball on the pitch to do something for you. It's kind of the perfect pitch for them to bowl on. End of the over, maiden for Jack White, 102 for 1 after 35. Is Luke Proctor going to carry on? He's in conversation with Lewis McManus. The two of them actually seem to be engaged in conversation a lot more today than what I've noticed in the past, and obviously captain and vice captain. But
it's been quite noticeable, that level of conversation, hasn't it?
It has. But then whilst Luke Proctor's bowling, then it kind of takes one thing to think about away from the captain, which is massively helpful. And we know Lewis McManus is an intelligent cricketer, captain of the One Day Cup side. Oh, it's gone down. That's dropped by Emilio Gay at second slip. And they're the chances you can't really afford to put down. It's flown through, isn't it, as it's kissed off the surface by Proctor. Genuine outside edge by Shan Masood. He just pushes at this one. It shapes away from the Pakistani batter. And Emilio Gay just puts it straight down. Looked like it went quickly.
Yeah, it did go quick, didn't it? There was one. Was there one in the first session that didn't carry?
One through to Karen there, yeah.
Considering the extra pace and the pitch and carry that we've just spent 5 minutes talking about, it did go through quick, didn't it? They are quite close.
They are close. So we had one in front of Vasconcelos as well that didn't quite carry, which I think possibly then kind of brought everybody a step forward. And that one there, I think, well, with the benefit of hindsight, if that really is a benefit, you'd argue and say maybe a step back would be the right place to be. But it certainly looked like it rushed Emilio to the point that I don't know whether he got kind of 2 full hands to it, to be honest.
Yeah, it although it was, a good height, it did go quickly, didn't it? And it's something the lads would have spoken about. And to have 2 not carry in the first session, I think the most important thing and what the bowlers want to see is that at least they carry. No bowler likes to see it bounce when it slips. So at least we're giving ourselves a chance. But that did go quick and would have been a nice one to get, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly would. Just after lunch, 102 for 2. Brings in a pretty kind of youthful middle order for Yorkshire. That's a really nice shot by Shan Masood, isn't it? Just times it through mid-wicket. Obviously, a big Yorkshire contingent in today is a healthy round of applause as their captain just turns Luke Proctor through the leg side for 4.
Lovely cricket.
Yeah, perfectly balanced, perfectly timed. Shan Masood moves to double figures. He's 11 off 29. 106 for 1. All sounds a bit cliche cricket, doesn't it? But probably not the bloke you want to give a life to.
No.
That one, they just dropped off the back foot, looking for a single to get down the other end. 33 tests for Shan Masood. 11,000 first-class runs.
Yeah, he's the one that before the game, if you said, who don't you want to drop? Probably the first name at the top of that list, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. He certainly is. But he gets a life. Emilio Gay puts him down off the bowling of Luke Proctor. $311 runs so far this year for Shan Masood at an average of 34. Possibly not up to the standards that he would set himself.
Yeah, I don't know how well he did last year. He had an unbelievable year 2 years ago at Derbyshire, didn't he?
Yeah, 720 runs in 2023. But yeah, I think that year as captain at Derbyshire then kind of prompted that move, didn't it? Up the road to Yorkshire.
Yeah, he couldn't stop scoring runs, could he?
Yeah, someone that's still kind of been in and out of that Pakistan Test team, but I think one of those cricketers that you could probably now, depending on kind of calendar and scheduling, you could kind of say probably going to get you for the full year.
Yeah, and he's been captain at Derby. He's captain up at Yorkshire. He's obviously a good, intelligent cricketer as well.
Adam Lyth at the moment just kind of looks like he's got all the time in the world on this pitch to bat. Just dead bats that one in the offside. Drops at his feet. Plenty of encouragement for Jack White. The reaction actually for that drop catch by Emilio Gay was kind of interesting. It was almost like there was no real reaction to it, was there? There was no kind of, oh, we've missed a chance. There was no kind of negative kind of response to it either. It was just, okay, we'll bowl it again.
What happened,
then.
yeah.
Oh, it's a massive drive. I've just said Adam Lyth looks like he's got all the time in the world. And it looks like he's tried to pick that one up over the covers. It's short that side. Wow. But I think that might have been going for 12 if he'd have connected with that one.
He's thinking about Thursday.
Well, they're back again, aren't they? On Sunday, the 2nd of June, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying.
Yeah, we've got a double header here as well. So Regional Sunrisers play the Northern Diamonds in the morning, and then we take them on in the afternoon. Be a good day, actually.
So it is very much a a Northants versus Yorkshire day of cricket. Both games included on the ticket fee. Yeah.
2 for the price of 1, as they say.
I think Sunrise will start at 10:30.
You tested me. I want to say 11:30.
11:30.
I want to say 11:30, 3:30.
Yeah.
But I have been wrong before.
Oh, so have I, numerous times. Quite often whilst I'm commentating on the stream, Dan. So it wouldn't be the first time. And Adam Lyde just gets back into that box that he's been batting in so far during the course of the day and just leaves Jack White alone outside the off stump. But it'd be a good day. Those double headers, I mean, for me, and I know the hundred's a fairly controversial kind of topic to talk about, but the biggest success of that competition has been the happy coincidence that those double headers came about because of COVID. And so to see counties kind of adopt the same blueprint, I think is great.
Yeah, it's a really, really good thing, actually, and it's nice for us to get the opportunity to do them. I think sometimes that's the hardest challenge is opportunity, and there's so many different things that you've got to balance and factor around start times and how those double headers can come together. And it does take big commitment from the women's regional sides as well. We take out any wet weather time delays for them, and we try and squash the schedule as much as we can to give them the best crowd as we can to play on those days. But as I say, it does take a lot of work from sort of everybody involved to make it happen, and it's nice that A, we're able to do it, but B, that they're so keen to be a part of it as well. We've had a couple here which have been midweeks during half term and things like that, which have they've been great. But it's nice for us to have it on a Sunday and have a full day of cricket on what will hopefully be a sunny Sunday in Northampton.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So if you are listening, it's even worth travelling down from Yorkshire for, I would say. Full day of cricket in Northampton. It's not that far.
Absolutely. There's always a few Yorkshire fans travelling down as well. They travel well, don't they?
They do. I think they're all down below us here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. We've got our effects mic outside the door, and seems to be where the healthiest round of applause comes from.
Yeah, there's plenty of white seats free, and they've all sat next to each other across about 3 rows.
But yeah, next Sunday, if you are in the area, Sunrisers versus Northern Diamonds, Steelbacks versus Vikings in the T20 Blast. I feel like I'm doing your job now, Dan, trying to sell tickets here.
Oh, well, I hope so. Toby needs all the help he can get.
Proctor continues. Shan Masood on strike. It's 11 off 33. Was put down on 7, wasn't he? Picked up that boundary for a couple of balls afterwards.
Yeah, I wonder whether that 4-3 wicket was going to sort of settle him down and get him going, but
it's a beauty again from Proctor. Shan Masood just has a poke at it, doesn't he, as he goes past. He kind of shadow batted the leave afterwards, and he's going to come down and just have a calming word with Adam Lythe. It is interesting, isn't it? It genuinely has looked like a tale of 2 pitches, like you said earlier for Lythe compared to Bean and Masood. Northants just yet to take that chance. It's a nice looking shot. Over-pitched, I think, from Proctor, but you'd rather be over-pitched here. Allow the drive.
It is a bit like that Gloucester pitch, isn't it? It does look like you could have a session where they just nick everything, and you could bowl someone out for 170, or they can play a miss and 350 becomes a realistic target. It's a proper cricket wicket, I guess. It's the way to look at it, but it'd be nice if started nicking a few more.
Well, absolutely, yeah. And then take the chance when it comes along as well. Dot ball to finish, 38 overs, 106 for 1, and another maiden bowled by Northamptonshire. All eyes as to who's going to bowl. It's going to be Ben Sanderson. It's going to replace Jack White from the David Capel end. Sanderson so far 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 11. Fresh off a fifer last week at Derby. It's been a good battle between these two. Live, well, clearly hasn't scored many off Sanderson. He's only gone for 11 off the 9 overs, but has left the ball really well, defended the ball really well.
There was a couple early on in the first couple of overs, he looked 2 minds, but he's certainly sort of settled into it, hasn't he?
Bit uppish into the leg side, well short of George Bartlett in at mid-wicket. Another new face at Northamptonshire this summer. Good bit of business to bring George Bartlett in as well.
Yeah, he's a talented boy, isn't he? Settled in nicely as well. I think when you get these new signings in, it's always nice for them to get a score or get a bag of wickets under their belt nice and early. And I know he was thinking about it. So for him to get that 100 a couple of weeks ago was really, really nice to see, I think. And that just settles everything down, doesn't it? And he looks like a talented cricketer, and again another lad who can play all 3 formats.
Yeah, absolutely. He mentioned after the Leicestershire game, just said like how nice it is to kind of get that first one, kind of just not take pressure off as such. But I guess there must be an element of kind of proving to your new teammates that you are here and you kind of obviously warrant that the contract, that move.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time it comes from the person that's made the move rather than their teammate.
Yes, yeah.
Something that a lot of the lads want to do for themselves as much as anything else, and in their own heads it just alleviates any of those sort of like negative thoughts or concerns what other people are thinking. And yeah, it was definitely nice to see him get a score, and hopefully there's many more to come.
Yeah, spot on. Sanderson's got Shan Masood in his sights now, just able to rotate the strike in this over. Sure, Northampton will be happy to be bowling at the Yorkshire number 3. He just looks like he's just struggling to get going. 11 off 39. Plenty of overheads on offer as well. Not quite dark enough yet for the floodlights, but it's not. Is it a game where the floodlights can be used today? Do you know?
It is, yeah. We have got floodlights potentially for this fixture, which is nice.
Dare I say, I suspect they might be making an appearance.
Now the main man's entered the room, Dan. My substitute appearance is coming to an end by the looks.
Get the board up. Get the board up. Straighter from Sanderson. And a dot ball to finish the 39th. Completely up to you. Are you looking to sub yourself out now, are you, Mr. Vernon?
Yeah, he looks like an adequate replacement, doesn't he?
Like he's ready to go.
I think he knows what he's talking about a little bit more than I do. So
fair enough. Well, thank you for your company.
It's a pleasure.
And hopefully we'll see you for some sunny blast nights.
No doubt I'll be back soon. Cheers, Dan.
Take care. Luke Proctor to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Into his starting his 6th over after lunch. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. Got the outside edge of Shan Masood, which Emilio Gay couldn't hold on to. That one's played nicely down through gully. Going to take on Fielder, come back through for 2 comfortably. And Live moves to 64. 109 for 1. And I'm joined again by Dave Ripley. all action cricketer to you today. No lunch on offer. You've gone
Brought me
straight
on.
from
It's
the.
okay. I brought me packed lunch.
Straight
I've managed to snaffle that, but yeah, little hours coaching with young Harry, wicket keeper, part of the keepers union, district under 11s. Caught him nicely.
Fantastic. No rest for the wicket, I think is what they
Well,
say, isn't it?
you know, use your words carefully, Dan. I heard a drop mentioned. What happened? Who did we drop? Did you say?
Yeah, Shan Masood on 7. Dropped by Emilio Gay at second slip. Flew through to him. It went really quickly.
Right. I guess that's the
But it was a
thing
good-
we talked about. We've had 2 that haven't carried, and then we have one that flies through, and we can't hang on. That, you know, you just can't quite hang on to that. But if they're not carrying 1 minute and then they're flying through, that doesn't make fielding in the slips very easy.
No, it was a good height. There was no. It was no kind of doubt that it carried, if that makes sense. As you said, the one through to Caroon at first was quite a long way short, and then the one at Vasco at third was no more than a foot, half a foot maybe. Whereas this one here was very much kind of waist height for Emilio. And he's certainly the taller of the 3 of them in that cordon, isn't he? Nicely timed, back to mid-on, but a dot ball. So yeah, Luke Proctor's asked questions as the Northampton bowling lineup have done throughout the entirety of the game so far. I've literally just clocked at the start of this over. I asked Dan Vernon about floodlights, and he said they are available, and just spotted on the notes that they've been requested because it looks a bit gloomy, and they're just starting to come on as well. Which I'm sure Northampton.
It does tend to give you a lift, that as a fielding side, and a little bit, you feel a bit the world's against you on the batting. I think it's not as cut and dried as people think, that it's both just going to hoop around all over the place because the lights are on. But it certainly did a little bit when we had that pink ball experiment back in the day, when we played some day-night cricket. It was a bit of a lottery at the end of the day, batting under the lights with that ball.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, that's nicely timed by Adam Lyde off the back foot. Gets past Bartlett at point. I think he's certainly going to add a couple. They're going to take Broad on for a third. He's got a good arm. Shan Masood makes it through comfortably for 3. Adam Lyde moves to 67. I almost forgot that pink ball cricket was a thing in the professional game.
Yeah,
I thought it was a genuinely good idea.
I didn't mind the concept at all. The later start. So what I've found about it was our general members that sat and watched the cricket as per norm just went home at their usual time,
right?
And they weren't really replaced by a like for like number. You know, we had some people came up from work and had a beer and watched some cricket, but it wasn't.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't like we were shutting the gates. You know, it was a very much a trickle, and it was only really replacing the ones that still left at the same time.
Sure.
But and we had one of the great games here against Leicestershire in that we won by about four runs or something. It was a brilliant game of cricket. I think Rory Kleinfeld might have took the last wicket, I think. Yeah, fantastic 4 days, but it just kept nibbling. If you were batting at the wrong time under the lights, it was hard work. And then the next day it kind of flattened out and the game caught up a little bit. But it was, I think we set them 350 or something, and they almost got them.
Nicely played again by Adam Lyde. That one powerfully struck through the leg side. It's not going to go though. It's the long boundary here at Wantage Road. And they'll take on Bartlett.
Got rid of that quickly, actually. That's good fielding.
Yeah, Shan Masood that time says no. He's run well. Lythe has run well. There was a chance for a run out, wasn't there, by Proctor in the morning session, but was well in and ended up getting bonus runs for it as well.
Yep.
Proactively looking for a third there, which, dare I say, was possibly on. But as you said, Bartlett got the ball in the air quickly. He just kept a little bit low, actually, on Adam Lythe there. First time today. 114 for one off 40.3 overs.
Still challenging, isn't it? A guy's got 70 and he's been in for best part of 40 overs, but we think we can still find a way to get past his outside edge, which shows that this could still turn. I think if we just get in amongst that middle order.
That one's just kissed off the surface once again through to McManus. Yeah, I think you're right, and Dan just said it just feels like one of those days similar to the Gloucestershire day, that as well as Gloucestershire then and Yorkshire have batted so far, that you could get a crazy kind of half an hour and all of a sudden Northants look like they've kind of picked up maybe, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 wickets, and you suddenly go, wow, this is going quite well. And as you said, a psychological boost of seeing those floodlights come on as well. Maybe that's the start of the funny 5 minutes for Northants. And that's squared up live and genuinely beaten him. Sanderson quickly turns around, can't believe it.
Yeah.
You highlighted this battle, actually. It's been a really good battle between the two of them.
Over the years, it's been very entertaining. And I think Sando generally is in red ball cricket I'd say be up. I don't know. I've not got the figures, but I'd say he'd be up. But in white ball cricket, I think Adam might have had 1 or 2 days out as well. So to try and level it up a little bit. But it's still an intriguing contest, the 40 overs worth.
Yeah, it's been really good. And it feels like Sanderson's bowled almost exclusively to Adam Lyth here as well. Hasn't bowled many at either Finlay Bean or Shan Masood. For Lyth to have scored 69 and Sanderson to have gone for 14 off 11 overs.
Yep.
It just shows how good of a kind of a mini battle in this fixture it's been.
Agree, yeah. Good viewing.
Are we going to get a change? We are. Siddharth Koul is going to replace Luke Proctor from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Proctor bowled 6 overs. After lunch, 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. Siddharth, who had a tough morning, I think would be fair to say. 6 overs, none for 38. You can kind of caveat 8 of those with the overthrows.
Yeah.
And maybe the 4s... I was just about to say something stupid there. I think I've just saved myself, so I won't go any further with it. But 3 slips in place. Siddharth into bowl. And this gives Shan Masood 1 on a length there to drop into the leg side and get down the non-striker's end.
Interesting field this coming round the wicket. 6-3 offside field. If he's shaping the ball back in, or is he trying to take it the other way? I don't know. It doesn't really match with what we saw with his first spell from this end, where he darted a few back. But he might attack the stumps a bit more.
Wow, that's powerfully struck off the back foot by Adam Lyth. That was a shot that you would see on a Thursday night, wasn't it?
Yeah. Not from me, however. Get it down to third man.
Just run it down, get off strike. I think actually it might have he might have been a bit early on the shot, I think.
I didn't know he was thinking about pulling it at one stage, and then he kind of changed his mind. Perhaps that man back just got into the back of his mind.
Yeah, he's got 2 out there on the leg side, hasn't he? 1 at mid-wicket, 1 at backward square. As it is, he drops that one into the leg side to Sanderson and gets up.
Doesn't look right to me. It's not quite matching up that. It's just so easy just to take that single. Because Sando is very straight as well. So Vasco's coming out of there. But is that just because he's bowled the wrong line? Or I'd just like to know what the chat's been about that.
Cut away and well fielded by Bartlett at point. It almost kind of feels like a bit of a 50-50 field with no real kind of
well, if you're going to have 50-50 field, generally is if you're going to attack the stumps and try and bowl straight, and you need to split your field. But I say we started with a 6-3 field, which would suggest we weren't going to do that. But that's what had actually bowled, and therefore now we've reverted back to split field. I just don't quite know what the first 4 balls were about.
Nicely bowled, defended by Shan Masood. Was it a field maybe for a man who maybe is just struggling for a little bit of rhythm today, maybe? A bit of extra cover?
Maybe, but yeah. But we held our nerve with the 3 slips, and then we just kind of taken one that's the one that's bit the dust, the extra catcher. But I just thought it would be worth trying to recreate what he created. He'd bowl some good deliveries. Brody just swung one through the gate from that end as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
So you think, go attack the stumps. We'll cut off the boundary from a pick-up shot and still bowl a bouncer. Attack the stumps.
Well, as it is, 2 runs off Siddharth's first over of the afternoon session. 116 for 1 off 42 overs. Just the 2 overs from Justin Broad before lunch. Certainly would be down the pecking order in terms of.
I think so. I mean, it's great that he got a wicket, but I think we'd still put our faith in our tried and tested, if you like, in terms of trying to get that first hour after the break that we really wanted, getting amongst them. It seems like it's been a similar story. I don't see many overs, but I've just seen us go past Lies outside edge twice in the last over without getting a nick. So it's still the theme's developed, but I'm sure if we don't make inroads, then Justin Broad will bowl quite a few more overs than 2, because we'll need him later on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Half an appeal for RBW. Gone down to the fine leg boundary for 4-leg buys. It's an extravagant trigger movement by Adam Lyth, isn't it? Starts well outside leg stump and almost triggers to the point where his toes are on middle and off. Gets himself in line and leaves the ball well through to McManus.
Yeah, trigger movements they always get a lot of debate in coaching about what's right. You tend to talk about trying to stay still, but lots of people find it really hard to stay still because the ball seems so much faster. So you find some way of triggering, and then you go early because then you feel like you're set to go again, or then it becomes. People talk about rhythm. It's a front foot press. It's a back and a cross. There's a lot to unpack there.
Good stop. It's gone straight down, isn't it? As it's gone past Lyth.
That's stayed low, but again, enough movement to beat. But he played over it, but it's still gone past him.
Yeah, I think that's the bit that's just upset him a little bit. There is the lack of bounce rather than any movement. And he's batting outside of his crease. We saw McManus with the new ball didn't come up to the stumps early in the piece today. As yet, choosing not to Adam Lyth.
Yes, he is setting up outside of his crease, isn't he? So he is out. So it would be you have to make an adjustment if Lewis stood up, but there is that nibble and that uneven bounce, I guess, that we've just seen. Credit I don't want to upset the groundsman. That's not quite uneven bounce. We've seen a couple that have kept low. Generally, the wickets carried pretty nicely.
Yeah, it's just been a couple in this spell for Sanderson that's just kept a little bit low and left alone again by Lyth, who practices an extravagant cover drive afterwards.
That's going to wind you up, isn't it? If you're a bowler, you keep nipping it past his outside edge, and then he's shadowing to smoke you through the extra cover.
Yeah, he's looked brilliant for 70 so far today. Last ball of the 43rd. And that is, wow, slightly streakier from Adam Lythe. Double teapots from Sanderson to finish. Dot ball, by all accounts. 43 overs done, 120 for 1. Yorkshire having been put into bat at Wantage Road by Northants.
There's a nice debate going on there between batsman and bowler. Different perspectives on how things are going. I think they should be sharing, but I'd like to see that. It's not animated. It's not in your face. It's just a little bit of a gentle observations that they'll be sharing. Mutual respect, I think, down there as well, because it's been a good contest.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. Siddharth continues with 2 slips. And that's turned into the leg side for that single that is on offer. One of those 2 fielders is Rob Keogh down on the leg side boundary. Finds himself at deep mid-wicket at the moment. Adam Lythe on strike on 70. Nicely fielded by Bartlett. Covers a lot of ground to keep Adam Lythe on strike.
That's good. That's good. Keeping the squeeze on, not conceding easy runs. Generally, apart from we have given those 8 away in various. One we hit the stumps. That was a travesty, really. I couldn't do anything about that. But I think generally our energy in the circle's been good. Obviously, unfortunately, we have put one down, but energy, keeping the guys honest in terms of their running between the wickets, we've been tidy.
Yeah, it must take. I mean, you're going to be far better kind of posed to answer this question than I, so I'll throw it your way. But would you take confidence from Derbyshire, or would you come away from it feeling a little bit deflated that you didn't get over the line?
I think a week on, you take confidence on how well we played, and especially that 3rd innings where we made all the running to bat positively to give ourselves overs and opportunity to take the wickets we needed. I think that would be really, really positive. On the drive home from Derbyshire, I'm sure it'll be slightly different because you know what might have been, and obviously you might be thinking Glamorgan and the rain, and you just start feeling your luck's out a little bit. But I think a week on, you'd be really positive about how we played. Sure. But those winning opportunities, if you do let 1 or 2 go past you, then you don't get them that often, do you? Then Championship cricket, it's that'll be the tough thing. You hope you haven't. Another one zips past you, then all of a sudden, you don't win generally 8-9 games of Championship cricket a year.
Yeah, nicely played by Shan Masood. That's going to be another couple of runs added to the score. Yeah, both of these teams winless so far in the Championship this year. Northants with the 1 defeat against Gloucestershire. Yorkshire with 2 to their name so far. I suppose the benefit of the scheduling and the fact those games do come so quickly is the fact that you can kind of forget about them quite quickly because you've got something else to think about almost immediately when you finish the last one.
Absolutely. Yep. Full
face of the bat. Solid defence.
It was. That looked a little bit better than it was when he first came in, wasn't it? He looked a little... Certainly didn't see a shot like that in his first half a dozen. He looked a bit more tentative. That looked a little bit more ominous.
Yeah, certainly a lot more confidence in that defensive shot.
When is he going to get down this end? It just seems Adam Lythe and Sando are just having a shootout for the whole day. No one else is getting involved.
Well, I think that's what everybody bought tickets for, wasn't it?
Wow. It's a phenomenal amount of balls he's faced off him.
Yeah, it's been a good contest, and so much so, Sanderson obviously being rewarded with 3 slips as well. There's a catcher in the form of Justin Broad in at mid-wicket. And Live defends that one into the offside. Doesn't seem, well, seems quite content as well, doesn't he, against Sanderson, just to play him out. How many has he bowled now in this spell? This is his 4th in this spell. He might only have 1 more after this one.
There's a lot of space in the offside. I mean, I like the field. Sando's obviously split his field, targeting the stumps. He's got a man back. Maybe if he wants to short ball at the back of his mind, and just encouraging him perhaps to look for that gap outside off stump, bring those 3 slips and the keeper in. But he's been very disciplined. I think it's going to have to be a very long half volley or short and wide for him to take that on. And Ben Sanderson don't bowl many of those. So this could continue as the theme.
Yeah, Ben Sanderson to left-handers is kind of about as good as it gets for Ben Sanderson, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Adam Lyth doesn't he has a glance over through that cover region once the ball's gone.
It's enormous, given that our cover point has moved down to kind of hedge our bets a bit for the rundown. So he's kind of almost on a gully line, and the other man at almost wide mid off. It's an enormous gap.
Yeah, and it's gone on the inside of Rob Keogh for the rundown, and Lyth's going to pick up 4.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was exactly where he was aiming. Sure. Didn't seem like he fully wanted to whack it, did he? Let's have a look at the replay. Bit of a push into that gap and squirted off outside third of the bat, maybe.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know whether Ben Sanderson's going to say it's nice, but there was a pat on the back from Adam Lyth as he turned and made his way back past Ben Sanderson that time. I think as an acknowledgement of you possibly haven't got the reward you deserve so far yet today.
Yeah.
Lyth now on 74. He's faced 150 deliveries. And just lets that one go through to the wicketkeeper as well in response to the 4 off the previous ball.
It reminds me a bit of a game I was lucky to watch at when we played Yorkshire at Headingley, and Sando, when Parnell got 5 wickets, but Ben Sanderson was phenomenal. I think he did get Adam Lyth out actually very early on in that game, and then he just went past the edge relentlessly for the whole day and picked up very few wickets. And when Parnell managed to get them at the other end, but it's very reminiscent of this. Just pass the bat. Was that the game we ended up losing by 1 run? It was a bit of a long drive home, like we said, when you just thought we were going to get over the line, and when Parnell nicked 1 and we'd lost by 1 run. The last session. So again, another brilliant 4-day cricket match.
Yeah, quite a coach, I should imagine, on the, not you as the coach, but
yeah, I was.
Yeah. Both you and the vehicle that the team were travelling back on, I suspect, were pretty quiet at the end.
It was. Yeah, there's not a lot you could say about.
No,
there's no big debriefs and chats. If everyone was on the floor, yeah. I don't think there'd been many of those. I remember reading about it that 1-run defeats very few and far between.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Siddharth. We'll continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Sanderson and Proctor in conversation. The end of that over.
Trying to eat 1 more out of him, I'd hope. Just come on, 1 more. Especially if Masood's on strike. He hadn't seen a lot of him. I would like to see him bowl another one if he's on strike, for sure.
Yeah, it's only been 4 overs in that spell for Sanderson this afternoon. So certainly 1 more is within his remit. Although he's bowled 13 now of the 45 that have been bowled in this fixture so far. Is going to be Siddharth to Adam Lyth with 2 slips. And that's played off the back foot. That's timed nicely through point. Bartlett's going to give chase. He's going to keep it down to just a couple. So 2 runs added to the score. 131 for 1 off 45.1. Siddharth now 8 overs. None for 45. Adam Lyth solid in defence, and for the first time really in the day, the Northampton fielders just seem to have just quietened down a little bit. Just maybe just as a nod to the success that Yorkshire have had in the game so far. Just the 2 slips in place. Vasconcelos in at mid-wicket. It's turned into the leg side for a single. Lyth moves to 78.
Yeah, that man back, I mean, he's kind of allowing him to attack the stumps and protecting the shorter boundary. Could we do anything else with him? Maybe, I'm not sure. We haven't seen any short balls yet. It's not a particularly big boundary. But I'm not always a massive believer that it has to be a massive boundary. Obviously, you do get guys that can hit it, but a lot of dismissals to a short ball are gloved to the keeper, or they go straight up, and or that boundary could certainly hold a miss hit. A top edge probably wouldn't hold a top edge. It would probably fly over Briggs and Forrester. But I'd like to see us use that sweeper a little bit better than just.
Yeah, wow, that's nice at times. It's going to race across the square. Broad's going to give chase. I don't think he's going to win. Oh. Certainly one of the better fielders. Spends a lot of time on the boundary. In the blast, can't chase that one down. 50 partnership between Adam Lyth and Sean Masood as well. 134 for 1. I just said, like, it just feels like it's just quieting down a little bit for Northampton as well. They've been pretty up and pretty lively, haven't they, throughout the majority of this game. And just maybe the last half a dozen balls, maybe the last couple of overs, just feels like it's kind of noticeably just quieting down a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's just unfortunately, if it's not quite inside our stay at the moment, it's just everything that's can perhaps have gone wrong has, and we've just not been able to build a great deal of pressure, and we've now got sweepers on both sides of the ground, and that's not something I enjoy seeing, actually.
I mean, obviously you're far better qualified than me to kind of answer this, but it kind of looks like a field there that's almost looking to protect Siddharth slightly, in the fact that it's not coming out as well as what he would like it to.
And we're not protecting him in one area specifically. I think, if you're going to show some protection, it's kind of, let's get it on one side of the wicket, or maybe hang it out there and have the offside sweeper. Let's try. It could be time to try something different, especially at Lyth, because it's just not really happening. He's not really able to build any pressure at the moment in his spells. Whereas, obviously, down the other end, we've got a guy building relentless pressure, just not got his reward. And the field looks very, very different. So we have to recognise that, we're not all the same, and there's two different spells going on. But it's quite a extreme difference.
Yeah, absolutely right. It is going to be Sanderson to continue and start his 5th over of this spell. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 after lunch. Proctor and McManus in conversation once again. So the captain makes his way down to his fielding position at mid-on. Encouragement there from the cordon. There is that big drive from Lyth, straight at Justin Broad.
Just plug that huge gap by bringing the man up from the from deep square. So again, slightly different plan. Perhaps not going to bowl any short balls. To concentrate on trying to hit the top of off stump. And if he gets it to the leg side, it's not his best ball, but he's set his field to for his best ball, challenge the top of off stump, bringing those 3 slips in. That was a yard full, but no damage done for Sando.
Yeah, it wasn't perfectly timed, was it, by Live, but it was straight at Justin Broad. That one, again, left well alone by Live. It's been really well disciplined by the Yorkshire opener, hasn't it? On a day that has done enough with the ball. Absolutely, it's done enough. And it's, I think with the movement
yes, that's a good leave. That's pretty tight.
With the movement that has been on show, I think it still backs up to the point that actually great toss to win and have a bowl first. The discipline of Live, though, just I think directly correlates to just how well Yorkshire have ended up here. 136 for 1 off 46 overs, and the ball's done all sorts.
Yeah, the toss always gets a lot of debate. Obviously, it can be crucial. It can be not that important. Then I try to look at it is when you look back, was it easier to bat on the first day or the last? Obviously, there's a pressure of batting last that brings with it. But there's also pressure batting first as well. You know, it's the start of the game. You need to start the game well. So they both brings pressures, but it's what's the surface like day 1 versus day 4.
Yeah,
sometimes that can dictate if you thought it was a good decision or not.
There's that drive again from Live. Can't get it past Broad. Just a slight hint of disappointment, I think, from Adam Live there as the head went back.
But he's faced all the balls again, Dan.
Yeah.
I feel like making a complaint. It just doesn't seem Monopoly's commission or something. It's unbelievable. I don't think I've ever noticed it quite so much before ever.
So I don't quite have the statistics in front of me, and I don't haven't been counting either, but it does really feel like, again, can't get that past Keogh there.
Pretty sure he's faced every ball since I've been here. I've seen 3 overs of Sando. I don't
think Shah Massoud's faced more than 1 or 2.
18 balls. I can't recall him facing one. Might be, like you said, might be 1 or 2, but that's a big statistic. When you think what we had this morning when Finley Bean was in, not getting them down this end either very often.
Last ball of Sanderson's 5th, and again that one defended by Adam Live with a shake of the head, I think, to finish the over. 136 for 1, maiden for Sanderson. 47 overs have been bowled. And Luke Proctor now having a chat with Jack White. We'll see Jack White replacing Sanderson from the David Capel end.
Yeah, it's getting like you said, because 14 overs itself is not necessarily he's got far more than that in him, but the fact we've only bowled 47 overs, I mean, it's quite a lot out of that number.
Yeah, it's a big percentage, isn't it? And a lot of that's going to be down to the almost the waywardness, I guess, of Siddharth's radar so far during this game. 9 overs, none for 50. Bringing it back in this spell for 12 off 3 overs. He's got 2 slips and a gully in place. He's got Shah Massoud, just guides it past Vasconcelos at gully. Picks up the single, gets down the other end, and you're going to have to watch Adam Live bat again.
I don't mind it this way around. I really wanted Ben Sanderson to have a chance to knock Massoud over. So can we play the Joker?
The Northampton analyst, James Maybe's, just dropped me a message.
Oh, excellent.
Just to kind of confirm your
He's
your
on
points.
The ball, James, maybe.
84 balls Ben Sanderson has bowled.
Yeah.
He's bowled 6 at Sean Massoud, 19 at Finley Bean, and then 59 at Adam Live.
Unbelievable scenes.
It's nicely timed. Calls of 2 as they're going to put Sanderson under a bit of pressure in the field. Might even look at a third here, I think. And Lyth does come back.
Yeah, that's good
for the third.
Good cricket. Make your senior pro bowler chase it all the way to the rope, push him hard for 3. Just a basic, but he's not always done as well as that. Just not again sure what he's doing with his field here. I don't quite know how he's hit through the leg side. We've only got 3 fielders there. Still got the offside sweeper. Still got the leg side sweeper.
It's like Justin Broad's coming a little bit closer at cover. It's a bit of a catcher. One there just looks like it hurried Sean Masood a little bit, but again, such a vacant space in that leg side.
And nipped back though.
Yeah.
Everything about it looks like he's running back to the side where we've got very few fielders.
That's a nice shot. Adam Lyth again. It feels like we've said that quite a lot about his batting so far today. Gets it past Justin Broad at cover. Adds another couple of runs to his score. He moves to 83. 83 off 164. Yorkshire 143 for 1. If it had been their morning, it's certainly shaping up nicely now, halfway through the day, to be looking like their day as well.
It is. It is.
Partnership 55 off 121. 57, in fact, off 122 with that extra couple of runs. That one there again just dropped into the leg side for a single. Bit of a free run, isn't it? That drop into the leg side. What are you looking for here from Northampton at this stage of the game? We spoke, didn't we? We spoke at lunchtime. We said, well, actually, we bowled really well. And you had a couple of wickets to this tally and 3 down for 60 odd, 80 odd, what it was at lunchtime. You think, actually, Northampton's had a pretty good morning. It's certainly kind of, Yorkshire are taking the game away from Northampton right now.
It's just a game of 2 halves, isn't it? Obviously, we've seen Ben bowl very tightly. And I thought it's this little passage of play with Salaf, who obviously is an international cricketer and he's bowled great in his debut game. Full of personality, but it's just the tactical side of this. I'm just not really understanding. So, can Luke impose a plan on him, or is this the bowler's plan? That they're the two that know that. But I'd like just a bit more detail on how we're going to build some pressure, or try and and then ultimately take a wicket. And I say with that sweeper on the offside, a sweeper on the leg side, nipping it back with 3 men. I'm not seeing a plan with Sando. It's pretty straightforward. We know what his strategy is and what his plan is, and he's delivering on that. Is Sadaf delivering on his plan? It wouldn't seem like it, would it? Because the scoreboard's just ticking over, taking his singles over. So I just feel that's something that needs sorting out between captain and bowler.
Yeah,
I'd rather just bowled outside off stump and brought his leg side sweeper in and say, go on then.
Yeah.
I'll have an offside sweeper. I'll have my 2 slips still and a 3rd man. And you come at me out there if you want. Because whatever is currently the plan, I wouldn't say that is working particularly well.
Yeah, I think.
And it's not helping Sando. Because if there's pressure at both ends, it might help Ben Sanderson. But there's just no pressure coming at the other end. So, here he is, live on strike again. The monopoly. And he'll probably just play the same way, and I'll tick off another 6 balls of Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, just add a few more to the tally. As you said, if there's no need to take a risk or to look to score. Oh, that's a good short ball from Sanderson that possibly doesn't get up as much as what Lyth expected, and he's done really well to actually evade that.
Just interesting, again, in terms of the tactical, he's brought that man back to deep square leg. the gap is at extra cover again and cover, but he's bowled him a short ball, a change up.
Yeah, and he's done really well just to drop the hands on it.
I think I'll be interested in doing, Dan, if you talk about a tactic. I've seen this done, and it was a bit like weird, but just put everybody back, concede a single,
get Masood on strike, and
just send a message. I want to bowl at you, and they because he's running out of balls to bowl.
Yeah,
and it would just be a bit of a mind game thing. Get everybody back. Apart from your 3 catches, he takes a 1, and you bring everybody in again, and you start the game again, and hopefully you get a bit of running balls at Masood. When I saw it happen in the game I was involved with, it was like, what the hell? It was a bit, what's going on?
Yeah.
But I
think sometimes I'm in agreement with you. I think sometimes games can just be left to drift for a while, can't they? And it's like sport generally is a lot easier when you're not in the middle of it, isn't it? Let's be honest about it. And whether that is a thought that Luke Proctor's had or not, we don't know. But we've got the benefit of sitting.
Yeah, I mean, there's alternative view is if we get, obviously, this is the guy we definitely have to get out, because he's he's the one rolling on towards 100 who's batted superbly. But just thinking about Sando's spell and just sending a bit of a strange message to Masood, and
I really don't mind it. I genuinely really enjoy it. I love when a game looks like it's just kind of going a little bit flat. I really enjoy when there's something just a little bit interesting to think about. And as you said, you can just plant a little seed. It doesn't really have to do anything, but if you think it's going to be a bit strange, there's a great chance that the person on the receiving end of it is going to go,
Sean Masood might just run at him, try and smack him for 6 to say, what do you have some of that?
Maybe not that extreme, but you never know. I really enjoy it with wicket keepers as well, Dave. Like the up to the stumps and then back to the back again, but not kind of, I'll come up for 1 over and then I'll go back again, but go up for a ball. Go up for 1 ball.
All right, we started on mind games.
Maybe 2 or whatever, and then go, do you know what? I'll go and stand back again now for a little bit, because it does just give a batter something else to think about. You have to retake your guard if you're batting outside your crease and come up to the stumps. They retake that guard and they go, right, okay, well, I've got bang, and then you go back again, and then you go, well, do I carry on in my crease now, or do I? And it certainly is such a psychological game, particularly the batting side of it. Justin Broad is back. The sole wicket taker for Northamptonshire replaces Siddharth. 2 overs for Justin Broad. Picks up the wicket of Finley Bean just before lunch. He's got Adam Lyth on strike. That's down the leg side. He looked like he bowled with good pace this morning.
The first ball there, there's definitely I haven't been around too many games to see, but that he definitely looks like he's added some pace just from 12 months ago for sure.
Just off the thigh pad of Adam Lyth into the leg side. So be 1 more added, 146. Now the score, it's kind of, those first 2 overs, the radar wasn't perfect, was it? But that extra pace that he has and obviously the movement that he got as well back into Finley Bean, that 1 ball of those 12 that he bowled was all that was really needed for Finley Bean. Can he do it again? Sean Masood just flicks that one round the corner, and blimey, I mean, that highlights just how short that boundary is down towards the coffee van.
Yeah.
Jack White, again, not the sharpest across the outfield, but he barely had any ground.
It went very quickly. We had a perfect angle of that, and it was down there in a real rush. I mean, he looks like he's 5 yards off the rope there, which maybe he didn't need to be, given it's such a short boundary. And he was in the back of the net.
Yeah, 150 up for Yorkshire as well. That 4 down to backwards square. Sean Masood now on 25 or 55. pitched up again by Justin Broad. There'll be a look for two. Lythe is going to take on Keogh and take him on successfully. Another couple of runs added.
Just look like Jack White's warming up down there as well, actually. So he may well be the man to follow Ben at that end, perhaps.
Yeah, well, Sanderson would have now bowled 6 from the David Capel end after lunch. It's a good delivery by Justin Broad. Certainly looks like he's prepared to get it up there and give it a chance, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Justin Broad, which is exactly what you want to see.
I mean, he's on his cricketing journey. He's a batter developing. I've seen him play some good innings in the second team last year in T20 cricket. I know he's got red ball runs as well. So he's the bowling side in the side here is the 5th bowler. So what's that? 10, 12 overs, possibly. Maybe less if your spinner's gonna. Obviously the conditions we're faced with here with the greenish pitch and the lights on, I think we'll probably end up with 0 overs a spin for at least another hour. But he's not at this stage on his journey. He's not going to be asked to bowl 20 overs. He might well, he's probably hoping that's where he's going to end up. Genuine all-rounder bowling 20 overs. But it's seen enough to suggest that he's as a 5th seamer picked up a wicket. Other seamers are resting. He has 2 slips, and there's a role there that obviously he'll be asked to contribute runs as well in that role, because if you're going to be the 5th seamer, then you need to contribute some runs or be a batting option, which he obviously is. Yeah,
balances the side really well. I mean, we've seen him bat pretty much everywhere. 1 through about 9, I think, for Northampton in the Championship. He opened earlier this year, but he's got some competition for that space, hasn't he? Other seamers, James Sales and Gus Miller would be there. And then obviously Safe Save with the left arm spin as well.
Second spinner option. Then you've obviously, I saw Gus score a brilliant 100 in the second team at Dunstable. Match winning, because it was really tough at the start. He got through similar conditions to this, and he got through that and got a very good 100. And obviously, Jimmy Sales getting his first class 100. So it's very helpful, as we said. The depth of the squad is there, and competition for spots is what we want from a competitive team.
Two slips for Jack White. It's turned into the leg side by Adam Lythe with some oohs and some ahs from the slip cordon, but the way Lythe has batted so far, I'm not convinced there was much jeopardy involved with that one. He moves to 86. He's 86 off 174 deliveries. Sean Masood on strike, gets a bit more company in the cordon. Vasconcelos comes back in to strengthen it. So 3 slips for the Yorkshire captain. That's turned into the leg side. Siddharth down there doing the fielding, so that's just going to be a single. Yorkshire rotating the strike well.
He's certainly looking a lot more fluent, Sean Masood. His innings developing. He's looking tighter in defence. He's taking chances to score. It is looking a little bit ominous at this stage. We definitely need that wicket. A batting error, bit of brilliance, great catch. We just need a little bit of something.
Nicely played by Adam Lythe. Takes the single down to Vasconcelos, who's protecting the deep third boundary. Yeah, it just looks a little bit straightforward for Yorkshire at the moment. So Northants will have it obviously in their mind with the fact that they will bat on it last, and Yorkshire haven't gone for one of the two spinners in the squad. Whether that's something they can look at as a positive, but right now everything's going Yorkshire's way, and I think that sign of frustration by Jack White at the bowler's end just kicks up one of the wicket ends, doesn't he? Just highlights, I think, just how hard and probably dissatisfied this Northampton team attack are with the work or with the rewards that they've got, not necessarily the work that they've put in.
No, I think it's we've suggested that been very skillful and we've got the ball in the right place a lot of times, and we haven't bowled a huge amount of bad deliveries, as we've just seen another one go past the bat there. Sadaf hasn't quite been probably at his best, but the other bowlers have all on another day could have had a lot more reward.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned about Adam Lyth showing his emotion. Jack White is another one of those cricketers that's fairly expressive with his reactions, and that one beat the outside edge of
an
Lyth.
Absolute jaffa. I just saw the replay. Actually, it's just nipped away again. So we have not had the reward that our bowling performance warrants, given we've put 51 overs down as a team. To think we've got one wicket is not the reward.
Broad continues. Masood plays that one through the onside. Somerset are 149 for 9 up at Durham, having been asked to bat first. Surrey bowled out for 127 by Hampshire. Surrey chose to bat there as well.
You said Surrey chose to bat. Is that could be a turning pitch down there? They sometimes produce turners, but the seamers have done the damage, I presume. 5 for Kyle Abbott. Yeah. 3 for Liam Dawson. So I think you're right in both courts. Even on day one, he's got 3. Then obviously the fact that Surrey elected to bat would suggest if Surrey got a spinner in their team other than Steele. Cameron Steele seems to be their batting spinner at the moment.
Let's have a look. Yeah, Cam Steele is in there. It's a lovely shot, isn't it? Adam Lyth goes through the covers. It's a long chase on down towards that boundary. Northampton are going to win that one, so the ball stops before it gets there. So it's going to be 3 more for Adam Lyth. He moves to 90. He's 10 away from 100 now. Dan Lawrence, obviously a spin bowling option as well. Essex, 169 for 1 at Kent. At Canterbury, in fact. They are on at Old Trafford. Warwickshire, 48 for 1. Worcester, New Road, no play Friday due to a wet outfield. Derbyshire, 2-2-3 for 3. Glamorgan 2-1-5 for 3, Sussex 1-8-8 for 4. And obviously the game in front of us here, Yorkshire 160 for 1.
Looks like Ravi going round for a hit, and his T20 legs in and hits in.
Is that Rob Keogh down there? Just
trying to steal his bat.
Just checking it out. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the T20 players in today.
It's an interesting time of year, isn't it, when you've got championship cricket going on, but you've got a big tournament like just on the horizon, and guys that are specialists in that format, building up, playing second team crease. It's always find it an interesting little. Trying obviously the challenge is trying to get your practice in. It's they're always tough coming straight out of a championship game, and then we've got 3 games, haven't we, in 4 days or something. You're well and truly in the season, and it's a bit tough to prepare for that how you would probably like to. Tough to plan that.
Yeah, I suppose when you look out at this Northants 11 today, you would say Sanderson would be one that would be there with that T20 setup. Justin Broad would be potentially another, but with those signings of Bapara, maybe not so much now for Broad. Obviously, he's an electric fielder. I'm sure he'll be there. Keogh wasn't in that setup at the end of last season. McManus, obviously, to keep.
Yeah, Emilio and Vasco, I think they opened the batting a little bit, didn't they, last year in some of the...
They did.
Or top three.
I think South African overseas, possibly we were looking at one of those opening slots as well.
Yep. Yeah, but I think the point you're making is there's not necessarily... There might be other counties that there's quite a lot of crossover. Your point you're making is we've got two overseas players to come in. We have Ravi and Dave and Saif not playing.
Yeah,
we've got us, spin options, perhaps of Freddie and young Dre Russell. To there's a lot of competition for the spots again, as we have already alluded to, really. So, but yeah, we might be better off than some in terms of scrambling to get your blue kit dusted off and try a white ball in your hand. But the fact you get those 3 games right up front, I don't know if everyone's in the same. Sometimes the cards you get dealt, some counties get dealt a bit better hand. But I think every county is playing in this block of games, which is certainly, that's fair. Because I think if you miss this block and you had a week to prepare for that comp, that would be a really head start. So the fact that we're all playing is good. And then you might hope to have a Friday night game and then maybe not have one till the next Friday night, so you get a window there after game 1. But the fact we've loaded up with 3 games, I don't know if everyone's going to be in the same boat. I haven't really studied the fixture list, but I hope everyone is pretty busy on the Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in terms of the comp's really got underway now, and everyone's going to have at least 2 games in that slot.
I would imagine so, without going through and checking all 18 counties worth of fixtures. I just about know where I'm meant to be, Dave, let alone where everybody else is meant to be.
From Portsmouth, it's doing anyway.
Me and the M25.
Surely you stop over, when the game's on.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, tough gig if you didn't.
No, they don't send me all the way home again. Otherwise, I think that would be a.
Is that what that mattress is throwing there in the corner?
Yes. Yeah. Did you spot it? Just at the top of the stairwell.
Good money saving exercise. John Sadler used to sleep in here actually because when John came down, it was COVID.
Oh yeah.
And hotels were a bit tricky, and I lent him a mattress, and the indoor school was his hotel.
Blimey.
Kipped down. A lot of space.
Wow, certainly bigger than your average hotel room, that's for sure.
See him playing a bit of one-on-one football in the indoor school of an evening.
It's incredibly hard to think back and kind of believe that any of that and those stories were real time, wasn't it?
True.
I mean, I'm glad we're not still in it, but I wouldn't necessarily think the head coach for a professional sports team would be camping down in a sports hall. It's again an absolute beauty from Jack White. Their head goes back in frustration and disbelief. Adam Lythe continues. He's on 91.
Yeah. Again, back to back, good deliveries that have left Lythe without finding his edge from Jack. Keeping the pressure going at that end in terms of asking the questions, but just not quite getting that rub of the green.
Yeah, it's been incredibly tough going for Northampton. Like Jack White's just making his way off the field as well. He's going to get a bit of treatment or a comfort break. In the longest spell, just 2 overs for Jack White. So I'm sure it might just be a bit of running repair, maybe.
Yeah, I hope so. That's not a bad sign that his wings are niggling him, because a bit unusual to go off after 2 overs.
Broad starts his third over of this spell with a dot ball. Proctor there going through a few looseners. Whether we're going to see the captain come on again. Certainly plenty of options. Proctor's able to kind of rotate and shuffle his pack.
Just wonder if Rob, Keysy coming on when Live's in the 90s, early 90s, is he going to, will they try and not let him bowl? Sometimes that's a thing. You bring someone on, it's not, that doesn't look that advantageous, but there's two left-handers and they think, no, I'm going to be positive, and actually they just hit one up in the air or run past one, and then you take your spinner straight off. He's done his job and you get your seamers back on, but it might be tempted to go with Robbie Keogh.
I think it's another one of those kind of cards to play that you might not be expecting it as an opposition. As you said, overheads, lights are on, pitch is green. You probably stood there with the cricket bat in your hand going, well, it's going to be same pretty much, and possibly all the way till tea. And if we're still one down, then maybe if Northampton need to catch up a couple of overs, we'll see some Rob Keogh. Obviously, they're two behind at the moment, so we'll have to bowl a bit of spin at some point to catch that up. But as you said, Live is into the 90s, and you suddenly go, Rob, have a couple of overs.
Yeah, can't just slow him down. I mean, you imagine you're not going to be over attack. He'd probably just have a slip, maybe a man on a drive, and then, not make it easy just to turn the strike over all the time, but perhaps keep the field up and say, go on then, if you're in the 90s and you want to get to 100 in a hurry, try and take somebody on over the mid-on, mid-off, or...
Inside edge from Live this time. It's going to be a single. One of the very few full shots from Adam Live in this innings of 92. And the other thing as well, it slows that trick. The movements have to slow down, don't they? The trigger movement has to change a little bit. Obviously, gets a bit of company with McManus up to the stumps. But if you do too much of it, I suppose you could be accused of almost chasing it, can't you, a little bit? That's nicely timed by Masood, who puts Rob Keogh into work and does really well.
Yeah, that's good fielding. That was always just going away from him, but he is very good in the field, Rob.
Covers that ground really well. Make sure that Yorkshire only add a single to the score. So 54 overs have been bowled now, 167 for one. Worryingly for Northamptonshire, Jack White is not able to continue that 2-over spell. So it's 2 overs, no maidens, none for 8. And he's going to be replaced by his captain, Luke Proctor, from the David Capel end. Proctor, 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 26. Got the edge of Shan Masood, which was dropped by Emilio Gay at second slip just after lunch. But yeah, not the greatest sign that Jack White's
that's a little bit of a worry. Hopefully, just a preventative, maybe.
Proctor there with 2 slips. Masood defends that one into the offside. And just as we've been kind of musing the idea about Rob Keogh, he's just getting loose, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I've learnt enough here now that Rob Keogh doesn't start getting loose unless he's actually going to bowl, and possibly be one more from Broad, and then Keogh. It's quite a long warm-up, isn't it, for Rob?
I mean, the fact that Jackie's off as well. Oh, unlucky. If he's a bit more than just off for 10 minutes and changing his shirt or something, going to the toilet, and then if it's a bit worse than that, then you might have to start planning now and that would involve Keysy perhaps getting on and trying to hold this end a little bit and let our seamers keep coming from the other end.
A big flashy drive there from Shan Masood.
Yeah, wasn't in control of that at all, was he?
No, there's a big gap, isn't there, between second slip and Rob Keogh, pretty much a backward point. He's now moved down to deep third. He's on the boundary. And soon takes the single on. There's a chance at the non-striker's end. Rafi Weatherall on as one of the sub-fielders. Does well to get round, but Sean Masood gets through, adds another one to the score.
Got somebody else off, haven't we? Guess that's...
Yeah, I think Sanderson's off as well. Interesting choice of shot from Adam Lythe there. I don't know how far away that was from Emilio Gay.
No, I couldn't really tell the angle, but it might have been diveable, but perhaps got it over him, did he, as well?
Yeah, interesting choice of shot with Keogh down on the boundary.
Yeah.
Fairly risky shot for one run. As it is, it's moved him to 93, so he's 7 away from 100 here at Wantage Road. Short ball, pulled away by Sean Masood. Bartlett's out on the leg side. Would be his 35th first class 100 if he were to get there. One test 100 as well to his name. Straighter from Proctor. It looks like he's really, well, bowling almost wicket to wicket now, isn't he? Lythe turns it around the corner, picks up a single, keeps the strike. All eyes to see who's going to continue. It's going to be Justin Broad to continue. So I think it is going to be one more from Proctor and then Keogh from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Vasconcelos there just signalling over to the dressing room for the helmet, I think.
Looks like Ben Sanderson has made his way back on. It looks like Ben rather than Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen any movement from the dressing room doors of Jack White. As you said, hopefully all okay. Hopefully it's just a bit of running repairs rather than anything more serious or sinister than that. 2 slips for Justin Broad. Starts almost with a Yorker. Adam Lythe digs out down the ground. To working hard on that cricket ball, keep the shine on it. That run rate for Yorkshire just over 3. Fairly consistent all day, and that one there, Lythe just tried to turn in the leg side. I don't know whether it was a slight change of pace from Broad or whether it's just held up in the pitch at all. Bit of a leading edge, but nobody there within any kind of catching distance of it. Played it well in the end. $175 for one. It's a nice on drive from the Yorkshire opener.
Yeah, it's pretty full, pretty straight, getting driven to his mid-on and his mid-off. So, you know, hopefully, if that's his plan, that's what we're delivering. And keep the stumps in play a little bit.
Take on Siddharth for a single. Picks it up. Moves to 94. 176 for one. Shah Masood now is crept up to 41 off 77 after what was a tough start, wasn't it, for the Yorkshire number 3.
Yeah.
Just seems to have kind of found a bit of tempo, a bit of rhythm, and those runs are just coming a little bit easier now for Sean Masood.
Yeah, I didn't see him after lunch, but before lunch, those few balls he had, he could have been out any time. Really looked like he was struggling to get his feet going, jabbing at wide balls, but he's certainly moving a lot better now. That's for sure. He's looking like the best player he is.
And a dot ball to finish. A strong defence by Sean Masood. 176 for one of the 56 overs. Partnership now worth 90. Adam Lythe, 95. Sean Masood, 41. Tough going for Northamptonshire. You kind of look around and it's kind of hard to know where that wicket's going to come from now.
It's looking harder now. Yeah, obviously we saw Sando asking a lot of questions. We saw Jack bowl some good balls that beat the outside edge. Pressure harder to build with the other lads, but again, the field. Oh, he's going to bowl a bouncer, so that's maybe why we need that man. It's a way of getting a wicket, possibly, for sure. So I don't mind that. If when he's just sitting out there and we're just picking up singles that have been turned off the hip, I'm less enthused by. But if Luke's going to bowl one or two there and mix it up and try and hit the top of off with a couple of bounces, then I like that. It's a plan that we can see. But it's getting harder to see where that wicket's coming from. As you said, these two guys are getting set. Our prime bowler's kind of done for a while. Our other bowler is off, so it's looking like a tough couple of hours ahead for us. Yeah, it's
feeling like a long afternoon session for Northamptonshire. What have we got? 7 overs to go until the tea break, I think. It's 32, isn't it, remaining for tea? So just over 7. It's turned into the leg side. There was a initial glance by Sean Masood for a couple of runs, but Siddharth does the fielding, keeps it down to a single.
Oh, that's Jack's come on there, isn't it? That's Jack at mid-on. Yeah. I missed that. So good signs that he's out there.
Yeah, fantastic news that Jack White is back out there. Whether that means he might continue that or restart that spell that he had before he went off or not, we're yet to see. But I'm almost certain that we're going to get spin from the Lynn Wilson Centre and next up from Rob Keogh.
Yeah, and as I said, I like that. We've bowled 57 overs of seam for our one wicket. And I said we deserve a lot better than that. That's for sure. On another day, it could have been a very different story with a few nicks have gone to hand, and some of those who have gone past the bat would have taken the edge. It could certainly, we definitely deserve better. However, we are where we are, and therefore, let's try and just change the tempo of the game a little bit with some spin. Ask a slightly different question of the batters and see if that could unlock the door for us.
Timed that well, isn't he? Sean Masood to the cover field. I was just going to have a look and see where Gloucestershire were at the end of the day. 338 for 8 they were at the end of the day. So the reason why I was looking, Northampton kind of stuck with 3, if not 4 slips for a long time against Gloucestershire. Today it feels like they've kind of adapted that. They've gone more defensive, haven't they, with their field placements in an attempt to kind of just stem the run rate or keep it to about 3. I think it would be fair to say that Miles Hammond's brilliance really, but Gloucestershire took the game away from Northants. I think a lot of that was not only the brilliance of Gloucestershire, but also the fact that there were plenty of spaces available for runs to be scored. Rob Keogh then to have his first bowl of the game. He's going to replace Justin Broad from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and he picked up 5 wickets against Derbyshire last week. The other thing as well that's kind of interesting, at tea, Gloucestershire were 222 for 4 of 64 overs. So Yorkshire are going to be behind that, but they're not going to be a million miles behind.
I think if you offered us 8 wickets now, I think we'd be snatching that hand off, wouldn't we, by the close of play, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's, yeah, hard to see where one's coming from right now. So where 7 comes from, I'm even less kind of even less short. Still though, we haven't looked at spin yet. He's got 1 slip. There's a big appeal for LBW. Keogh loves it. Umpire says no, thank you. Double teapots for Rob Keogh. Big appeal from McManus as well behind the stumps. We'll have a look at this one on replay.
Oh, that's a good shout. That is.
It's a good shout from Keogh.
Good appeal as well. That was. Well, I'd like to hear where Paul thinks that was going. Didn't look like it was outside the line. Just like a nice classic modern dismissal. Oh no, he's inside edged it.
It's frustration for Northamptonshire. Frustration for Rob Keogh. It's gone down as buys.
No.
Rips. It's just skidded on with the arm, isn't it? McManus can't gather it as Masood dances down the track. So we've had one big LBW appeal. Keogh here just having a calming word, I think, from the umpire, or potentially ask the question with regards to the LBW. But just to add insult to injury on that LBW, Masood ran past one and it's gone past. It's gone through the inside of McManus.
I didn't see the replay, so I missed it. But I just thought he'd inside edged it because the ball had gone down. Are we going to see it again? No.
I'm sure we can get it back.
So did it go past off stump or leg stump?
Leg stump. Here we go.
Well, he said to me it might happen like that. They might try and not let him settle and not let him bowl, but we just haven't taken our opportunity.
Yeah, that's Masood now. 2 lives in this innings of 43. Lyth now has just quietly gone up to 99. It's 1 away from the 100 here on day 1 at Northampton. Conversation there between McManus and Keogh at the end of the over. It was, as you said, a very, very good appeal for LBW. We don't get the benefit of ball tracking or anything like that on the live streams, or certainly DRS reviews.
With those additions have shown us, though, that if you get forward and one slides on and it's on the shin and you're on off stump, at least going onto it middle and leg, don't we? That's why there's so many of those are given out, because you know we know.
100 for Adam Lyth. Gets it past Justin Broad at cover in his 200th appearance for Yorkshire. Adam Lyth has made a brilliant 103 of 193. 10 fours, no sixes, and his 35th first-class 100. And a big round of applause from those that have travelled down.
That's a pretty special on your 200th game to bang out 100, and he's done some hard yards there. As we said, the numbers he's faced from Ben, who's been on it today, bowled very well. We know the bowler he is, and he's asked a lot of questions, but he's been down there taking the music, facing the music, and gone on after that tough period to go on and get himself a very, very fine 100.
Yeah, well, can Northants pick him up as he's just gone past the milestone? Ever so often is the case, isn't it? To restart, I think he's just calling for a new grip, I think. Proctor's got 4 more in the over. So quite often that little lapse of concentration with the celebration can account for a full shot, can't it? A little mistake. And
it can.
He go from kind of hero
It's
to
a bit of a subconscious. You always you don't think you're not concentrating the same, but there's just something. You do see a lot of guys get out just after they've got past 100 for sure. It's when they start to get to 120 and then they're in again, and then one talks about a big one and going on. And that's not good news for the bowling side. Second new ball becomes very important if you get to that stage.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly looks like that's well on the cards, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Is it 31.2 overs away? Going to take an almighty collapse if Yorkshire don't have to contest a second new ball here this evening. A lot of quiet Northants fielders and supporters in the ground at the moment.
Yeah, Rob's over there. It can go both ways. You can kind of think, oh, what happened, and it can give you a lift. But obviously, you think you've had an LBW, and then there's a missed chance, and you can sap you back a little bit again. It's not really our day. So hopefully, we can stay busy until tea. Perhaps pick up that wicket, and then come out re-energised after the break, and perhaps just get some of that rub of the green I said that we've been missing. I don't want to take too much away from Adam Lyth because that's been sensational innings, but I do feel we haven't really had our rewards for the effort that we've put in with the ball, the skill that we've shown with the ball. But that's been a brilliant innings by him. Chanceless, was it?
Yeah.
We dropped Masood, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think he might have been the one that edged. The one that didn't carry to first slip. I think he was very soft with his hands, and then it was Bean that had the one that went to third slip, I think. So he hasn't given an opportunity.
No, it's been a fantastic innings. 104 off 196 balls, and it's been hard, isn't it? Those that have watched the stream from 11 o'clock this morning, you and I have obviously had the privilege of watching it out the window, and it's been hard going. The ball has gone past the outside edge. He's left the ball incredibly well. He's been so well disciplined, particularly against Ben Sanderson.
Yep.
And for every value, he is 100% worth being 104 not out here at Northampton today. Less enamoured to change this cricket bat than he was the one earlier today. Though.
Yeah.
I'll have to change a grip on this one, please. It's coming out the middle quite nicely at the moment. Keogh to continue. An eventful first over for the off spinner. He offers plenty of flight on that, and Masood takes the single down to Luke Proctor.
It'd be interesting how Adam Lyth plays. He can lap slog it miles. It's not a big boundary there, but in T20 cricket, that's one of his go-to shots. Whether he'll just keep ticking over the ones. I say he's got his 100. There's a one on offer in the offside. There's a one on offer off the square leg. Will that be enough for him, or will he see it as I'm not going to let him bowl?
Easy game from up here, isn't it? But there's a lot of runs out here for Lyth to get if he wants them.
Yeah, I think I'll be inclined to just keep chalking him up and not keep going.
Nicely played by Shan Masood. I'm sure his heart would have been in his mouth twice, wouldn't it, in that previous over? Dare I say, some LBWs feel more out as a batter than other ones, and I'd be quite surprised if that one didn't thud into his front pad and went, "Oh,
yeah."
There's a big question going to be asked in a minute." And then I think probably the reaction, the shot afterwards, highlights the fact as to how flustered he was, and potentially how good of a shout it was from Rob Keogh, and the fact that he ran past one.
Yeah.
Anyway, end of the over, 192 for 1 off 60. 4 overs remain before the tea interval. 20 overs until a second new ball becomes available. Luke Proctor takes the hat off. He's going to continue from David Capel. The stream's powered by Daffabet. I've had a message from Luke as well, Dave. Just said, wanted to say hello from a Yorkshire fan. Keep it up. One of the best streams I've watched. Your commentary is insightful and balanced.
Luke?
Yeah. Nice, isn't
Not
it?
Zakarenko, is it?
No, no.
That's my nephew.
Oh,
if it
okay.
Is, yeah, he might be a bit blinkered. He is a Luke from Yorkshire. So,
okay, no,
yeah.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. That's a cracking shot, isn't it?
Good, he should be at work.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
We all know how people work and get on with the live streams. Have it on in the background. Minimise the screen when your boss walks past.
Yeah.
Nice shot by Adam Lyth through the covers. This time, not really over pitched by Proctor, was it? But the movement's just going out of this pitch and this ball, and Lyth just leans on it. Through the offside, he moves to 109. Just the one slip now in place for Northamptonshire. That is that of Emilio Gay. Other than that, it's a pretty spread field, isn't it, for Adam Lyth? There's 2 out on the leg side. One can't get past Justin Broad, I would imagine, without looking, and I don't even know if I'll be able to see him, but Vasconcelos must be down at
I've got a third man.
The third man boundary.
He has run the ball down there well. I think that's a good
Yeah.
field position. I said just whether there's anything we could do differently in terms of hanging it out, side off stump. Obviously, we've still got the split field. We're still perhaps trying to attack the stumps. I don't think you can ever say that's a bad plan, but we kind of... Oh, no.
Wow. That is short, very short from Luke Proctor, and it's flown over McManus. I think you just heard a
it was a real effort ball, wasn't he? So Luke kind of really tried to get it in, but he's just got the timing of that all wrong, and it's gone over the batsman by a yard.
200 up as well for Yorkshire. 200 for 1 off 60.3 overs.
Yeah, those are the things. Just when you're just starting to get on that little, crunch runs through the covers. There's that one over the keeper. It's just slipping a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Good comeback. Almost went Yorker length that time. Luke Proctor. Did that go down as buys?
No balls.
Oh, okay, good. He's not the tallest in world cricket, is he, Lewis McManus?
No,
but I think he would have needed the step ladder, I think, to get up to that one. Down the leg side. Good take. Lyth disappointed that he's missed out on that one. I think that round of applause might be in jest that the scoreboard hasn't updated yet since the boundary to pick up the 200. Time nicely to Karen there.
Is this Karen Nair's last game, or has he got some more championship cricket
Blimey, that is a fantastic question that I don't know the answer to. Let me see what the internet has to say.
Oh yes, got him.
Out of nowhere, Proctor picks up the big wicket alive. Gives him a pretty soft caught and bowled chance back to the captain. And Luke Proctor makes no mistake.
It looked like he was trying to maybe go to extra cover, and it's just got it off the inside edge back to the bowler, maybe. Yeah, well, but that's subconscious dismissal that we talked about, Dan. He's done all the right messages. Right, I'm going to go get a big one, but it's just not quite as on it as he's been, and luckily it's gone to hand for us.
Yeah, Luke Proctor makes no mistake. Adam Lyth has got to go for a fantastic 109. It's a long, slow walk off for the Yorkshire opener.
No, it's a brilliant innings.
I was about to say,
innings, yeah.
You have to say, it's absolutely fantastic and deserved of a round of applause here as he makes his way off towards the boundary. He's still probably only, well, he's not even about halfway there yet, is he? It's a long old way down towards the player rooms here at Northampton. Fantastic innings, well-deserved round of applause, and a wicket really out of, with all due respect, well, nowhere really for Northants. Lythe hasn't given a chance.
No, batter error. Batter error was, a lot of dismissals are batter error, aren't they? So when we think how many times we've had good deliveries gone past the outside edge, and sometimes it's a bit of batsman error that gets us in. But again, not a great time for someone new to come to the wicket. So
no, absolutely not. Number 4 for Yorkshire at Wantage Road today is James Wharton, 23-year-old. 10 first-class matches to his name. This will be his 11th. 433 runs, high score of 89 and an average of 25. But before that, we've got Rob Keogh bowling to Shan Masood. Turned into the leg side. Masood had a look for one and his new partner turned around and said no. That's a nice little kind of perk up for Northants with 3 overs to go before tea. Can Northants take another one with them? Still very much Yorkshire in ascendancy if 2 becomes 3 at tea, but it'd certainly give Northants an awful lot of encouragement if, well, particularly Shan Masood, if they'd have picked up Shan Masood. One of which wasn't down to their own doing. Another one, I think McManus will be pretty disappointed about, won't he, that he didn't gather that cleanly there.
Yep.
They are harder down that line, but
yep,
be disappointed.
We had the Emilio chance as well. We had the slip as well, so we could say we have 3 little dabbles at him.
Yeah, Keogh starts with 1 down the leg side. That's Wharton's first ball. There is a first slip. There is a catching mid-wicket. It's Vasconcelos. We've got Justin Broad a little bit deeper in at mid-wicket as well.
I'd say someone under his nose somewhere here, just like a few balls before tea, just come in.
Play down the ground. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure Vasconcelos did call for the helmet and the shin pads when Keogh was going to come on, but haven't seen them run out. And I can't see anybody with shin pads on. It was Bartlett, wasn't it, earlier this morning?
Yeah.
But he's down at deep square, and he certainly doesn't have shin pads on under those trousers.
Just a silly point on the offside or something, just something to perhaps unsettle him a little bit.
He's had a good start to the year, James Wharton. He got 96 for Yorkshire's second 11 against Somerset, and 117 not out against Leicestershire's second 11 as well back in April. And then came into the game to play against Sussex down at Hove. Scores of 21 and 18. He's got some pretty big boots to fill batting at number 4 for Yorkshire. Proctor to continue from the David Capel end. 2 slips for Shan Masood. Oh, and that squared him up. Bit of extra bounce there, maybe. It's landed safe in the offside. Nice shot. Well fielded again.
There's a modern phenomenon there with the S&C with his little machine marking out his distances. Ready for some tea time running.
I remember using those in primary school.
Activity. Here he goes. Oh, he's reversing. Wow, this is a new one.
It's quite amazing how meticulous these are actually set up, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have thought a stride could probably have done it, to be fair.
Just do it by eye.
Rather than that very... Yeah, oh, he's a customer. Got to do the running.
Proctor on the money. Shah Massoud, I think, very aware here that there's 8 balls before tee. He's got a new batting partner, a young man at the other end. Just in his 11th first-class game.
I liked that. I saw Brody running. I think it's Justin Broad out there running in to try and save a 1, and he's gone pushed back. I'd have thought, yeah, let's try and not give him a single and put a bit of a squeeze on young guy. Based on the last 6 balls, they now are coming in, but there's only 1 ball left. But
do you think Shah Massoud would be looking for 1 here?
I don't think he'd be going out of his way.
No.
To look for 1 or try and work 1, you know. But if he defends, he might defend for 1 is a phrase that I like.
Yeah,
really,
absolutely.
Just blocking.
Well, it's a dot ball.
Done the job. Good over that. Actually, good over from Luke. Asked some questions. A pretty good day with the ball.
Yeah, nice. Maiden in the penultimate over before tee. Keogh's going to bowl the last one. Where are we? Still -2, so we are going to have a bit more Keogh in the evening session, which I think we'd probably expect to see anyway, wouldn't we, with the situation of the game?
Yeah, certainly over 70 to 80 maybe at one end, but I would still be tempted to come and have a bit of double seam after.
Shorter ball from Keogh. I think particularly whilst if you can get Wharton on strike as well, with the movement that has been there and the skill that Sanderson and White possess.
Yeah, it's that little balance of just the second new ball is, in terms of taking another 8 wickets, the second new ball is important. So we need some oomph behind that, but we also, are there going to be 2 down at the second new ball, or maybe 5 down at the second new ball if they start nicking some of those deliveries that have still been out there. So yeah, obviously a little balancing act for us there to still push a bit, but not to put all our eggs in that one basket, because the second new ball could also be important.
Yeah, absolutely. We got 3 balls to go. Keogh bowling straight, targeting those stumps, and Wharton gets off the mark with a single through square leg. It's down the non-striker's end, so Shah Massoud will have at least 1, if not 2, Rob Keogh deliveries. And do you know what? That's kind of a moment there. I don't know whether you spotted that, Rips, but it's just where it's a little bit sloppy, I think, where Vasco's kind of run through. I think McManus has tried to throw the ball back to him and it's landed on the ground. And
yeah,
possibly starting to feel like a longer day for Northampton.
I'm sure it's not the day, won the toss. We'd have been excited about that. I'm pretty sure every team in the country would have won the toss and bowled first on the surface. But yeah, when we're going out there at 11 o'clock, we're thinking, 3 or 4 before lunch, maybe go well, and we bowled them out by tea. Yeah. Plan A, plan B, we bowled them out by 6 o'clock, and we come back and we bat tomorrow. But obviously currently we're on kind of C+, aren't we? So we still hope we could get 8 wickets in the last session, but that's looking like a tall order.
Yeah, we're going through the book slightly. We're getting through the alphabet. 204 for 2 at tea then. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes.
For Yorkshire, John Russell and James Walton walking on strike. And to bowl the first over in the session from the David Cape line is Jack White.
Welcome back, everybody. Evening session here at Wantage Road on day one. County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Yorkshire. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined, as I have been for the majority of the day, by Dave Ripley.
Evening, Dan.
You?
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Enjoyed the day so far?
Yeah, great. Enjoyed sitting and watching Dave's cricket. What's not to like? Yeah.
Exactly right. Yorkshire very much on top here at Wantage Road, having been asked to bat first by Luke Proctor. Adam Live, the main protagonist, 109 he made just before he was caught and bowled by Luke Proctor, a 40. Good news for Northamptonshire fans. Jack White is back on the field and back into the attack as well. We did see him go off in the afternoon session. He just had a 2-over spell, went for 8 runs and didn't return. But good news, he's got the ball in hand and he is bowling from the David Capel end. Looks like Justin Broad's going through a few rigorous, is the right word? Rigorous looseners in there at mid-wicket. But yeah, what have we got? 16 overs until the second new ball. You mentioned just off air that be looking at Siddharth to come into the game and give Luke Proctor and Northants a 4-5 over spell with this old ball and kind of fight Northants back into the game.
Yep, that would be nice from this end. So it might be that Justin Broad does, if it's Broady, a bit of a holding role, perhaps. And he's got the ball through pretty well, for sure.
Has it gone? Jack White says yes. Umpire says no. There's a distraught 11 from Northamptonshire in the middle. I think that's Rob Keogh down at square leg or backward point, who can't believe it. I don't know whether that's just brushed the pocket on the way through.
Yeah, it did. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe the sound, so we can't pick up the sound, but if it wasn't a real woody sound, I think if you're the umpire.
There's a whole lot of everything together there, wasn't there?
Good appeal from the lads again. They're throwing themselves into the appeal. Is obviously the umpire, if you don't, then the umpire thinks there's something wrong.
Yeah, left alone that time. There was, bat and pad together, ball and pocket, bat and ball, all together at the same time. I have another replay. I don't think we're going to see anything any more conclusive other than the fact that the Northants cricketers were convinced that had in fact picked up the outside edge of James Wharton. Inside edge, I think, actually. No, I've said that. But as it is, the most important bloke in the middle said no. So therefore, we carry on and it's left alone. Gets a little bit low as well, doesn't it? Two slips for Jack White. It does look like it's going to be Justin Broad. You know, he's going through. He's certainly rolling the shoulders over quite a lot. And Jack White on the money to end the first over after tea. It's a maiden to start the evening session.
Good start. Yep, set the tempo there on the money. Big appeal. Gone past the edge. No freebies. Good start.
Great, as I said, great to see him back out there with the ball in hand as well. There was a moment, wasn't there? It was kind of both of us, I think, were a little bit worried and wary, obviously returning from injury. Certainly wouldn't be a plan to bowl a 2-over spell, would it?
No, it was obviously it's just something there that he needed a bit of reassurance about.
Good news is, I was in fact right. Justin Broad is going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He picked up the first wicket of the day, that of Finley Bean, bowled just before lunch. And the young all-rounder, currently 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. He's got Shan Masood on strike, who's on 46, the Yorkshire captain. It's defended into the leg side. Vasconcelos shows off his footballing skills with a nice first touch to trap that one. So those warm-ups aren't pointless then?
I think there might have been 2 there, to be honest. I think there might be one that got away. Dave's little strides there round to his left. He's normally in goal. I seem to recall back in the day.
Yeah.
Manchester United fan.
Not another one.
He just lives on the outskirts of Manchester. Not. No.
So what do Northants do, Dave? So there's 15 overs to go until a second new ball. What is the plan? Well, firstly, I guess what would you be saying at T as a former head coach here?
And then just got to try and keep repeating how we did in the first session. I think the first session is a good template.
Yeah.
You know, there's little passages of play in the second session where we weren't quite as on it. Plans weren't quite so clear to see. But first session, everything was good apart from just the end column. We just didn't quite have that rub of the green. So we'll try and let's recreate that, what we had then. Obviously, we're going to have less catches. We're going to be aware that the second new ball's on the horizon. So, obviously, I presume Ben Sanderson will be saved for that. Jack White, perhaps just a small spell here, then him saved for the new ball at the other end. And the over rate is on -1, so maybe Rob Keel might just get us a few overs up to that new ball from this end and just pull that back. If the weather's poor, who knows? We might only bowl once, so we don't want to be in the red and losing points. That's
yeah, absolutely. Are you surprised that Northants have gone with Justin Broad after tea?
I guess I would have gone with my overseas bowler and just give him a chance to have a better spell than this first part of the day hasn't been great. Or you could say, well, actually, it hasn't gone well. We'll go with someone who's bowled better today. You can make a plan for both, can't you?
Yeah.
A case for both. Sorry. So Justin's bowled pretty well. He's got a good wicket. I say, certainly looks like he's put a yard of pace on. So if he can just taking the ball a bit away from the right-hander and.
Yeah, there were 2 things really that stood out with Justin Broad, particularly with the ball last year. Terrifically talented fielder and a very handy batter. We haven't really seen it. We haven't seen that second 11 form kind of translate through to the first 11 just yet, but fantastic. The bowling side of it last year, you're right. It was kind of like 74, 75 mile an hour. And the other thing as well is that he struggled to then come back for a second spell. Could kind of offer Luke Proctor 5 or 6 overs. And if he then came back for a second, that pace would be down at 70. It was quite a significant drop off. Whereas what we've seen so far here is not only has he got his pace up, but also he's able to come back for a second spell with that pace up as well, which is a really exciting option to have in the team. And another great story from cricket as well. I know he wasn't born in Germany, was he? But plays for Germany, has played for Germany, and a product of kind of a European cricket system that doesn't really get any coverage.
No, I don't know how he qualified. I don't quite know.
I think from memory, research last year was kind of grandparents, I think.
Was it? I've not heard him bursting into German quotes or anything on the dressing
No.
room. It's just yeah. But I think the thing with that associate cricket is, you can just find a way into it. It can just give you a boost up, which we've seen quite a few. Really. I still like to think, having had my little few months with Ireland and got quite involved in that and seeing them producing some of their own Irish young players, that I'd like to see a bit more ownership of from those associates, of producing some of their own young players rather than just looking broad around for, who qualifies through various reasons, shapes and reasons. I'd like to think we could come at it from both ends. I think the Dutch team is still relatively un-Dutch in many ways, and I just think they've been around quite a long time now. It's not they're not a new kid on the block, are they? I know they don't get masses of funding, but they do get funding, and producing a Bas de Leader, I know, is Paul van Meekeren, and a lot of other guys are not. And since my stint with Ireland, I look a bit more than I used to.
Sure.
I don't know much about it. But, I just have a bit of an affinity to see the young Irish cricketers going well. You're still going to need the odd one or two.
Oh, it's nicely played by Wharton. Just runs it down through the vacant third man region. Gets his first boundary of the match, and he moves himself to 5. I think this World Cup's going to be really interesting. It's obviously the ICC have elected to expand the number of teams playing. I know obviously the USA have got a bit of a buy into it. The fact that they're the host nation, Canada are playing as Papua New Guinea, Uganda have qualified as well. I
like that for the T20. I'm not a big fan of the to expand it too far in the 50 over tournament, but in the T20 tournament, I think it's short, it's snappy. The games can be played relatively quickly in terms of recovery time, so it can be done and dusted fairly quickly. So let's expand that a little bit and give more opportunities.
And hopefully then, as you say, that kind of translates down through the age groups in those countries. And as you said, you start kind of producing the next kind of American born and bred cricketer. I mean, you look at America as a country with the resources that they've got. It's a beauty from White, and there's an appeal for caught behind again. Jack White continues to follow through, keeps jogging, and will continue to keep jogging until he gets to the end of his mark to bowl the next one. But you look at the infrastructure that they've got and the sports stars that they create. You've got to think some of those boys and girls should be able to whack the ball miles, bowl rockets. Just a missing piece somewhere in that puzzle. Maybe the World Cup is that.
I think something that can just I think there's a lot of expats there that still driving the majority of the cricket out there. I think Liam Plunkett went out, didn't he, as a bit of a come on, let's try and get something around this guy to try and generate a little bit more.
I think Corey Anderson's playing for the national side as well. Wharton wants one. Masood was slow to react, but it was a good call, wasn't it? Vasconcelos picks the ball up, does hit the stumps actually at the non-striker's end, but Shan Masood was well in. We get a leg by added to the score. Shan Masood now on 48, a couple of runs away from a 50.
Bit of the Joe Roots about him, hasn't he? Wharton in his stance, and reminds me a little bit of Anthony McGrath, a little bit cross between Root and Anthony McGrath. Yeah,
you wouldn't be shocked, would you, to think that there's a bunch of kind of young 20-year-olds in Yorkshire. This lad Joe's done pretty well for himself. Let's
stick with that. Not a bad plan.
I think as well, quite funny, isn't it, that maybe a lot of those kind of movements and twitches and triggers and all of those other things possibly just get adapted into your game almost so subconsciously, watching who your favorite player might be bat on the TV. And all of a sudden you've kind of got yourself a mini Root or a mini Cook or a a mini Peterson or whatever generation you might have been without even knowing.
Yeah.
There's certainly worse people in the world to copy, that's for sure. Oh, that's a loose shot, isn't it, from Wharton? It's like Broad got a little bit of extra bounce from
a bit of extra bounce
from the pitch there for the first time that we've seen today.
The vacant third man area, that kind of ball, though, you kind of get drawn into thinking, I've just got to get something on that, and it's away. So, and a risk reward leaving that space open. Nearly worked in our favour there to find the edge.
Fired through again with good pace from Justin Broad. And it does feel like that wicket of Adam Lyth, and unsurprising, but we've seen it. It's hard to start out here. Masood's took a long time to get going, didn't he? Now he's looking pretty comfortable on 49. Wharton here, just I would imagine the Northampton fielders anyway have just suddenly got their tail up a little bit, thinking, well, this guy's giving us a bit of a chance here. And it's not as watchful of a start as what Shan Masood with. It looks like a bit more of an aggressive start from Wharton.
That's good carry, isn't it, from Brody? Good carry, kind of kissing the surface and getting the carry through it well above waist height.
Yeah, it's been a good spell.
What was the score at T, Dan?
Let me remind myself. T was 204 for 2. 64 overs.
Nine runs off 4 overs.
Yeah.
So we've set the tempo there in terms of making them work hard for their runs.
Yeah, that wicket of Lyth just really changed the tempo of the game, didn't it?
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere as well. You'd be incredibly disappointed to get out in that manner. Chanceless 109. Jack White into his third over of this spell. None for 33 so far.
Like quite a pleasant evening. Warmed up a little bit. There's a bit of a light cloud. Still got the lights on, so there's a bit of. Hopefully, we can tap into that little bit of negative energy in the batting side. That there's still lights are on. It's going to be nibbling. Second new ball blooming.
Nicely played, but can't get it past Justin Broad. Can't keep him out of the game at the moment. Do you think you'd find the odd cricketer just kind of with those thoughts in their mind?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is a thing that you tend to think things are going to move around a little bit more than in reality it does. I mean, it hasn't noticeably moved more with the lights on. It's just been constantly a little bit of movement all day long. It's more about the sunshine, I think, versus cloud cover. And obviously the lights are on because there's cloud cover. But I don't know what the rules are. I mean, it doesn't look particularly dark there now. In terms of the clouds are a lot higher. You could make a case to say, well, when do we switch the lights off? I don't quite know the rules on that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The umpires wouldn't have taken a reading, would they? That's kind of at the end of the day when it becomes too bad to play in. So I guess it clearly is just a bit of a judgment call as to, I suppose, a naked eye decision, I guess.
Once they're on, do they just stay on for the rest of the day? And regardless of whether the sun comes out, I guess if the sun comes out, they become useless. But
yeah, we've been here this year where the lights have been on and then off again and back on again during the day.
Yeah.
So the umpires could elect to kind of have them turned back off again.
Okay. I guess naturally it is still cloudy, so if it homes in around about 5:30, you'd imagine the light will fade a little bit.
Yeah,
so the lights might still be in play.
I mean, I don't think you'll pick it up on the stream, but it's not exactly like you can see shadows kind of casting off in every different direction from the player's feet, which is kind of a telltale sign that it's a bit gloomy. Jack White on the money. Shah Massoud faced up against 5 dot balls so far in this over from Jack White.
I think in the early days of floodlights, it was a little bit frustrating for spectators to see lights come on and then still see players leave the field. But because the lights are on with that, it is a different light with a red ball in terms when you get those shadows. It's still not easy to pick it up.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that sometimes gets forgotten about is Shah Massoud picks up 50, battled really hard for it at the start of his innings, got dropped by Emilio Gay on 7. Healthy LBW call from Rob Keogh. Ran past one which McManus couldn't gather, but the Yorkshire captain has moved to 50 off 117. With the lights, the other thing as well that I think sometimes get forgotten is the fact that there's a duty of care for everybody involved, isn't there? It's not just can the batters see it, it's can the fielders see it, can the umpires see it. And I think of late, been more often than not, I think it's been the outfielders' kind of care that's been taken into consideration, not necessarily the batters. That's turned away. That's timed
away.
Yeah, incredibly well. Broad just strays on leg stump, and Massoud's not going to miss out on that one. Moves to 50 and then goes straight to 54 with a half volley on leg stump. Still shaping back into the left-hander, isn't it? But Broad just starting that one on the wrong line. So they're just indicating that Broad's managed to get that one to go the other way. Any exciting plans for the rest of the weekend?
Oh, lots.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm going to go to Aldi.
Oh, okay.
Here. Then I'm going to go to Horton House cricket training.
More coaching?
No, I'm helping out next week, actually, on the Friday at half term. But normally I'm at Luton on a Friday.
Oh, okay.
But it's the... it's brilliant fielding.
He's timed that incredibly well, hasn't he?
Normally I'm at Stockwood Park School with the Luton Steelbacks. But obviously it's the Radio 1. There's a big weekender, so there's no session there today. So I'll pop up to Horton later. And then my son's got a football tournament in the morning and FA Cup final in the afternoon. Obviously tune into you as well.
Obviously.
Here.
You're gonna struggle.
Dual screen.
Multi-box.
And then my son's playing district cricket on Sunday and Leeds United against Southampton Sunday afternoon.
Busy.
Lovely day of sport.
Yeah, there's worse ways to spend a weekend for sure.
Yourself? Oh, you're here? Or...
Yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here. You can't get rid of me. Well, to be fair, I suspect if you had the word with the right person.
Who's helping you? Have you got anyone penciled into?
It's a bit up in the air. I think we've got Rowie back on Monday. Obviously weather permitting and all those other factors. And then I think we're a bit of a ragtag but team over days 2 and 3.
Yeah, a little gem in there. Oh,
absolute beauty from Justin Broad. I think we got a bit of Toby. We got a bit more Dan Vernon.
Just that ability that he's just to get that carry and that little bit of that little bit of kiss that as much as anybody, hasn't he? He's found of all our bowlers today that best ball has looked a threat.
Yeah,
his challenge is to bowl that best ball as often as he can. And he's just strayed a bit into the pads, but some encouraging signs.
Yeah, I mean, to the untrained eye, I'd say pace-wise, he and Proctor look pretty similar at the moment. Whether there's a mile an hour in it here or there, I don't know, and I wouldn't be able to tell. But just wonder whether that extra pace from Broad is causing the troubles with this older ball in comparison to White, Sanderson and Sidoff. And he's a different bowler from Proctor as well, isn't he?
Yeah. I think that was Rafi Weatherall did that brilliant bit of fielding out there. So I'm just Ben Sanderson not on. Oh, is he there? 26. No, he's on. Work out who's off.
Keogh's in there at point. Vasco's at cover. Rafi mid off. Jack White with the ball. Sanderson mid on. Bartlett short mid wicket.
Yeah.
Broad at mid wicket. I think it might be Proctor. Might be the captain that's having a breather. He might just be on the edge of the stairs actually as you look over the far side there.
Yeah. Bit of a tactics review maybe. Getting it together with Johnny and see what he thinks.
Keogh there having a big stretch as well. Missed a couple of games, didn't he, with that back?
Yeah.
The back injury that...
He's always had a bit of back trouble and gone into spasm and a few injections, I think, down the years. Not the kind of thing you shake off, is it, easily, unless you go for the big op, miss a season. It's never particularly appealing.
No, it was... We were lucky enough, Phil and I were joined by Rob Keogh for a session last time out against Gloucestershire and just spoke really openly about it. And essentially, he's had some injections in his lower back to essentially kind of, I guess, kick the can down the road to look if in case surgery is required over the winter, basically. Jack White on the money. It's been a good spell. It's been a good evening session so far for Northants, not allowing Yorkshire to get away. Broad's bowled 3 overs, none for 9. White's into his 4th, none for 6. 25 overs remain in the day. Inside 10 overs until that second new ball. That's Wharton, just defends that one past Rob Keogh at backward point. Picks up a single, gets down the other end.
Just wonder how many overs Jack, they'll look to bowl Jack. Just a little nervous, weren't we, at the start about what might be his number first game back. He's kind of into his 17th. If he's got some overs with a new ball, he's going to be into the 20s. Be happy if that was early 20s rather than mid 20s first game back.
Yeah, with this 4 over spell now, and with that new ball available in just over 9 overs, it kind of lead me to believe that he isn't going to take the second new ball.
Yeah, that's popped into the back of my thoughts.
Because unless he is going to have a real quick kind of stop at the end of this over and a turnaround, then it is going to be difficult, isn't it? Which would leave Sanderson and Siddharth with the new ball.
Yep.
Siddharth would have taken it here in his first game.
Yeah, might be just what he needs, like a bit of a change up. Go and let yourself go with a new ball and.
Solid defence from the Yorkshire captain. Back to the bowler, Jack White fields off his own bowling and begrudgingly takes the hat back off the umpire. Pat on the back there by George Bartlett. Justin Broad's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre, and it was Luke Proctor that's been off. He's just made his way back on. Good to see Rafi Weatherall back in around the squad as well. Kind of burst on the scene, didn't he?
Yeah,
with his,
great.
With his debut.
He had a good kind of breakthrough year last year in the academy and the second team. I was at the Super Fours tournament where Rafi was think he was representing the Midlands. They shared them around a little bit, but he bowled good pace. He's been like a skillful archetypal seam bowler that's been developing, and he just found this bit of extra pace that pushed him up the gears, and had a good tournament, and obviously ended up playing some cricket for England under 19s. And I think he's continued to grow. I know I got excellent feedback from Rory Kleinfeldt on his trip to South Africa. He was impressed with Rafi, so it straight away put him in the frame, I think, for those games early season. So, good to see him in and around the first team. And obviously, not easy. There's all kinds of exams going on for these young fellas these days. So it's in our academy team, we have a lot of under 18 players taking their A levels, and it's been quite difficult to availability. And it's not something everybody thinks about really, but it's a thing. It's lads are concentrating on getting some of those exams and missing some games, trying to get that balance right. So sure, that's been, he's had some problems with availability, I'm sure, in this period because of he's a bright lad.
Square drive from Wharton. Doesn't quite go where he wanted it to go, I dare say. It's gone backward of point, and he picks up 4 onto the short boundary. He certainly hit it hard enough.
Yeah, I think he was aiming square, but it was just so full that it destined to go for 4. I think that one of our few bad balls in this period. That was a 4 ball, and it got the 4.
Yeah, it's not been many at all, has there? It's been a good start to this evening session. Wharton 11 off 30. Whether he's just starting to settle into this innings a little bit with that 4. It's gone straight past him. Broad with another beauty. Siddharth is getting loose down at mid-off. Has that changed quite a lot, David, with young cricketers finding an equal balance between education and sport?
I think it's always been there. I think it's been well bowled. Surprise up bouncer, well bowled. Brody. I think it's been kind of low in some ways. There's a period where you almost couldn't mention being a cricketer at the expense of education because, it wasn't really the thing to do. But then someone like Alex Wakely, who was very bright, better school, just came straight to cricket. He wasn't interested in uni, 18, just got his A-levels done and wanted to get straight on with it. But it wasn't the norm, and the norm was, he tended to send these guys through a uni route and not interfere with that, rather than putting an alternative, which Alex thought that, no, I'll do my cricket now, and if I need to go back to something, I'll go back to it when I don't want to miss out on that cricketing education. So I think it's become a bit more of a balanced conversation about what's on offer from a cricket perspective versus the balance of education and giving yourself some longer term. And let's be fair, if Rafi has a strong career, he might be 35 as a fast bowler. He's got a lot of work in life, hasn't he, ahead of him?
Yeah.
So getting something in, it's as well. Study isn't for everybody, is it? Some people can't wait to get away from school. And,
of course.
Or they're more college routes. So it's what your makeup is. How strong, I guess, gut feel the people at the club would have on your cricket ability to go and offer something straight away in the second team. And James Sales was one, wasn't he? He came straight to be a professional and has played first team cricket.
Mm-hmm.
So it's working out each individual case, I think.
Change of bowling from the David Capel end, replacing Jack White. Finished a 4-over spell after tea. It was 1 made, none for 7. Siddharth Kaul. His final game for Northamptonshire. So far, 10 overs, none for 58 for the Indian seamer. Be looking to take Northamptonshire through to that second new ball. As you said earlier, hopefully have a bit of a better spell this time around.
He's got the option here if he goes well, he's in a bit of rhythm. He could just give him the new ball. He could just bowl a 2 or 3 overs with it. But if he's going well and in rhythm.
As it is, he offers Sean Masood a bit of width. He does drive on the up, to be fair, but he's driven square through point. He picks up another 4, moves to 60, 229 for 2.
Yeah, that's not a half volley. He's just having that kind of day, I'm afraid. Sadafi's just not quite going his way. I mean, that wasn't a half volley. A strong shot on another day could have been nicked or could have been clothed as a dot ball, but today he got it through the covers for 4. So he's just need a bit of change of look for him.
The double teapots by Siddharth in response to the shot, I think, highlights exactly that. Oh, he's got this
great
time.
Catch. That's a brilliant catch.
That's fantastic by Emilio Gay.
Wow.
To his right-hand side, it's always difficult to go to your right. Siddharth gets his reward. That's his change of luck. Sean Masood goes for another big drive.
Yeah. Similar delivery. That this time, instead of going through, he's nicked.
Northants get the 3rd.
It's a very good angle. Kind of slip and a half there, especially from round the wicket. Oh, brilliant catch, that.
Fantastic. Yeah. Does well, doesn't he, to get his knees out from underneath him?
Yeah.
229 for 3. Siddharth gets the breakthrough. Looks like Johnny Tattersall is carded at number 5 for Yorkshire, but the captain goes. The captain made 60 off 127 balls. 6 4s. And yeah, almost... well, it's quite similar, really, to Luke Proctor's wicket of Adam Lyth. That almost out of nowhere, Siddharth Cool gets his reward. 1 for 62 now.
Yeah, I'm pleased for him. To say it's not been an ideal day for him, but he basically just bowled the same ball as he did the ball before that went for 4. This one's in the same area. He's gone for the kind of drive on the up, and that is a very good slip catch.
Yeah, it's a fantastic slip catch. It isn't Johnny Tattersall, even though he was carded at number 5. It's going to be George Hill. It's going to replace his captain.
I feel the door's just swung open a little bit for Northamptonshire here. If we can, we got 2 relatively young guys, newish at the wicket. Wharton hasn't been there that long. It's not like he looks absolutely cemented in. We got another. Is it young Luxton maybe, or it might be Tattersall to come in?
Well, Tattersall was carded 5.
Yeah.
See, Hill's gone up. Luxton as well.
So yeah, a chance for that second new ball.
It's a funny game, isn't it? As you said, that wasn't a terrible delivery from Siddharth by any stretch, but certainly not anywhere near one of the best balls he's bowled today.
Absolutely. We've only got 1 slip there as well. This time it's found him. It hasn't gone wide or over him. It's so yeah. It's not always easy to work out what's going to happen, is it? So you get paid the big bucks, mate, isn't it?
I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Andy Chapman still running around.
Yeah, he's had a busy day, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a busy day.
He certainly put some yards in around the boundary edge, that's for sure. 2 slips now for the new George Hill. Wow, that's a commanding shot down the ground, isn't it?
Lovely shot. Just stretched Ben Sanderson's hamstrings out a little bit mid-on, getting around there, I think.
Welcome to the game.
That's a lovely shot,
George Hill, yeah.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Up there with a lot of people's favourites, the on-drive, and it's a pretty spectacular one. If there was a cameraman walking around, that'd make quite a nice photo for George Hill. Doesn't matter that Sanderson cut it off and it didn't go for 4. If it's framed right, it's perfect.
Exactly.
Into the over, dot ball to finish. George Hill yet to get off the mark. 4 balls faced. The breakthrough for Siddharth. 229 for 3 off 73 overs. 7 overs then until the second new ball. Rob Keogh is going to replace Justin Broad from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So we'll have spin now until the second new one. Northants are just 1 over behind that required over 8.
Transfer again from the Wilson Centre and will be Yorkshire.
Backing anybody for the World Cup, Dan? Who's your? Obviously, you can't bet on cricket. That goes without saying, but if you could, who do you think's going to?
Do you know, sooner or later, surely this Indian machine have got to win one of these trophies, haven't they? The talent that they've got available. Wow, that's a massive shot. It's gone straight down the ground. Let's have a look at Rob Keogh, James Wharton. Oh, we'll just try and deposit you back.
Quite get it. I think in the end, I thought like you, I thought he'd nailed it, but it's just kind of played off by 10 yards for 2. But the intent was definitely there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting shot choice. I guess there's a. Let's give Luke Proctor something to think about. No, you can't bowl Rob Keogh through to the second new ball. I'm going to try and hit him out the ground.
Yep.
Big stride forward.
Because what we don't know, I don't know enough about him. But if if it was Ben Duckett batting, and I know Ben Duckett plays reverse sweep as a young guy, so yeah, go play. Why wouldn't you go play your shot you're good at? If this guy's good at whacking it down the ground, yeah, go whack it down the ground, mate.
Yeah. Tries to line him up again and can't get it past Proctor at mid-on.
Does bring a bit of double jeopardy because obviously, as we saw from Jan Mahmood, it's not guaranteed to go well. But I like the way we're squeezing. You know, we haven't put anybody back. We're holding our nerve. You could say the thing about the second new ball, again, you could look at it 2 ways. That don't give us a wicket before that comes. Or you could say, let's go put 5 and over on the clock before it comes and get more runs on. But
yeah, I guess Yorkshire will be kind of thinking that Northants can't bowl as well again with that second new ball and go almost wicketless again.
You can hit mid on pretty firm for the rest of the over.
I think from an outside perspective, you'd see a team lose a wicket with the second new ball kind of looming, and you'd go, why have we given one away there? And actually, that point you made is really good, really insightful to kind of go, well, actually, if we can go at 5 and over for the next 6 or 7.
It depends how you've got out, I guess.
True.
Back in the day, some of our lads weren't so keen on the second new ball. I can understand that. Stepped away and had a bit of a hack and thought, oh, God, leave that one to you.
Yeah,
as you're walking off just as Marshall or Donald or whack a Eunice are loosening up to come and let you have it with a second new ball.
Nice shot by George Hill. 23-year-old again. England under-19 cricketer. 1,907 first-class runs in 41 matches. 300s. Best of 151 not out and an average of 30.
Yeah, they seem to have a nice little pocket of young batters, don't they? That obviously you've got Harry Brook and Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow. They're not all in the team, but there's what we talked about earlier. There's a little bit of depth there that they've nurtured, and nice to see some of them in the team. Maybe not them all in the team together, but with Bean still quite a young guy, isn't he?
Yes.
Wharton, Hill, Luxton.
Yeah, you'll know far better than I will, but a proud cricketing county, isn't it? With a lot of people to choose from as well. Let's not.
That is true.
Let's not kid ourselves. There's a big population across Yorkshire in various different towns and cities.
Yep. It seems hard to understand at one stage. Obviously, you had to be from Yorkshire to play for Yorkshire. So they changed that policy. Yeah, good luck to Carlton Cricket Club. That's one of my old clubs up north. They're starting streaming all their games now, and they're on the websites. It's great to see. It's a
Nice,
good shot.
yeah, nicely played by George Hill. Gets off the mark and times it nicely down towards the boundary. Beats the fielder. That's Jack White who gave chase, and he gets off the mark with a 4 through the leg side. Yeah, the whole streaming service, not only for county cricket, funnily enough, the village cricket side of things, with the exception of a bit of commentary and the additional extra camera, you kind of get the same end-to-end product. And to be able to kind of keep track of your local team and your mates and whatever, it's fantastic. My club doesn't have it, but when I was up here on commentary a couple of weeks ago, I did get back to the hotel and got to watch one of the T20 games.
Yeah,
great fun.
David Sales was telling me about a guy playing against Overston. Can't quite recall who it was Stony Stratford, I think, against Overston, and he was batting in his GoPro so he could see and giving him a bit of commentary. And then James Sales, the kind of thing could draw attention to yourself.
I've seen the clip.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I've seen the clip. Yeah,
nearly cleans him up with a short ball.
Yeah, I've done it a few times. You certainly draw attention to yourself. It's not the most discreet thing in the world to
you've got to
have
back
plonked
it
on
up
your
a little
helmet.
bit, or not care. Yeah, but if you don't care, or
nicely played by Wharton. I think I fall into the not care category.
Fair enough.
End of the over, 5 runs from it, 236 for 3. Hill.
Yeah, not too much sideways movement just of late, is it? Although we're not leaking too many runs, some strong shots in the last couple of overs out the middle of the bat, but it's another over down, so it's going to be a pretty key part of the game, that new ball contest.
Yeah, it's been an aggressive start to this partnership as well. It's 7 off 15, but the shots that have been played have been expansive, haven't they, from Wharton and Hill?
Yeah.
And they've not allowed either Keogh or Siddharth to bowl at them.
No, they're not just blocking themselves to the second new ball, are they? Which is good. I like that. Whether you need to be teeing off, but I think you still need to maintain a busy, can we rotate? Am I putting bad balls away? I mean, you can still use your feet. You don't have to try and whack it over the top. You can try and transfer some pressure.
As it is, Hill's just given himself a bit of room there, and he's gone through the offside. There could be a chance at the non-striker's end. Ball came into Keogh. He then just couldn't quite get the body round to get the throw down to McManus. There was a hesitation, wasn't there, from Wharton on the third, but
as well to get 3 there. It's just quite a shortish boundary to get 3. There won't be too many 3s down to that boundary.
I think this partnership so far kind of echoes what we've spoken about a couple of times during the day, is to not only kind of play your strong game, if that makes sense. Like if getting in behind a couple of these and seeing off the old ball and trying to face up against the new one and taking time isn't the way you're going to play, you do end up creating a bit of a situation for yourself, and you potentially make it a little bit more difficult because you're not playing your natural way. Another thing you mentioned this morning about the McCullum and Stokes partnership with that England team, cricketers are being back now. Good over, 3 runs from it. Partnership now worth 10. So what have we got? 4 overs now. Siddharth to continue from the David Capel end.
I think that backing thing as well really goes up a gear as well as far as T20 cricket, which we said is on the horizon. Those selfless innings that you need to do, or those big overs that you need to bowl when it's tough. short boundaries and going like a train or power play overs. You know, those. I think those are really important backing statements that you give people the opportunity to cement themselves and play for the team in those passages. So I do think that is this McCullum Stokes thing's been good, but I like to think in T20 cricket that it's a real thing. It really is. As more so probably than Red Bull, but it has been something that they've really brought to that Test match team.
A big appeal for LBW, and given this time, Siddharth gets his second. It sounded good, didn't it, off the pad, which sounds ridiculous to say for an LBW, but George Hill has got to go for 8. He's been given LBW and
getting a send-off, I think.
I was going to say, it looks like a conversation between one another.
It did look... Oh, just tried to whip a straight ball through mid-wicket,
Yeah, I wonder if George Hill thinks he's got himself outside the line of off stump there. He's triggered a long way across, isn't he?
Nah, I'm giving that. Sit him on off stump.
Yeah.
Unless he's nicked it. But he does look like he thinks it's not out. But he certainly didn't pick up any double sound, did we?
No.
It just sounded like he'd shinned him, and I don't think that little shuffle's really helped him get outside the line.
No, it was an attacking innings from George Hill, but it has to come to an end.
And again, I don't know a lot about George Hill's strengths, but that was a ball he punched to mid-on early in the innings as a gun-on drive. Second ball, I'd have thought it's quite a strong shot. Just play that same shot again.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I'll be honest with you. I didn't see 2 wickets coming before the second new ball for Northamptonshire.
Well, it's funny enough, I did. I just didn't tell anybody.
Oh, okay, good idea. I definitely believe you as well. Definitely believe you.
As a third coming, though, yeah.
Hey, there could be. My mood is changing. New batter for Yorkshire is Will Luxton, 21 years old. Again, another England under-19 cricketer, just in his second first-class match for Yorkshire. 79 at the end of April against the Notts second 11. 42. Short ball by Siddharth to welcome the young man to the crease. And much more impressively, at the start of April, 188 against the Lancashire second 11 at Leeds as well. At the top of the order, open the batting for Yorkshire twos.
With a spring in his step, hasn't he? A bit more pace, running in a bit harder.
Surprised. It's amazing what a couple of wickets can do to you.
It can be small margins. I say, less so. I don't think he did himself justice in his first spells, but he just doesn't take a lot to turn it around. It's just
short ball again. Oh, blimey, that is really short, and McManus has done really well to get up to that. And I think somehow the umpires
with a poetic license. I don't mind that, because I think obviously it wasn't really a thing not that long ago, but now you get the no balls. And I just think someone, they're not time wasting or they tried to bowl a bounce, but he's got it a foot wrong, and let's get on with it. I think it's call one for the over, but I sometimes feel we're a bit too keen on that these days. That no ball, just. But if there's an element of time wasting, or then it's a different kettle of fish. But I'm sure in this passage of play that it is. It's just he tried to bowl a bump and he's gone a bit short.
Yeah, just maybe got stuck in the hand a little bit, but it can't have been far away from being given as a no ball.
No, it was high. Don't get me wrong. It was borderline. I've seen a few Test match cricket. It's just been a bit. In the Indian series, I thought it was a bit strict for me.
Solid in defence
Nice block.
by Will Luxton, as you'd expect from an opening batter. 239 for 4 off 77 overs, and a wicket maiden for Siddharth Kaul, whose figures now read 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 67. Keogh to continue, 3 overs until that second new ball becomes available. And if you look up, unfortunately for Northants, it just looks like it's breaking up a little bit above the ground, doesn't it?
It does.
Which won't coincide nicely with the second new ball available.
Unless we're going to take 6 wickets and end up batting for 20 minutes, then we'll... that's back to plan A. We'll start at A again, work our way down to M and N's.
It certainly changed the context of the game, hasn't it? That wicket of Lythe, who was going so well. And I mean, the benefit of hindsight, Shah Masood played one on the up through cover point, picked up 4. Did he need to go again? Possibly not.
No.
And it does feel like it's just changed a little bit for Northants. It feels like something could happen each ball now. Whereas whilst Masood and Lythe were out there during that afternoon session, it felt...
It did. It looked like the game was drifting, certainly Yorkshire's way there. Although drifting's not quite the right word, actually. I don't think we were drifting. I think they just wrestled it a little bit. I thought you could say Ben Sanderson's spell was drifting anyway, couldn't you?
No.
He was just asking questions relentlessly, and say the other guys backed him up. He's just had one lad who was a bit short.
Yeah.
But he's come back now, and he's getting us going again.
Drop the length back from Keogh. Allows Luxton off.
It's done a good
strike.
job, Rob. Just looking at the figures there, he's getting through his nearly 7th over, 2 and over. It's kind of what you would have liked him to have done. He could have easily have had a wicket as well in there. 7 overs, 1 for 14. Oh, he's got that one.
Yeah. Wow. Wharton has launched Keogh into the stands this time. He gets all of it. 6 to finish. To spoil those figures somewhat that you were just talking up.
Commentator's curse. I had a runner over in 1 shot, 1 run per over in 1 shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot by Wharton.
Yeah, strong shot. Again, brave as well, because two overs before the second new ball, and you think, yeah, it's quite a brave shot. But yeah, if it's what he's good at, as we said, and the field's up, then give him the freedom to go and play what a shot he's good at. So good on him. Good signs actually for a young player that he knows his game. And
yeah, he's now moved to 20 off 47, 2 4s and that 6. Siddharth then will bowl his final over from the David Capel end with the first ball of the game. Whether he will continue with the second new one or not, we will wait and see. It's turned into the leg side by Luxton for a single. I suspect Sanderson will be 1 with the new ball for certain. He's just having a chat on the boundary edge, isn't he? Down on the leg side with a couple of the Northants staff.
yeah, it could be worth getting a couple of overs out. Continuing with Sadaf if he's in full flow.
Yeah,
I think Jackie White won't be far away. I would hope.
This is Sadaf's 4th over of this spell.
He's
2 for 10.
charging in.
It's turned into the leg side, and that will be Ben Sanderson. Is it Ben Sanderson? It is, isn't it? Doing the work down there on the leg side. And I mean, if he were to continue and kind of bowl a 6-over spell here, it would just bring him to parity with Sanderson and White with the numbers that have been bowled so far during the day. Suspect if it had been coming out slightly better for Siddharth, or the end result had been slightly better, dare I say, he would have bowled a little bit more than what he had done so far.
Yeah.
So he's got a few overs left in the tank for the day for Luke Proctor to use at his disposal. 249 for 4. big stride forward from
Yeah,
Luxton.
solid footwork that. Yeah.
Still a nice number in the grounds. 3 after tea at Wantage Road. I possibly should have told you that slightly earlier in the day, shouldn't I? It's 20 past 5 already, so maybe a little bit too late to make your way down. But in the championship fixtures here at Northamptonshire, it is 3 after tea. So if you are nearby and listening, and what I'm saying is, if you're fed up of listening to us too, you can come in and kind of watch and make your own commentary really as you go. So there's options available to you. And if, of course, you're not playing cricket tomorrow or have other plans, be a good day of championship cricket on Saturday available to you as well. Left alone through to Lewis McManus. Last ball of the 79th over. Where would be where would you kind of see the end of the day's play, Dave? Depending on kind of what the number on the scorecard would be as to who's had the day, if that makes sense. How many wickets down would Yorkshire be for Northants to have kind of had the day, or potentially kind of even claim to have an even day, if that makes?
I think if Yorkshire is still batting, I think they would have probably won the day, given how much movement we saw. But I don't necessarily would put that at the fact that we've had a bad day. It's just the Lives innings was fantastic. I thought Bean was very impressive actually in how he defended in that period. That was important that first hour.
Yeah.
But having put somebody into bat, you'd hope you'd be batting come the start of day 2, and Yorkshire is still batting. I think they will have won that. But if they haven't got 350 and they've got 310, then we're still well in the game the next morning if we can. I'm pretty sure the wicket's not going to, as we said.
Oh, it's gone.
Bowled him.
A wicket out of, kind of nowhere, really. Wharton's gone this time for 21. We'll get the benefit of seeing a replay on that. I don't know whether he's just dragged that on or whether it's kept a little bit low. He's gone to sweep Keogh, and it was a big sweep as well. His leg. He's missed it, and it's gone on the inside knee, isn't it? Back to...
It looked like it was just going down the leg, and he's diverted onto the stumps off something. Yeah, if you look where Lewis's gloves are, I think that's
wow,
a little bit unfortunate for him. But we've had quite a bit of bad luck today, so I'm afraid we've got to take that. It's going down the leg side. He's identified that, but he just hasn't quite executed it. Stayed a bit low.
Whether Rob Keogh's just bowled that one a little bit slower and maybe kind of beaten him for lack of. And he was through the shot, wasn't he? As the ball came through, and it looked like it hit him in the back of the knee. He was so far through that shot, and it's just rolled back onto the stumps.
Yeah, hard to be critical. It's not like he's been bowled through the gate going for a big booming drive to actually cover. It's on its way down the leg. He's trying to help it round, and unfortunately for him, he's out. But that's the third wicket that I said we were going to get before the new ball.
You weren't wrong. You weren't wrong. What a peculiar way to get out. Anyway, 249 for 5. And as the scorers and the scorecard's been teasing me throughout the last couple of wickets, it is, in fact, Johnny Tattersall who joins Will Luxton. 5 balls then until this second new ball becomes available. And in what's been, quite a bizarre kind of period of play since tea, we've had a wicket for Shan Masood trying to drive Siddharth on the up through the covers. We've had an LBW given from George Hill trying to whip him through mid-wicket.
Just a fairly innocuous, like we said, we've seen some excellent deliveries, but the 3 wicket balls have not really had much to offer us, really, have they, in terms of
No, it's been strange. Well, Tattersall gets off the mark straight away with an over-pitch delivery from Keogh, and it's just held up, isn't it, for the rope. So that brings up the 250 for Yorkshire, and Tattersall is off the mark.
Oh, Wendell's arrived. He must have heard you about the free entry.
Oh, here we go.
Here he comes.
Wendell brings wickets. That's what I've heard. Yeah, there's a saying in club cricket, isn't there, that you can't really say out loud when you're broadcasting or anything like that. But it's kind of a few of those wickets I think would echo that point that you might hear on a field tomorrow afternoon. And I mean, that last one was, well, peculiar to say the least. Northampton, I think, deserve it with how well they have bowled.
Yeah, of the 3 dismissals, I think that would be, I'd have the most sympathy with that, even if it looked quite weird, because I say it was a chance to score. He was trying to score, but the other 2 weren't really. They weren't really chances to score, were they? They just tried to create something that wasn't there, and I said batter error is a big part of our game.
Absolutely. Well, Northant's very much back in this game.
Have we seen anyone vigorously warming up?
Got Sanderson there, just having a...
That's vigorous for Sanderson,
It is, yeah. It's
a tricep stretch.
A little bit of a rock and roll on the shoulders. It's played to Sanderson in the covers. End of the over.
Coming in, he's coming in to continue his spell.
Yeah.
It looks like. Or is he?
Yeah, Siddharth is. I believe Siddharth will continue from the David Capel end.
Is that somebody running the new ball on?
I think that is
Danny
coming to collect
just getting rid of the
Lewis McManus's helmet. I have another substitute fielder. Bring another one out to the middle.
Yeah, new ball delivered.
Yeah, well, it had to be taken, didn't it, really?
Yeah, definitely had to take it. Just thought they would have had it in their pocket knowing, but
it normally has been, I think, during the course of the championship so far here at Wantage Road. But anyway, it's been taken. Second new ball. 253 for 5 after 80 overs. Luxton is on 3. Tattersall is on 3. Siddharth, who is in the middle of a successful spell here. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 11. Gets the reward of, 3 slips and a brand new Dukes in his hand from the David Capel end with Will Luxton on strike. That's a big drive, a square drive. Siddharth has overstepped, I think. And that new ball is going to bring about not only a no ball, but also a boundary.
That must be the adrenaline of having a new ball in his hands, just taking him over. There's some signs of some swing there, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't out the middle, was it?
No, it was a bit over pitch, but there was some shape there. So with those 3 slips and 3 guys in the ring, it's like we said this morning. If we're encouraging 1 or 2 drives, it's not the end of the world.
Solid defence from Will Luxton. Probably of all the middle order batters in the county championship right now this week, possibly one of the ones that isn't going to be particularly fazed by this. It's opened the batting for the Yorkshire second 11.
I'm pretty sure I remember him having a pretty good 50 over competition a couple of years ago. His name was kind of on a bit of a radar of ours because he had a very good 50 over comp.
Short ball, pulled away.
Oh, it's a good shot, that.
That's gone straight into the advertising boards, and you just hope that there's not a big scuff out the side of that.
Oh, it's a good shot. He was onto it quickly, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, from what I've seen of him, he's got a good stride when he's got forward, and he's been challenged on the back foot, and he's climbed into that. Lovely batting.
Yeah, that was it wasn't really a short ball, was it? And it certainly missed his length, I think, Siddharth. but he's picked that up and hit that really hard. It's brought about a change in the field straight away. Bartlett's gone out onto the boundary down at deep square leg, and Vasconcelos has come out of third slip to go into mid-wicket. Oh, it's rushed him. There's a chance at the non-striker's end. Keogh gets the ball away. Then gets through for a single. That looked quicker, didn't it, from Sidoff?
Yeah. Again, I'd just like to be in his head, work out what the change of the field was there. Got a guy now back to face his first ball against the seamer.
Yeah.
And we've still only got 2 grabbers, where we started the over with 3 grabbers. Quite know where we're going with that.
It's gone past
the outside edge. Yeah. If you'd have nicked that to third, I'd have struggling to see the.
You'd have been ticking
consistency there.
Yeah, it's an odd one, isn't it? Because I would imagine that short ball.
He needs to bowl there. Surely we've got the second new ball in his hand.
Yeah.
Guy just come in, faced his first ball against seam, and we've got a man on boundary at deep cover. At deep square leg. Let's just hammer away there. Let's challenge his edge and his front pad, and therefore we need a third slip rather than a deep square leg.
Nicely played. Can't beat Jack White at mid-on. Does well to cover the ground, keep it down to a dot ball. Can never work out with Jack White whether there's a bit of kind of theatrics when it comes to his kind of recovery.
It's not a natural kind of move with his top half. He looks a bit stiff when he moves around with his top half. He throws himself into it.
He certainly got up.
And he's fit. I mean, he's in terms of his running ability and all, that. It's just maybe just movement stuff.
I think it was last summer. I'm sure it was one of Jack White's relatives emailed in the live stream with a news article to basically kind of say that he'd climbed like Helvellyn about 7 times in a day or something.
Yeah, he's a bit different. He goes off up mountains and
a bit different.
Does his own thing.
But to do that 7 times in a day is quite remarkable. Sanderson, unsurprisingly, going to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. He's going to replace Rob Keogh. Sanderson so far wicketless.
Yeah, we don't see him bowl at this end too often.
Maybe the change of end is going to bring about a change of luck for him.
Yeah, just what I was going to say.
15 overs, 7 maidens, none for 20.
Yeah. 5 overs, 5 for 50.
That would be, yeah.
It's just flipping. Runs and wickets everywhere.
I think there'd be a few people who'd bite your hand off if that was offered right now. It's got Will Luxton on strike. And that's defended down into the leg side. 12 off 18 now for Luxton. Partnership 15 off 13. So again, it's been an enterprising start between the two of them. Three slips for Sanderson. As you'd expect, Karen Nair's at first, Emilio Gay's at second, and Ricardo Vasconcelos is at third. It's gone past the bat of Luxton through to McManus. We got 14 overs, 14 and a half overs left in the day.
What is join the conversation on your screen there? Do people write in and
they can do, yeah.
And you reply while you're chatting?
Well, sometimes.
Wow.
I've not looked, I have to say, which is...
Oh, nobody joins the conversation.
Well, it's poor form for me, really, isn't it? I say quite good. I'm all right at spinning plates normally, but I haven't kept an eye on that today.
Multitasking.
I'm trying. We've got over 1,500 people watching the stream at the moment, though, so... Let me see if I can remember the password for the email account. Oh, it's just a few emails talking about rabbits.
Oh,
which is what Phil Rowe was talking about during the Gloucestershire game.
oh, cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, it was related to cricket. It wasn't exclusively about kind of fluffy tails and floppy ears.
Oh, the number 11 or number 10 or something. Okay.
Obviously, I think the topic of conversation at that point was along the lines of they don't really exist in cricket anymore, do they?
No,
I can't remember who it was we were speaking about specifically, or the context of it, or what even brought about the topic of conversation. It potentially might have been Scrimshaw came in as night watchman, didn't he? Possibly maybe that's what kind of brought the. Not that either of us accused Scrimshaw of being a rabbit or a bunny or anything like that.
Leeds United supporter as well.
Well, he's a bit taller than me too. And unsurprisingly, Ben Sanderson starts with a maiden, the second new ball.
I guess he's got some deep-rooted terminology that is vague and nobody really knows what it is.
Yeah, we couldn't get to the bottom of it.
No, it's a bit of an odd thing. But no, they're few and far between because, I don't know, just so much expectation on everybody to make a contribution all the way down to number 11. And the younger guys, they hit as many balls as anybody else in academy programs and stuff these days. So it's, not so many. I've put poor old Mark Robinson in there somewhere as one of my former colleagues as a throwback. I don't know what his statistics would show up, but he had a bit of an eyesight problem. Lovely bowler, but he loved batting. He loved he didn't want to give it up, get out without scoring runs, but he often thought he'd got the number 11's decision. That was a thing back then as well, that they umps wanted to just get on with the game, so number 11 just got fired out regardless of what happened. That was his defence quite often.
I think there'd be a few cricketers would. No, you've done well there to pick Mark Robinson out the hat.
Oh, it's not good then, is it?
It's not good. No, I mean relevant as well because according to ESPN here, he's played for Northamptonshire and Yorkshire.
Yeah. He was a gun for us. He must have gone downhill when he went to Yorkshire.
Well, we'll talk about the positives first. 584 wickets in 229 first-class matches.
Yeah,
very good.
High-quality bowler. Very
good.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a punt at, what would you like to go for, a high score or an average?
I'd probably have a better ballpark figure with an average. I'd be very interested in a high score.
Well, the high score is 27.
Oh,
and I'll let you take a go for an average. 229 first-class matches.
5.
South.
Less than 5.
Less than 5. Yeah.
We don't need to tell anybody else that, do we? Sorry, Robbo.
Yeah, 4.01.
Oh.
Which is better than a lot of us listening to the live stream. So you got to get there to get the average.
Very good bowler.
Exactly. Yeah,
very good, skillful bowler.
You've got to get into first-class cricket to get that average of 4. So, which is more than what a lot of us are going to be able to do. It's turned through the leg side by Tattersall. Few hands on heads for the Northants fielders. But he gets down the other end, adds another one to his tally. Score now 265 for 5. I think Chris Martin came up in conversation.
New
Zealander. Yeah,
he was kind of renowned for not bothering too much.
But that was, a generation ago now. As you said, there aren't many kicking around in modern cricket. Luxton's on strike. He's on 12. Defends that one down to Jack White at mid-on. Just the one run off the first 5 balls of Siddharth's over. What else have we got going on in the county championship? Durham bowled Somerset out for 171. Durham are 111 for 3 in response. Hampshire having bowled out Surrey for 127, 79 for 1. Essex, 259 for 4. And it is raining in Manchester. Possibly isn't going to shock many. 89 for 3. Warwickshire, delayed start as well. And then relevant to this fixture, Derbyshire, 409 for 5 against
blimey.
Gloucestershire off 86.3 overs.
Where's that game been played?
At Bristol.
At Bristol.
Matthew Lamb, 170 off 214 balls.
Oh, wow.
Brooke Guest, 95 off 178. And Urian Donald, 67 off 59. That's some entertainment down at Bristol then today.
That is, I'm pleased for it. I don't know him very well, but he was kind of always on the edge a little bit at Warwickshire, wasn't he? And he made a move to try and get more opportunity, and it's been a slow burner, but good to see, pleased that he's got a score there. And that is a score.
Well, interesting here. Whether this is a change of ends or not, but
got to be a change of ends, yeah. So we said he didn't like it this end.
Yeah.
One maiden and he'll go down the other end.
I'll have my end back, please, Siddharth.
But maybe not Jack White. I guess that's maybe a.
Yeah, well, Luke Proctor is into the attack. So far, he has the wicket of Adam Lyth, the caught and bowled, 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 49.
I'm in LBW territory. I'd like to see him in LBW territory.
It's going to be at least 1, if not 2. They're going to take on Vasconcelos for a second. They're going to come through comfortably for 2. Glamorgan in Leicester, 325 for 7. And Sussex Lords, 275 for 4.
Kind of a top of the table clash. Middlesex and Sussex are 2 heading up the table, aren't they? I think
they are indeed. Yeah, 96 and 89 points respectively. Pretty even, I would say, by all accounts. Those 3 wickets that fell for Yorkshire just before that second new ball just kind of bring Northamptonshire and this score just into relative kind of parity with everything else that's going on in Division 2, or with the exception of the game at Bristol anyway. But Derbyshire looking to win their first game since 2022, I think, in the Championship.
very long way to go, obviously, in that game. But, like we said, it's tight. Derbyshire are bottom of our league. But, we had much the better of the game there, and then we'd lost to Gloucester, and it just shows how tight it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good catch.
The change of bowling, it might well have been a change of ends, but it's worked. Luke Proctor gets the breakthrough with the second new ball, and Will Luxton goes for 12. As you said, Dave, another very good catch by Emilio Gay in the slip cordon. Proctor gets his second.
Yeah, because you stood close for Luke. He's just, as we said, he's that kind of ball. He's a skiddy bowl. You're not getting a lot of bounce, carry, so you've got to be close. Again, if you think about how many great balls we've seen today that haven't got any wickets, which is often the case because they do too much, but it's just in an area, but it's the right length, I guess, to engage in a front foot half drive, and thankfully we've got 2 slips in there and we've held on. So it's been a great hour for us. Great hour for us.
It's really changed the context of the game. I don't think we can take away just how well Yorkshire batted first up, and I think having lost the toss, been asked to bat first here on a pitch that you say is still green. It was grey as well. I think Yorkshire would be incredibly happy to have 268 runs on the board.
Yeah,
certainly changing the tide slightly, now finding themselves 6 down. Yeah, Emilio Gay just I think owed Luke Proctor that one after putting the one down off Sean Masood earlier today. New batter for Yorkshire is Matthew Revis. Is it Revis or Revis?
I'd go with your first option, but I'm not
Revis.
sure. I'm no connoisseur. I wouldn't mind another grabber in there from extra cover.
I'm surprised, actually, with this second new ball that, with the exception of Sanderson, there has only been 2 in there.
They've got that going through nicely, that one. That did carry through better. Yeah, come on, let's get mid off in tight. Get an extra grabber in. But I'd leave third man. I'm a big fan of third man as we get to the guys a bit more down the bottom. You know, if he bowls his best ball, it's more likely to go to third man than it is crunch to extra cover.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, yeah.
Oh, it's possibly not far away. It's being a little drag on by Matthew Revis. End of the over. A successful over. 3 runs from it, but the wicket of Will Luxton. Yorkshire find themselves 268 for 6. It is going to be a change of ends for Ben Sanderson. It was just the 1 over the maiden from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and he's got his preferred end back to David Capel end, where he almost operates exclusively here, doesn't he, at Wantage Road?
I think it's just because the wind is very often coming from the same place. I don't know why. I don't know much about weather, but it just seems to be always coming from there. So that just works a great deal. I mean, he's bowled quite a lot of overs from this end in his early days because he didn't always have the bragging rights to go at the other end. That Rory Kleinfeld have had quite a lot of that back in the day. But as soon as he start going to the gears, then he's the man you want, having all the advantage you can.
Yeah.
He's your cutting edge. So,
and unsurprising, Sanderson on the money straight away. Three slips, of course, in place for Ben Sanderson. Luke Proctor and the standing umpire in conversation there at the in-between deliveries. It's nicely played, isn't it, by Johnny Tattersall. Just runs it down through what would be a gully region. Justin Broad quick across the ground. Gets that one long before it reaches the boundary. So maybe just another couple of runs. 3 runs, in fact, added to the score. Tattersall moves to 10 into double figures. 271 for 6. Another youngster, Matthew Revis, 22 years old. Average of 34 in first-class cricket.
That's tidy, number 8.
On the leg side, 2 first-class hundreds to his name as well. Yeah, 487 runs last year. Genuine all-rounder, 30 wickets as well. Slightly less impressive average at 46.5, but 22. It's an aggressive shot through the covers. He's a tall lad as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's...
Looks like 6'6", 6'5".
I've definitely remember seeing him around at Yorkshire when we've played up there, and I think he's a Middlesbrough lad. He might be, or Chris Liddle is a bit of a follower of his. But keeping us in the loop, I guess, about his development and Yorkshire.
Yeah, nicely timed through square leg. That's going to be 4.
It is. That was a nice looking cricket shot, wasn't it? Just guided away off his.
It's been a pretty busy and kind of enterprising middle order for Yorkshire, isn't it? It's not exactly worked so far, but Wharton was aggressive. His strike rate was only 42, but he tried. We got 1 6 away from Rob Keogh and tried to put one down the ground earlier on. George Hill 66. Luxton 46, Tattersall going at 62. Revis now 6 off 5. Kind Kind of feels like a middle order that could take the game away from you pretty quickly, or offer you a few chances to pick up a few wickets, which is certainly the way Northants will be looking at it. End of the over, dot ball to finish. Very expensive in Ben Sanderson's high standards. These figures now, it's gone for 29 off 17 overs. Expensive, isn't it? Proctor, who picks up the wicket of Will Luxton. More ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Got Johnny Tattersall on strike. 10 off 16 for the Yorkshire wicketkeeper.
He generally is your archetypal busy wicketkeeper. He's Johnny Tattersall, in my experience of seeing him play against us. Runs well, puts the fielders under pressure without necessarily taking you down at a 100+ strike rate. But he's busy. He's hard to keep down there.
Yeah, based on what we've seen from the six balls from Matthew Revis as well, I suspect the two will complement each other quite well.
Is Jordan Thompson playing?
He is. He is carded at number 9.
Quite an aggressive striker as well. So might be it's some entertaining cricket ahead.
Hey, and I mean with the movement that we've seen on offer from the Duke's ball with the Northants seamers earlier today, we know the pitch will get better. It'll get better to bat on, but I mean somewhere around 300 be a very good score, I think, on this pitch.
Here he is again, kind of just creating a bit of an angle to get that away.
It's going to be another couple. He's going to take on Rafi Weatherall, who's on the field at the moment, possibly for Siddharth. Obviously just at the end of his spell. Nicely played again and well fielded. A backward point, Bartlett, the man. That's nicely timed, wasn't it? By
it was,
Tassel through the offside. With the way that this game has gone over the last 90 minutes, it does feel like almost anything could happen here. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Yorkshire kind of aren't at about 330 at Stumps. I wouldn't be surprised if Northants have bowled them out.
Yeah, I think that obviously the advantage of winning the toss is tomorrow if the sun's out and that we get that, there's a heavy roller on to be added to the wicket. I'd expect, I said, the second day is generally the best day for batting, and we've just got to make sure. I agree, their score is above par today for sure, but it doesn't mean necessarily it's the same tomorrow. And we just got to.
Oh,
got him.
Proctor's got him. Tattersall has gone for 14. Bit of deja vu cricket. The wicket of Will Luxton's almost been replicated for Johnny Tattersall. And the captain gets his third. Another good catch by Emilio Gay in the slip cordon. Now Yorkshire are 7 down for 281. Has to play it, doesn't he?
It was, to be fair, that was a bit more of a defence. I think he's held a little bit. That's. I don't think Johnny Tattersall can do too much about that. He's tried to defend the good balls, just held a bit, and a good catch again from Emilio.
Yeah, another wicket, another breakthrough.
Let's go.
The old ball worked for Northants, and as yet the new one's working as well. 7 down for 281, and here I believe is Jordan Thompson.
Got a fancy sander around the wicket of Jordan Thompson. Interesting to see how he plays. You say he's naturally likes to strike the ball. It looks like Revis has made a fairly positive start to his innings. They might look at it as a bit of a counter-attack. Are they just going to try and stay in for 10 overs, or are they going to try and score 50 or 60 off 10 overs?
Yeah, I think think again it just circles back to what we've spoken about a couple of times. Really, what's Jordan Thompson's best way of being successful?
Yeah,
I
I've
guess.
seen him play positive innings and strike the ball well.
What are the career numbers? Look like just shy of 1,300 runs at a strike rate of 60, average of just 20. He's got 750s to his name.
Yeah,
166 fours and 35 sixes. So, dare I say, I suspect we possibly know what's coming. And this is going to be Sanderson, Matthew Revis on strike. It's a big stride forward, isn't it?
That's a lovely shot, that, isn't it?
It's imposing.
It is. Mitchell Marsh, kind of a Bosch defence.
That's one thing that genuinely always shocks me when with a lot of these professional cricketers is they kind of don't look enormous on the TV, do they, or from a distance, until you get up close and you suddenly go, blimey.
Yeah.
How on earth has this happened? I think the one that kind of shocks me a little bit is when Rob Keogh goes to shake your hands. He's got absolute dustbin lids for hands.
Yeah.
I mean, mine aren't small, and you just suddenly lose one of them, and you go, where on earth has this come from?
Yeah. I think that helps. That helps him see with his spin, those big ditches he's got. I mean, Rob was a good catcher at slip, but he's kind of quite brittle in terms of some of the injuries he'd pick up with his fingers and stuff, and obviously bowling spin, so he kind of found his way out of there.
Sanderson on the money. Revis up to task at the moment. Quite happy to defend the good balls.
Making a lovely sound off that bat. To say he's only blocking them.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a powerful block as well, isn't it?
Yeah, he's good stride. Full face the bat. It's had a good start to his innings. There he goes again.
Possibly would say that this second new ball's not doing as much.
Not so far.
Than the first one.
I'd agree. And I think that will continue tomorrow. So if we get another heavy roll and the weather is reasonable in terms of not overcast, and we have a lot of batting aside, and I'm sure we'll be competitive. If not, I'll type in and join the conversation.
Yeah, get involved.
From my just before the cup final starts.
Get involved. No, it's nice. It's nice to see. So there's like on the YouTube stream. There's almost a live chat where people can kind of interact with one another.
Well, that's loads of chat.
And as I say, we're closing in on 1,700 people watching the stream at the moment. So thank you for your company now and throughout the course of the day so far. But again, it's nice that there's a facility for cricket fans to interact with one another, talk about the game and the counties.
Yeah, well, I'm not very technical, so as you can probably tell, but that's great. That's
perfect time to start tomorrow.
Cricket fans, isn't it? That's cricket fans for us. We love this game, or you don't know anything about it. There's not much in between.
No, you're quite. It's quite difficult to be an indifferent county championship cricket fan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Three slips for Luke Proctor. Jordan Thompson in his sights, yet to face a ball, and he leaves that one alone as it goes through to the wicketkeeper. So what have we got? Just inside 9 overs left of the day. It's getting towards that kind of time now that I know Yorkshire would say, well, we'll get as many as we possibly can. But actually, if you lost 3 wickets now and you gave Northants 7 6, 7, maybe 5 overs or whatever to have a bat, possibly less. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to declare,
no.
But if you were to be bowled out now, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, would it?
No. I just thought that it's quite enough time for that to be as effective, because the alternative is they bat for an hour in the morning. They see this off and they bat for an hour in the morning, and then they've got quite a dent on us, haven't they? They're probably getting there to 400 by then, maybe, if they're aggressive over 300, not tonight. Perhaps not as many as that, but certainly it would be an imposing score.
An appeal for OEW. Big appeal, in fact. Umpire says no. I don't know whether there might have been was there a bit of inside edge involved?
I don't know whether there's an outside edge, so it looked like it squared him up a little bit.
Oh, I don't know, actually. I think that might be back pad.
Yeah. That's a good shout, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not convinced the ball's got that far to go after it's hit the back pad of Jordan Thompson. But as I've said a couple of times, the most important person made the decision, and they elected to say not out. Maybe there was a bit of bat involved. It's quite difficult to hear, isn't it? The effects mic here is good, but you can't pick up those fine edges. That's gone past.
It's a good spell from Luke, this, actually, isn't it? He's really asking some questions, picked up some wickets.
It's really reminiscent of how he bowled last time out here against Gloucestershire. Just didn't really waste a single delivery, just asked questions the whole time. Made it difficult. And you could play cricket on a different day and Luke Proctor would have finished with 6 for nothing. Oh, wow. Oh. It's a flashy shot, isn't it, by Revis, that's flown through the cordon. I think Karen Nye has got a bit of a fingertip on it. Worryingly, I don't know. Hopefully it's not taken the fingertip with it. But you could see how hard it went, because I think that's George Bartlett down at point, who I think was almost kind of falling backwards as Revis shaped up with that one. But it's 4 more to the score. It's 286 for 7 now. Last ball of Proctor's over coming up. And a powerful shot into the offside. End of the over. 5 runs off it. 286 for 7 off 88. We have got 8 overs remaining in the day. And it has just broken up the cloud cover, isn't it? So I don't think we're in any danger of not getting those 8 overs.
Agreed. Yeah.
There's, of course, going to be Ben Sanderson to continue from the David Capel end. That would have been an almighty catch if Karen Nair had held on to that one, wouldn't it?
Given as we said, they're close because of Luke's trajectory. The two that Emilio's caught have been kind of thigh high, haven't they? So to have one flashing over your head to pull that off would have been pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it would have been a catch that I'm not sure Karen Nair would have known much about if it had stuck. Down the leg side. Oh. Is that bat? Wait and
buys,
see.
I think.
It is going to be buys, yeah. Lewis McManus can't get round to that. Didn't look like that moved a massive amount, did it? I just wonder whether...
It seemed rather than swung or something. He did. Oh, it's gone a bit after the bat. It kind of seemed and then gone after the batter.
Manus for a long time there would have been unsighted, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
But handy runs for Yorkshire. Takes them to 290. 290 for 7. Sanderson just not getting the line right on that occasion. Thompson covers that one up and defends into the offside.
Surely Sando's got to get a wicket for his efforts today.
You'd think if there'd be a cricketer out there that deserves one next to his name, he would be top of the list, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I think Jack White could argue and say that he would deserve one as well. Can't be many games, I wouldn't have thought, that 88 overs have been bowled and Northamptonshire's opening pair haven't got a wicket between them.
I agree.
Not sure those kind of statistics are recorded or available. It's a healthy inside half of the bat. Thompson gets one. 10 off 16, Revis. 2 off 6, Thompson. I think given the context of the toss, I think if Northamptonshire can bowl Yorkshire out for no more than 320, 330, I think Northants will be content with how that day's played out. But I think having had first use of this pitch and obviously the ball and the conditions, I think they'll be disappointed that Yorkshire have got what they have. But it certainly won't put Yorkshire out of the... Well, it won't put Northants out of the game, will it, at that stage?
No.
Whereas that 409 from Gloucestershire made it very difficult to win a game of cricket from there, regardless of the batting display in that first innings. Leg by Sigurd. 292. For 7 off 89 overs.
Who are the next two? So we've got the overseas batter, overseas bowler to come in, and who's the other bowler that they selected?
Dom Leach.
Ah.
Dom Leach, Vishwa Fernando are the next two.
I think he was on loan for Northants, wasn't he? Did he come and play on loan a couple of games? Dom Leach? Oh, I got the wrong name.
I'd have to have a...
As a young Yorkshire seamer, I thought that played the game for us.
I'd have to do a bit more research, I think.
Either last year or the year before, but I might have the wrong.
Continues as he has done throughout this spell. Just beats the outside edge of Revis.
I think you feel the same if you're obviously a wicket keeper on this day. There's a number of player misses. It's quite unusual that no one's tickled one to the keeper.
You got fantastic memory, Dave.
It was him, was it?
It was, yeah. For the County Championship fixture. I'm guessing the game against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Yeah, July 23.
We played Yorkshire Academy actually a few weeks ago in Northants, and there's a very nice opening bowler there, a young lad, only 17 years old. I think his name is Furbank. He's a young Yorkshire seam bowler to look out for. But we did beat them in both games. Oh no, we lost one and won one actually. Can't claim that live on air, can I? Yeah,
well
won, lost one. 2 T20.
That academy would be under 18 cricketers?
Yeah. You can, I mean, depending on what your availability is like, you can put the odd under 19 player in.
Okay.
But we had young Luke Phipps from the under 15s in our side that day, so you can have it's quite a broad spectrum of who you feel you want to have a look at on that day. But I say, Kev, Innes, when we have a lot of high unavailability, you're kind of scouring the ranks a bit around the younger age groups, around the EPP or around some of our partners. We had lads from London Schools, Buckinghamshire, and lads from Norfolk. Cricket East lads have played. So yeah, that's kind of how we spread our net a little bit wider. Is paying off. You know, it's good to have these partners where they feel they can get a way through to professional cricket, and we feel we can support them a little bit.
Does it become a little bit difficult trying to field an under 15 in the same side as an under 19 cricketer? I'm just thinking, I guess from an amateur level, boys and girls a lot different physiologically, aren't they, over quite a short period of time?
Yeah, I think you've got to be pretty confident that your under 15's kind of up to it. But as a bowler, Luke was a bowler, bowled very well. He wasn't fazed by it. It was a friendly, it was
okay.
I think you would have to be confident that you're not going to set anybody back. You don't just say, "Oh, it's a wonderful opportunity," which it is, but only if that person's ready for it. If that person's a bit anxious and
you turn up against
could get knocked back a bit, then
6'3", 18-year-old that bowls respectively pretty quick.
Yeah,
you all of a sudden go, I don't fancy that much as a 14-year-old.
No,
and understandably so as well. Beauty from Sanderson. Squares up Thompson. Haven't yet seen the swashbuckling Jordan Thompson that we...
No, give him a big build-up.
We weren't far away from having walk-on music for him, I think, as he made his way out to the middle. Talking about strike rates and high scores and number of sixes that have been hit. And he has only faced 8 balls, to be fair to him, but... left well alone. The shape back in towards Jordan Thompson. I think I can see Jack White trying to loosen up at mid-off. Proctor's had 4 in that spell. Sanderson, this is his 4th. 5, obviously, if you include that one that he bowled from the Lynn Wilson centre end as well. What have we got? 5 overs left in the day?
Yes, 5 overs and 2 balls.
Would you see Jack White coming in to bowl 3 potentially up the hill from the Lynn Wilson centre end, replacing Proctor? Or would you keep Proctor going if
I think
he
I
could?
Probably would. I think Luke's pace looks up. He has bowled 20 overs last year. That's don't know when. I think he sometimes under bowls himself. So I don't know how often he would have bowled 20 overs. Oh, just kind of looks around. He's playing around that pad a bit, doesn't he? A little bit of shake back. Yeah, Sando's getting excited, thinking he's going to miss one, but he hasn't done yet. He hasn't looked convincing, but he's still kind of finding roughly the middle of the bat.
Yeah, Sanderson asking, just continuing to ask questions, really. I think there'll be a lot of people that have watched this live stream throughout the course of the day. Northampton, Yorkshire fans will be sitting there wondering how Ben Sanderson hasn't got a wicket next to his name. One side of the fandom will be slightly happier than the other that he hasn't, but it's a nice shot, isn't it?
Sure.
Slightly overpitched, I think, from Sanderson. And Thompson drives him through the covers to finish the 91st over. 20 overs, 9 maidens, none for 34 for Ben Sanderson. And it is going to be Captain Luke Proctor to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Rob Keogh as well, just trying to loosen that back up. I wonder whether there's on Northants, we are still 1 behind on that over rate. I know it wouldn't be drawn as a close tonight, would it? But it would be something that Northants will need to have one eye on. Shorter ball, width on offer.
Fielded.
Cut pretty hard at George.
It was.
Bartlett
It hit that hard. It's still good. Yeah, he's could easily square them through him there, and with the short boundary behind him, it could have been forced. Good fielding, especially this late on in the day.
Just see him there on the top left-hand corner with his hands on his knees. I think that's just stung the hands George Bartley just checks the palms again. It's kind of a common theme that I've had the ability to have a chat with a few of the guys from various different counties, and they kind of all say like you have to really enjoy your fielding. And I don't necessarily think a lot of us, and I say us as in me, realize just how robust you have to be as an infielder in the championship or in the 50 over competition.
Yeah. Ooh,
short ball. It's going to be signalled as 1 for the over, is it? 1 for the over signal. That took off as well, didn't it? As it carried on going as it went towards McManus.
Yeah, Jack White's kind of vigorously going through the gears there, so maybe there's going to be a little change up for the last couple from that end. It's just he needs to be on it. If you're only going to bowl 2 overs, we can't afford 6 where you're just you're at 50%. You've got to be on it full tilt.
Yeah, I expect there's many occasions where Jack White's not giving it 100%.
Just back end of the day, I just think that body, he said sometimes you've got to get it moving and you've got to... We've only got 12 balls. I think we've got to have 11 of them are challenging.
Yeah. I think it's a very fair point. That's solid defence from Matthew Rivers. 12 off 29. These two so far, 17 off 35 as a partnership, just look to be just steadying the ship, don't they, slightly for Yorkshire?
Yeah. But again, if we think back to the score at T, I think it's certainly Northampton's session, this one.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Dot ball to finish then. 4 overs remain in the day, 298 for 7. 92 overs have been bowled. Are we going to have Jack White? Are we going to have Ben Sanderson?
It looks like it's a race to the umpire.
It does, doesn't
it?
Really
sure. Jack looks like he wants to take his jumper off. Sando's not giving as much.
There we go. It is going to be Jack White. Will bowl the final 2 overs from the David Capel end on day 1 here at Northampton. I do wonder whether Rob Keogh might bowl the last 2 from the Lynn Wilson Centre end as well.
Yeah, captain's kind of signalling at him a little bit. Change your mind. Gone with Justin Broad, I think. He's just signalled to him.
Fair enough. Well, it worked, didn't it? Just before lunch. He's bowled well today, Justin Broad. 2 over spell, bowl running, bowl as fast as you can, bowl 12, as you said, 12 of your best balls. Possibly not looking to set anybody up with those 12 balls, just
hit the top of off stump with maybe a bouncer to the long side.
Yep. Jack White then, 17 overs, 7 maidens, none for 35, returning to the first 11. Having missed out the first 6 rounds of the championship. Shorter ball. Thompson tries to punch that one off the back foot through cover point and can't beat Bartlett. Change of field. Keogh drops out to a deep backward point. Bartlett comes a little bit straighter in there at cover. 2 slips and a gully. Mid on, mid off, and a mid wicket. That's dropped into the leg side and half stopped by Siddharth Kaul, who finds himself.
It's a good stop, that, actually, because he's running in. Hold his over, he's on the hard part of the square, got to dive down and get down low, and I think I'd take a parry for 1. It could have been worse.
It absolutely could have been worse. He's got a good mitt on it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As you said, you've seen that plenty of times where end of the day someone dives over the top of it.
The square is not a nice place to be diving. some used wickets there. He's on as well. That's
Revis solid in defence as he has been.
that bat sounds
Good, doesn't it?
sounds phenomenal.
Be a few people, I think, inquiring as to whether that's available possibly for future use, or wrestle it out of Matthew Revis's hand at your peril. And that's timed nicely, isn't it? Past George Bartlett. It's not going to go to the boundary, but it is going to bring up the 300 for Yorkshire, which is acknowledged by
The Yorkshire people here.
the Yorkshire supporters.
There's quite a few, isn't there?
There certainly is. Had a good day out, that's for sure. Still a nice number of Northamptonshire supporters as well in the members' pavilion and in the cinch stand. A couple in the Comsave as well. And there, just like it rushed Revis a little bit. Up to task, defends it into the leg side. 3 overs, or 3.1 overs left. What have you thought of Yorkshire over the course of the day, David?
I thought it was very impressive to start. Obviously, I think when the fixtures come out, you don't quite know who's playing where, but obviously you haven't got Joe Root or Harry Brook. Others have had to play Yorkshire with those in their side, so that's just the luck of the draw, and I think that's favourable for us. I just kind of can't quite get over how we went through all that, virtually 2 sessions without really finding the edge and getting the reward. I thought we were kind of relentless. So it's been a hard day to assess, really, but you can't really knock Yorkshire's determination at the start and their skill to get through. But there has to be some luck in there that they haven't nicked some of those balls, and that's just what's happened today. But the things that they were asked to do, they did very well. I'd say Lyth, just the way he took Sando, I guess, to say, I'm going to make sure you're not running through us today, and I'm going to go on and get 100. Was a very, very fine innings, and slightly different, to some of the contexts that we talk about longer formats of cricket these days. Yeah.
Broad it back into the attack. That's aerial through the leg side. Thompson, strong bottom hands. There was a diving Sanderson at mid-wicket. He can't quite cover the ground to get even a hand on it, let alone attempt the catch. There's something about Justin Broad, isn't there, today? It just feels like something happens when he gets
he's
the
on. I mean, that's he's on the money straight away in terms of his pace.
Short ball pulled away. That's going to be 4. Not a long boundary down there, and comfortably beats Jack White, who's having a rest at the end of his over on the boundary edge. So 6 runs off these first 2 balls. And so obviously, you mentioned about Northants, I suppose, in contrast, being a bit unlucky, the fact they never picked up those wickets at the start. Is there anything more to kind of add about Northants' performance today?
No, I'm going to stick with that. So we just had one of the lads, perhaps not at their best, and found it a bit heavy going, but then he bounced back and contributed after tea. So yeah, I think it's just one of those things you have to go in and did we? I mean, whether the analyst James has got any info that says, well, we hammered away at that and they played and missed at that number, and sometimes the numbers can be helpful to reassure you that it's not been a poor day, even though, as I say, when you do put someone in, you're kind of hoping you've done your job on day 1. Your batters get stuck in on day 2, and we're not quite got to that luxury yet. And still got a little awkward passage of play in the morning, because that'll be important. We can either come and knock them over in 20 minutes and we get batting, or it can drag out for an hour, and you're chasing a bit of leather in the morning, and momentum's kind of not with you when you go out to bat, and then someone's got to stop the momentum with the bat.
That'd be even more reminiscent of what we saw here 2 weeks ago, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That partnership of Marchant Delang and Josh Shaw for Gloucestershire.
I think if we look through our batting lineup, there's quite a lot of consistent run scorers there. I think anyone's in the batting order in the top 8, they're looking over their shoulder, particularly in terms of the runs they've scored so far.
No, I mean Emilio Gay is the standout, isn't he?
Yeah,
661 runs at an average of 83. But it's only Luke Proctor that hasn't converted one of those innings to 100.
But he's been very consistent, hasn't he? What do his numbers look like?
Just 427, 427 at an average of 54.
54. Thank you very much. So I think there'll be plenty of optimism to go out there and convert some starts into a major contribution.
Yeah, absolutely right. We got 2 century makers that aren't involved today, one in James Sales and one in Save. Emilio Gay's got 2. Vasconcelos has got 1. Karen there, the 100 that he got was a double.
Yeah.
Bartlett with the 100 at Leicestershire. Rob Keogh with the 100 last time out at Derbyshire. Two overs to go now in the day. 308 for 7, which I think 308 is going to... that undoubtedly will disappoint Northamptonshire. I think they'll be frustrated, won't they? That they aren't out there batting themselves. Hopped up into the leg side. Falls well short of Siddharth, who's the fielder in there, just behind square.
Oh, must have been close. Looking at where Lewis took that.
Feels like we've said that quite a few times today, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's coming back in from Jack White.
I guess that's something that you'd have to say they've done well, because no one's left one and got bowls, so everyone that's been left, of which there's been some tight ones, has proven to be a good leave. So I think that's been helpful on a wicket that's done a bit, that they've left well.
Nicely covered up by Thompson. Yeah, Lythe in particular, the judgment from Adam Lythe was, well, dare I say, perfect. So wasn't really, well, there certainly wasn't an opportunity from Adam Lythe, and there wasn't really many kind of, well, there are plenty of oohs and ahs, but I'm not sure whether many of them were for anything more than a bit of drama, a bit of theatre. There is going to be a helmet brought on at the end of this over.
Might be the last over's an over spin. It's funny, the lights are still beaming out when the blue sky.
It's as bright as it's been all day now.
I think Ray will be happy with the meter going round.
Not as happy as the executives at EDF or E.ON or whoever raises the monthly bill for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Oh, we get an email through. We see you've used more energy than we predicted.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite understand. I guess maybe there's some protocol that I wouldn't know. Perhaps I should. Oh.
Certainly enough interest here all the way through to the end of the day, isn't there, for Northamptonshire? A few of them out there would be perplexed, I think. But
yeah, just that's like when we talked about first day versus last day. I guess signs like that one or two just keeping a little bit on the low side, not making it through to the keeper. And this ball's only kind of 12, was that 15 overs old? So, that might be a little concern if the game evolves over 4 days and the batting last category versus batting first category.
Absolutely. Dot ball to finish the penultimate over of the day. Jack White is done for day one in his return to the side. 19 overs, 7 maidens, none for 38.
Dan, I'm going to head up to Horton House Cricket Club.
Yeah, of course. No.
So thank you very much for having me along. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been a very interesting day's cricket.
Hey.
And may it long continue tomorrow. You enjoy it.
Thank you for your company. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
At the last over from the University Centre, we got to
It is going to be Rob Keogh to bowl the final over of the day from the Lynn Wilson Centre ends. He's got a first slip and a leg slip. And starts with an over-pitched delivery to Matthew Revis. He's 14 off 37. Thompson 14 off 24. Yorkshire 308 for 7. 5 balls left in the day. Shorter ball. And that's powerfully struck off the back foot through the covers. It's going to be 4 more added to the tally. 312 for 7. 95.2 overs. Now have been bowled. So Keogh not settling onto the length. First up, starts over pitched. Second one shorter. And Revis defends into the leg side. 3 to go then. Off the back foot. The stream here at Northamptonshire, as it has been all day, is powered by Daffabet. Great to see so many people tuning into the stream across the course of the day. So thank you for your company. Final ball, Rob Keogh's over and of day one. And it's powerfully struck back to Keogh, who does the fielding off his own bowling. And that is Stumps at the end of day one. The score reads 312 for 7 for Yorkshire, having been asked to bat first here at Wantage Road. Scorecard, Adam Lyth, 109, important bowled by Luke Proctor. Finley Bean bowled by Justin Broad. Just before lunch, Sean Masood, a couple of chances, was eventually caught by Emilio Gay at slip off the bowling of Siddharth Kaul for 60. James Wharton will consider himself unlucky, a bit of a freak dismissal off the bowling of Rob Keogh. George Hill, LBW to Siddharth Kaul. Will Luxton caught Gay, bowled Proctor. Johnny Tattersall, deja vu for 14. And Revis is not out on 18. Thompson not out on 14. My name's been Dan Jadzovic, well, it still is. And I'll see you back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.